What's going on, everybody? Thank you for tuning in on this Saturday morning. I appreciate y'all. I apologize for the delay here. I woke up and was doing some stuff, and then I got caught up. Then I said, you know what? Let me give myself a little extra time. Now, of course, what I should have did was made sure all my equipment was good to go and ready before I did that, because then when I'm ready to start the show, I can't find some of my stuff. Just like a typical man, guys leave stuff where they can see it, where they're comfortable with finding it. And then you have the other half of us, they're smart. They actually organize and put stuff where it needs to be. So shout out to my wife, man. She put stuff away and then I couldn't find it. So, but I found it now. So that's good. Hope y'all doing all right. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank y'all for waiting. Shout out to Walter Blackman Jr. I seen you earlier, man. I was about to put a message in the thing, but like I said, I was trying to finish something up. Wacko in Brooklyn, appreciate you. Harlem Girl, salute. We surveyed 100 people. Thank you. Thank you for always supporting El Servi. E. Gibson in the building. What's going on? Shout out to y'all. Oh, man. So, once again, happy to be here. Happy to be alive on another Saturday. Today is, I don't know how the weather and things are where you guys are at, if you're anywhere else, but on the East Coast in New York specifically, it's a beautiful sunny day today. It's going to be like 80 degrees, perfect weather, nice little breeze. Can't ask for anything more. And I'm in here in the house chopping it up with y'all. Yeah, man. So, what's going on? Chuck Allen in the building. Knicks for life. Stafford Don, what's going on, bro? Yeah, man. It's been a crazy week. Thank you guys as always for being here and rocking with us. We hope to continue to put out more and more good content. It's not easy. I mean, obviously, we can talk about anything, but it's not easy to continue to come up with different ideas and different things to talk about in a season where your team is not playing. So it's or should I say in the time, not a season. Yeah, man. But we make it happen, and hopefully we'll continue to get you guys some good guests. If you guys haven't really tuned in, I know there's people that watch our different shows, the NBA Report, the Know the Ledge series. We've got the draft series popping off. And also our regular weekly show on Mondays. But on Mondays, if you guys haven't tuned in, check out our Monday show. I say that without knowing what's going to happen necessarily this Monday. But on Mondays now, we're trying to interview different people around basketball, Knicks, whatever it may be. So yeah, definitely tune in for that, because we're going to try to continue to bring more and more guests that people might be interested in. So once again, thank you for everything and all the support. Let's see. All right. So now let me see what's going on here. What's already in the chat. Okay. All right. So yeah, we'll get into some of this stuff in a little bit. First off, I think it's time we hit you with the intro, and we'll come right back. And then I want to talk a little bit about the NBA draft party. It's always going to be an exciting time, man. See you in a little bit. Yes, we are back.
The second annual NBK draft party in Atlantic City. There'll be a live podcast, live DJ, live video shoot. $40 for a VIP ticket, $30 for draft night only. Get your tickets now.
Yeah. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The second annual NBK draft party taking place this June 23rd. We are on it's the 4th. So, man, time is flying. This should be pretty fun. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I had a great time last year. Excuse me. I hope to have a great time this year. It should be pretty. This year, actually, I'm a little bit more excited about because I already know there's going to be some faces, there that I didn't see last year. And these are people like in the Knicks community that I haven't had a chance to meet. So I'm really excited about that. Not to mention the fact that I'll be chopping it up with the MBK crew once again. We'll be having a good time. We'll be watching our Knicks draft. Hopefully they do something nice to surprise us, something special. Even if they don't make any moves in any direction, as long as they draft the right player at these positions, I'll be happy. So we'll see. But definitely, guys, if you haven't, got your ticket, definitely try to, if you're interested in going. It's going to be at the flagship hotel and resort in Atlantic City. And it should be a fun time once again. So definitely, if you can, sign up. And I look forward to seeing everybody. So that being said, let me do this so that way it is done. Paste. Boom. All right. So, yeah, as you guys can see, the thumbnail has it all. The Knicks hired Rick Brunson as an assistant coach. And, we see Julius Randle working out with Jericho Sims and Feron Hunt. And we also know that the Knicks apparently are trying to move up in the draft, or at least they're doing their due diligence to see, what's up, if they can make some moves, which is great. I mean, you got to, cover every avenue, cover every aspect. So that's good. We'll see what happens because it ain't easy to move up in the draft, especially to move up as high as the Knicks may want to move up if their plan is to, get somebody like Jaden Ivey or whatever. But first off, once again, salute to the chat. Appreciate y'all as always. And I want to say, once again, like I said, you're going to hear me say it today. I'm probably going to say it again on Monday with John and Jose. We thank you guys for all the help and all the support that you guys have given us. Being a content creator of any kind is not easy. You have to put some time and effort into it, and you have to hope that people receive it, respect it, and support it. And you guys have done a great job of being there for us throughout everything we've done, throughout any show we've created. You've always been there to hold us down, and appreciate it. That's all I can say. Thank you, guys. And then let me see if I can update a banner. This is probably the last time I do this since, it is what it is. We did what we did, and I appreciate that. So let me see if I can update this. I don't even know what it looked like. What it looked like. Where it is. There it is. Man, I haven't seen this in a minute. Let me see. Let me refresh, get the most updated number. Okay. All right. And then I'll do this real quick. Like I said, this will probably be the last time I do this, unless there's something special that happens later in life that we really need to talk about this again. But Mm-hmm. Look at this. This is I can't. I'm so excited. I got a big smile just doing this, just typing this. It's incredible. There we go, folks. There it is, folks. All the time, just trying to get to 1,000. Look where we at, folks. Thank y'all, man. Y'all know what it is. Thank y'all to all the help, man. To all the love and support, man. We appreciate y'all. We finally hit 1,000 subscribers this week. This week has been bananas. You know, I can't thank y'all enough. Really excited. I'm one of those people. You know, like in real life, everybody has real life things that happen with them. You got friends and family that come to you and tell you stories. You know, yo, man, you never know what happened to me. This happened. I couldn't find a way. I needed your help, yo. And then they did this to me, right? They come to you, they tell you all the stories. And then after everything works out, they don't give you an update. They're just like, whatever. They needed you when they needed you. But when things is good, they forget. No. We were on a road to 1,000 subscribers. We let y'all know about it throughout the whole process. We are here. We are showing you the love back that you showed us. So we appreciate everything y'all did, man. Thank y'all. I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for John and Jose as well. I mean, in hindsight, this is only the beginning. But for us, this is a big achievement. You got to understand, when we first talked about making this channel and doing what we were doing, like I was going to do an R&B channel. I love R&B music. I was going to do a music channel, which I still may do something like that, but that's besides the point. And John and I kept talking it up, and you know, we're good friends, so we chopped it up a lot about it. And he said, listen, if you do it, I'll do it with you. And here we are. So thank you guys once again. I appreciate all the love and support. And it's just it means something. That's all I gotta say. So, all right, I got it out. Get all sappy. Next thing I know, I'll be balling up here. Oh no. I don't want that. Anyway, let's see. Okay, so Walter Blackman, I think, kicked it off. Okay, he said, I still don't see his son leaving Dallas, especially if Cuban offers him the bag. Very true. Very, good point. That is a question. That is a question. I don't know what will happen if and sounds like Mark is ready to give Brunson the bag to keep him here, and he definitely doesn't want to see the Knicks win. Yeah, y'all gotta remember, man, the Knicks and Dallas have made some trades in the past, and if you look at it, not all of them have worked out for Dallas. So at some point, Mark Cuban must have been like, I ain't rocking with y'all for a minute. Y'all got it. Yeah, y'all ain't getting what y'all want. Nah, man, chill. So I think that's where we're at. Oh man, the chat is funny. Y'all are hilarious. Hey, DSJ is in the building. He said, you have to speak for John and Jose. They're never on camera. Hey, man, there's a lot going on. Very, very busy out there. And shout out to Jose and John, man. Jose does a lot of stuff in his personal life for other, like everything he does for us. I'm just giving y'all a little input on Jose. What he does for us behind the scenes and everything he does as his regular job, his 9 to 5, or however long that takes. And then he also does it for his community. He also does it for his church. He helps them out with video, audio, and visual stuff. He does this every week. Jose's great. Jose's a great dude. I can't say enough about him. So definitely shout out and salute to Jose. We appreciate you, brother. You're great. Thank you for being here and always doing what you do for us. And then John is, right now celebrating his young son's birthday. They're having fun. They're at some amusement park right now, living it up. So I hope he's having a great day. Okay, so so that's the thing. You know, I kind of agree with you, Walter. I do agree with you. I don't see Dallas doing anything to help the Knicks pry Brunson Jr. away. And I also don't see Brunson leaving. I think he's in a good situation. Because as much as we want to say that we need Brunson, Dallas needs Brunson too. Dallas ain't got nobody over there. Like as far as offensively, right now he's second. He's Robin to Batman. Now, if Dallas is smart, they'll do something about that because they need some help. They need some help over there. As impressive and as talented as Luka is, he can't do it all by himself. That defense that they play is phenomenal. It's great. I gotta say that they're one of the top defenses in the league. Kind of reminds me of the Knicks when a couple years ago. You know what I mean? Well, similar players, but they just don't have offense, consistent offense, should I say? Some guys can light it up on a night, but definitely in the playoffs, that ain't gonna work. You need guys who can do it every night. Even if they get locked down, the next day they got a chance. It's just kind of the same thing with what happened with the Warriors and the Celtics. The Celtics, imagine that, guys. Celtics were getting it handed to them for 3 quarters. Warriors looked like they had it in the bag. And the Celtics put the clamps on with the defense, and some guys got hot in the 4th quarter, and they just took over the game and basically blew them out in 1 quarter. And Jason Tatum struggled the whole game. He was like 3 or 4 for 18 or 17, something like that. Jason Tatum's not going to be that the whole series. And with Jason Tatum that's the difference. Like when you got a guy like that. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I find it very difficult to believe that Brunson is going to leave Dallas. And the other thing is, as many people have pointed out, I can't really name them all, but smart thinking. The Knicks might get hit with a tampering charge if Brunson ever came to the Knicks. I mean, it's just too much going on. It's been an ongoing story all year long. One, Mark Cuban is not happy with the Knicks. So if no one else says it, he'll definitely put it in the league's head. There's tampering going on over there. But I think the league would think about it anyway. Look, the connection has been going on all year. Now you hire his father. It doesn't matter if they could have never talked to Jalen Brunson at all year. And no one is going to believe that you didn't tamper with this kid. You hired his father. Come on, man. So, yeah, I don't know how they would avoid that. So let me see here. El Servi said, I'll trade Randle for a heavily protected 2nd rounder. Oh, man, you definitely want Randle up out of here. Ooh-wee. You are not playing around, buddy. E. Gibson said Brunson agent is Sam Rose, the son of Knicks president Leon. They signed his pops as that's another conflict of interest when you think about it. I mean, maybe it's legal, but come on, guys. The Knicks and you know what? Maybe the Knicks say, but I wouldn't say that. Maybe the Knicks said, listen, we get hit with a tampering charge. We get hit with a tampering charge. For Brunson, it's worth it. I don't know if it is, but they might say that. Look, the Bulls got hit with a tampering charge, right? I think other teams, I forgot most recently who else got hit with a tampering charge this past year, and they ate that. They said, yeah, it's okay. It's cool. So, maybe it's worth it because these tampering charges, they're meant to hurt you a little bit, but they're not really that crazy. You know what I mean? So maybe it's something that these teams don't mind. They're like, okay, we get it. We surveyed 100 people. I definitely think that Randle will redeem himself next season, but I'd much rather see the rise of Obi. I understand that. I can agree with that too. Like, look, Julius to me is not going anywhere. Let me just fix this a little bit. There. Julius to me is not going anywhere. So I think we're just gonna have to deal with it unless unless something happens where the Knicks are able to pull off a trade that makes sense. I just don't see it happening, but I don't think he's going anywhere. So he's going to be here. I still feel the same way I felt before. I don't think Julius and Obi can play on the same court at the same time. I just think that this doesn't work. The way Julius needs the ball, the way he moves, doesn't work well for Obi. Obi needs to be in those same slots and that have that same window of activity as Julius. Like where Julius likes to be, Obi works well when he's there too. He starts his shot, starts creating from a certain spot as well. He needs to run in those same lanes, and he can't do it if Julius is in the same spot. So like it's just there's nothing you can do, but that's just common sense. That's how basketball works. That's how players are comfortable. And if they don't have the proper lanes, and you got a slasher like Obi, he's not going to be effective. Let's see. Oh, and you know what? I'm say this. Listen, guys, I appreciate y'all. We are definitely at this point now where I just have to let you know. So you guys do what you want to do. If you can, you can. If you want to, you want to. Now that we are over 1,000 subscribers, the channel is monetized, so that allows us to get super chats and stuff of that nature. If you want to, feel free to. That's on you. We appreciate it. I will tell you that whatever you do, if you do decide to contribute to the channel, it is going back into the channel. We are trying to get better equipment. I think some of our cameras could use a little bit of an overhaul, and we might be able to make the quality better. And most importantly, we're also trying to change some of our programs like StreamYard and move this into a 1080p type flow. Right now we're at 720. I know it still looks good, but like when I show videos and stuff, I'm not too happy about the way that's presented. I'm not a perfectionist, but I just want the quality to look better. So, we're going to build on our own to try to get there. But if you guys do contribute, that's what it's going to be going for, because we want to improve the quality, man. There's too much good content out there that looks, and I want to get there too. So anyway, thank you guys. Let me see here. Let me get my guy in here. Marvin Tatum. What?
Yep. Oh, you never knew my last name was Tatum?
Look at you changing it up on me. What's going on, Marvin?
What's going on, guys? Luke, Ron, Luke, Cat. Yeah. I kind of kept that one in the background, huh?
Well, it's great to have you, brother. Great to have you.
Yeah, man. I was just listening to you about that tampering charge. Yeah, we as the Bulls, we got hit with a tampering charge last year, and actually, Ron, it was just a fine, and the Bulls just moved right along after they paid the fine and just carried on.
So it's just a fine. I thought it was a fine and maybe a loss of a draft pick of some sort, but no, it's not.
If I recall correctly, can you hear me fine? I got my headset in today. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. You're a little lower than you normally are. So yeah, if you want to make a change, feel free, brother.
Yeah, I got my Bluetooth in today, so I want to make sure my sound was okay. But yeah, I think if I recall correctly, Ron, I do think we might have got hit with a draft pick also. Not exactly sure, but it wasn't so severe. So hang on 1 second. Let me see if I can get this earpiece taken out.
No problem. And while you're doing that, I'm seeing if I can look up what the tampering. Okay, I think I got it. Hold on. Let's see.
Better?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, yeah, yeah. They got hit with a charge, and the Bulls just carried on. Now, I was listening to you, and I had a question for you. Had you heard anything different about Brunson? Not, I mean, that Dallas didn't want to do that Brunson deal
No,
with you
no.
guys?
I've always heard that Dallas was just weighing things out, and they were taking their time to see how everything played out. And then there was rumors, not rumors, but there was a statement that Mark Cuban said. I didn't hear it from Mark Cuban, but that Mark Cuban said that they are going to do everything they can to retain Brunson, and they will, whatever money it takes, I guess within reason, that they're willing to pay it. And that they also are under no circumstances going to be doing a sign and trade with him. And I know that
Right.
that is specifically catered to the Knicks.
I mean, I'm kind of lost on that one. What's the issue with Mark Cuban and the Knicks? I mean, what is he angry
Oh
about?
no, this is just if you look, I mean, the Knicks and Dallas have done several different trades in the past, and not all the trades have benefited Mark Cuban uh, in a fair, not a fair manner, but like in a profitable manner. Like the Knicks have done well in some sorts, but Dallas, especially with the biggest trade, the Porzingis trade, backfired on him.
Oh,
Yeah, that one is the one that stung. Like there's other little trades that they've done that haven't necessarily turned out that great, but they've been okay. Like if you want to say, like, Ntilikina has been a decent player for them in the playoffs, how they used him, but he's really not. He hasn't turned into anything more or better than what we were hoping he'd be with the Knicks.
yeah.
I will say Reggie Bullock has worked out for them for what they expect him to be. He's a 3-and-D guy. All he does is shoot from the outside, but he plays great defense, and he's captain for the team as far as on the defensive end. So that part worked out. But the Porzingis one is the one that I think, because that was a question mark for the Knicks with all his extracurricular stuff that he had going on, with him recovering from injury. Would he be back to being a good player in the NBA? Which I think he's a decent player in the NBA. But as you can see, Dallas had to move on from him. And who knows why that is. I don't, some people just look at it like, well, him and Luka started to not get along. And that situation just didn't really give them the results they wanted. But listen, I'll tell you one thing about Porzingis. He was a little questionable with his antics in New York that the Knicks kept under wraps. And I don't know if any of those antics followed him in Dallas, plus the situation with his brother being his manager. And I don't know if he's his agent, but definitely his manager, and being very vocal about what Porzingis wanted and how they wanted him to be treated was a big issue for New York. And it might have been an issue for Dallas as well. But
Yeah.
I tell you, sometimes that's what happens, because if y'all remember, Porzingis and Luka were pretty good friends because of their time playing in the European League. And sometimes that backfires, because it wasn't tampering, but they were kind of talking it up. And that's how they wound up getting to this point. Dallas, Luka wanted to play with Porzingis, and Porzingis wanted to leave the Knicks to go play with Luka. And then when they got what they wanted, turns out not to be what they expected. So good for them.
Yeah, and that's so ironic, and just it's kind of odd to me because I'm here in Dallas, and I have a real good friend who's a Maverick fan also, and I kind of chatted up with him periodically, and he hadn't really never came to me. I really never addressed a question to him about it, but the rumblings here in Dallas, I just hadn't heard much about that Porzingis deal, but the Brunson deal. From far as what I'm hearing down here, my buddy is kind of letting me know that I just don't quite understand why Dallas wouldn't be real eager to make this deal. I mean, it fits both teams. I mean, it makes sense, and it's it caters to both teams, because Dallas is in dire straits of a center, and you guys need a point guard. So I mean, it seems like it would make sense. I don't know. I don't know what's on Cuban's mind. But I wanted to go back to something you mentioned while I was listening about the game the other night, Boston and Golden State. Man, listen, I tell you this: if Golden State didn't wake up after that, they are woke now because Boston is not joking around. You know, I do another podcast every night, and these guys were, prior to the series starting, we had a lot of people on there, and I know it's a lot of Boston fans and a lot of Golden State fans also. But I had already stated once before I felt that Golden State were kind of cocky. They had been playing kind of cocky. I mean, they just carried themselves in a way during these playoffs here recently that like they were, boss hog or whatever. And I don't know if that got in their head. And then it came down. I want to ask you this. Did you see anything to the fact of, Golden State was up by 12 going into the fourth, correct? And he didn't bring Curry back until 9:35 to go in that quarter, and the lead was down to 4. Do you think Kerr overplayed his hand a little bit right there? Because the momentum had changed by the time Curry came back. And I wanted to ask you, because I'm getting a lot of mixed answers about that. And I just want to see how you feel about that. I don't know if people noticed that, but Kerr held him on that bench all the way until 9:35, called the timeout, then finally got Curry back in. Do you think Kerr held him, just held on to him a little bit too long?
Right. Okay. Yeah, let me answer that question. First off, I want to say I see there are some super chats here, and I'll get to them in a little bit. Just bear with me, guys. And honestly, it's great because this is the first super chat we've ever gotten that's still Knicks fans. So I'm going to highlight that and highlight all of them. But thank you. I honestly think, Marvin, that what we saw is the fact that Curry is human, right? And Curry, as much as it looks like it's not the case, Curry is an older player in the league. I think he's played 11 years. He's done a lot of running around. You know how Curry moves, especially it's less now because he's a little older. He doesn't have to. His dribble is better, so he can break you down different ways. But when Curry was younger, especially, he did a lot of running around the court to get open and do his little thing. And it's not a little thing, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He put a lot of mileage and wear and tear on his body as far as his legs. He came into the league with injuries on his ankle, and he improved and got better. He strengthened his core and all that stuff. But still, it's a lot of wear and tear on him. And if you notice this, this year he had one of those tough injuries. It took him a while to come back. But if you notice, Kerr brought him back as off the bench. He didn't even put him as a starter. And he kind of waited until he finally needed to get him back into the starting lineup. But he also has tried to spare Curry with his time because I don't. Well, you know what? Let me check that right now. Steph Curry age 34 years old. So Steph Curry's 34. Played in the league 11 years, and he's one of those real active players who did a lot of running around. So that's like I said. So if you look at what Golden State has tried to do, they've tried to spare him as much as possible because I guess he is, he's older, he is getting tired, and it takes a lot out of him. And also it affects his effectiveness because, he don't have his legs. Legs are important to your jump shot, and he shoots a lot of them. So I think in this game, Curry had played a lot early, and Kerr was trying to save him as much as possible. And realistically, the way they were playing, they were up, pretty good through 3 quarters, and they've got firepower on the team. Other guys need to step up. I think Clay did a decent job in this game. If I remember, his shot was okay. He was hitting, but you got other guys that I don't know. If Andrew Wiggins was really getting his like he's done in the past in the playoffs and most recent. Jordan Poole was okay. He did a little something. But if you look at like the contributions that they're getting, a lot of it is heavy on Steph. And I think he was just trying to save him and hope that the rest of the guys would be able to continue the lead and then spare him. And then by the time they brought him back, things was already going downhill. And first off, look, it's a combination of Boston's good defense, but Boston was lights out. That third quarter, they were hot. When hot is hot, you can't stop hot. We've seen it as Knicks fans when we played the Cavaliers and Ricky Rubio lit us up for like 30-something points. Ricky Rubio, like and he was shooting in people's faces. When it happens, it happens. You just can't stop it.
Yeah, that was something I kind of went back and forth with a couple of guys with. But I do want to say this though, Ron. Do you feel, just in your taking what you just said, you're holding back on Curry because of his age? Well, this is the finals. This is for all the marbles. So do you think that he should have just went on and played it? Listen, guys, it's no tomorrow. I'm not saying this was game 7, but even losing one game can make a big difference in a 7-game series in the finals. And when this is the last series of the year, do you just decide, okay, I'm going to, just play him a couple of extra minutes just because of the simple fact that you were up 12? And it goes back to my point of being I don't think Kerr has been arrogant, but being a little bit overconfident. If you're up 12, figuring that if they cut the lead to 6, you figure my team is going to go ahead and pull back off. Do you think his thoughts were thinking in that sense? And I've read in the chat that a couple of people are thinking that maybe he got out-coached in game 1. It's easy to say that, but I would more or less say he got out-coached in the fourth quarter, because that was the killer quarter. But it is ironic and funny that I heard so much that Curry was getting so much ridicule after that game about not sharing the ball. But then at halftime, we didn't hear that because Curry was hot and hitting all those shots. And I explain to people all the time, well, we can criticize people all the time, our players all the time, if the W is not up there. But if it's halftime and he's got 30, everybody loves you. But if you end up losing the game with 50, it's your fault. So, it can go both ways. So I just wanted to ask that because I know you got a lot of things on the agenda. I just want to, address that first. And because Golden State, to me, the road to the finals was a little easier than Boston. Boston went through a grueling 3 series. It's not necessarily with Brooklyn, but to beat Brooklyn, if you just call those names out, Brooklyn, Milwaukee, Miami, that's a grueling stretch. And that can really test you and get you ready. And then also, last but not least, I just want to ask you this. I got a lot of flack from because I'm not, like I said, I'm not neither Golden State or a Boston fan, you know that. But I was just doing my due diligence by putting my takes in, and then I explained to people that Boston is a top-notch defensive squad. And I thought that would make a difference in the series. But I got the blowback of Golden State being championship ready would be the difference. And I explained to people, you can actually have been in the championships plenty of times, but you still have to hit your shots. I don't care how many times you've been in the championship, you still got to hit your shots. But if you look back at the game, Ron, Golden State didn't shoot the ball bad. They shot well, 44% from the field, 42 from 3. And like I explained to people, I don't think Golden State lost the game. I think Boston just took it and won it. And I really believe that. They just won the game in the fourth quarter.
Well, I don't think you're wrong. I agree with you. I think that's just what it is. The Warriors did not play bad, and they didn't do anything horrible in that fourth quarter. They just got hit with a buzzsaw. It's not easy to be down, but what you're down and come back, and then not only come back, but blow the team out in one quarter. Yes. Like, it was lights out. They couldn't stop them. Everybody was hot except for Tatum, but everybody was cooking. So that's tough. And it's not like Golden State stopped playing defense. They were still playing defense.
That's right. And it's so ironic. They got this guy White from San Antonio. Did you see his play? He played like he had been in the finals for 10 straight years. No pressure. I mean, he just played lights out. So hats off to Boston, man. And I know it's not real popular up there in New York right now with Boston winning anything, but hey, man, you got to take your hat off to them, man. They played well.
You know, the funny thing is, Derek White was a player circled on a lot of Knicks lists as far as a point guard that we could bring in that could help the team. Now, one thing I will say is after watching Derek White's game, I don't know if he's the point guard we needed as far as a point guard, because he doesn't really do the point guard stuff that I think the Knicks need. But as far as his game and what he does, yeah, I mean, the Knicks could have used him. I think he's a really good player. It's just that, you know, Boston figured out a way, man. They that whatever climate and culture that Udoka has put over there, he's been with them, he's learned them, he's finally gotten the shot to be the guy with them, and he has maximized everything out of them that couldn't work before. All the stuff that we said, can Tatum and Brown play together? Can they get it together? Can they figure out how to make it work? He's figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
This year we never saw. I was going to say this year we never saw like any infighting or any controversial stuff. I'm sorry, in previous years, but this year was the first year we saw Marcus Smart come out and make comments like, these guys got other players on the team, they need to pass the ball. Yeah, we've never seen that before. And you know what? With them, should I say? And now that all that stuff has come out, you got Brown and Tatum both coexisting and playing well together. Usually when one don't got it, the other one got it, and they play off of each other. Marcus Smart becomes the defensive player of the year. He contributes his three-point shooting, which is not too bad, I must say, to them. Then they brought in White, and White has been a great piece for them. They've got good defense from all the other role players, the Robert Williams, the other Williams. Al Horford has gotten a little of the fountain of youth. Everything has just been working out for them. So sometimes, you know what I mean, different things you do, changes and you know, moving people around and just changing mentalities, and it looks like it works. And because that's the same team basically from last year, except for a couple pieces, but for the most part, it's the same core, and they're playing totally different.
You know, it's so ironic, Ron, that me and you are talking, and during the regular season, the game that turned Boston around was the Knicks game when you guys came back and beat them. That was the game that he actually came out and said that the guys need to pass the ball. They were 18-21 at that state. Now, that was a back-to-back with you guys, actually. And the next game, they came back and they won against you guys, 99-75. Now think of that. 18-21. Everybody's calling for Udoka's head at that point, and they turned the season around. Hats off to Boston. They really, I mean, they're a true story. I mean, and then, you know, I did mention this. I wanted you to take, and then I guess we can go on whatever else you got. Do you think this run that Boston is in these playoffs, if they win these finals, will it be one of the most historic runs of all time from the teams that they went through and that they had to go through? If they can win these finals, I think this would be one of the best runs that I've seen in recent time.
I think that's a fair statement when you think about the competition they've had to play, especially the way they knocked off Miami, and Miami was definitely no slouch. I could say that's a fair statement. And first off, let's not forget, shout out to the Knicks, shout out to RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett has definitely helped the Boston Celtics. Jason Tatum used that from the moment it happened, from the moment he hit that shot in his face. He don't stop talking about it. So you know that's been on his mind all year since it happened. So shout out to the Knicks and RJ Barrett. You know what? If Boston wins, do we win? No, I was playing. But anyway.
Yeah. And you know, I wanted to make sure I said that, Ron, because it's so ironic. That was the game.
It's incredible.
Truly was the game that turned. I'm not saying that it completely turned it, but that's when Smart came out. That's when Boston started playing better, and ever since then, they've been the best team in the NBA, as far as record-wise. And then, you know, you were just mentioning the culture. What I believe is just they all have bought in. They all are on a string, and if one goes down, they all go down. If one wins, they all win. I mean, they're not arrogant. They're not hooper. They're not jumping around. I mean, you would think after winning 2 game 7s against Miami and Milwaukee, that they would be just elated. It's like next game up. They have really just put their head to the grind, and they're playing some wonderful basketball. I mean, we all can look at that team and take a lot from them, guys. Those guys are playing great together. And kudos to the Boston, man.
I agree. I agree. Let me acknowledge the chat. I see some new faces here. I definitely want to say a big shout out to y'all and say what's up. And then I want to read these super chats. So hold on. I got to go up here and see where I left off. And there's a lot going on up here, man. Definitely appreciate y'all. Ooh, I got to scroll up. Yeah, we're getting to that point, folks. This is great news, but eventually I ain't going to be able to read all these names. But I appreciate it, though. Here we go. All right. So if I didn't read your name, I'm sorry if I missed it, but I'm definitely trying to go through the names and salute to everybody. Salute to Almighty Finesse. Thank you for tuning in. Akuma Uzumaki. Thank you as always. I appreciate you always supporting. Ashley Inc. What's going on? King Ribby in the building. What's good? Kaiser Soze. Infamous New King. I shouted out Delano. Let's see. I think I shouted out Harlem Girl, but if I didn't, shout out to you, Harlem Girl. Appreciate you. Big Shiesty in the building. Ron Sarmiento. What's going on? Thank you. Thank you. Keith Turner's in the building. What's good, Keith? Let's see. Danny Lee, what's going on, Danny Lee? I'm gonna get back to you. Derek Johnson, appreciate you. RD Barn in the building. What's going on? Eric Surreal. JJ is here. Tricky Nicky. What's going on, Tricky Nicky? I think I said E. Gibson earlier. But if I didn't, once again, shout out to E. Gibson. A la Wise in the building. What's going on? Rayology, appreciate you. Let's see. Who else? Sherwin M. What's going on, Sherwin? Lonnie, Hebrew, Lion, what's happening? Hewlett, Samuel, a.k.a. Wadadley's in the building. What's going on, bro? Look at my guy. I got to give a big shout out to my man, Justin L. It's good to see you. I got you out of purgatory. I didn't know you was in there, but you out of there, brother. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. And salute to you, man. He's got a baby on the way, so congrats to him. Really happy for you, bro. Who else? Pudge Nice is in the building. What's going on? Wayne Peterson. Maybe I said you already, but if I didn't, once again, shout out Wayne Peterson.
Deez is trying to get in also, Ron.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my fault. I'm coming. Pierre Moise, what's going on? D is balling, aka D Poetic in the building. What's going on? Soulfinger, what's good? What's good, bro? I got Wacko. Oh man, this chat is bubbling, man. Look at all this. You guys, man, appreciate y'all. The love and the support and chatting it up, man. Y'all doing it. All these names, man. But all right, I think I hit everybody for right now. Jack City, what's going on, Jack City? Appreciate you. Like I said, if I missed you guys, I apologize. Just trying to go through all the names here. Okay, let me put this in the chat. All right, and let me take this time to read the super chats. I wish I had music, man. I don't got no music, no sound effects. This is the first ever Still Knick fan super chat. Danny Lee, appreciate you, brother. He said Reddish and Obi for the 4th pick. Salute Knicks Nation. Oh man, I don't know. I'm gonna have to screenshot this and take a picture. We might have to use this later in life, man. The first ever super chat. So Reddish and Obi for the 4th pick. Oh, that's tough, man. You know, it's tough because I don't want to give up on Obi. I know it takes something to get something. But then the other thing is Reddish. I'm not as hard as let me add to the mix. I'm not as crazy about parting with Cam Reddish because for whatever reason, guys, I don't know what it is, but I just think this Cam Reddish marriage and the Knicks, I don't know, something seems funky about it, like it's not really going to work. I hope it does, but something doesn't seem right about it. Like I'm not feeling the love. You guys ever seen that episode? Well, no, this is the show called Ballers with The Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. His I forgot the guy's name, but it's the homeboy, the wide receiver that plays for Miami when he was getting courted by other teams. And
Talk about Ricky.
Yeah, Ricky was like, "Where's the love? I'm not seeing the love with Cam Reddish right now. I don't know." So I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure. We'll see. But that is something that I would say. I think that for Sacramento to get Reddish and Obi for the 4th pick. I mean, I think that's something they would have to consider. But here's the other thing: if the 4th pick turns out to be Jalen Ivey, he might be better than Reddish and Obi combined, depending on his impact and what he can do. Especially if he's anything like Ja Morant.
Yeah. First, peace to Marvin, peace to Ron. Ron, congratulations on being monetized, brother.
Thank you,
Happy
brother.
claps and all that. I saw you got your first one. What I would do if I was you is that I would ask for $20. You know, no less than $20. These super chat. No, I'm messing. Anywho, but I was going to say that you know, you got Danny. You're going to have to give up a lot more than that because Sacramento is thinking exactly what Ron just said. If Ivey's coming, there's a good chance that he might come out the gate explosive. It's going to create a buzz. It's going to put people's butts in the seats and the whole nine. So you might have to give up more than that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because Ivey could be a real deal.
Is that a gamble? Do you think maybe he might even go before the 4th pick? What you think about that?
There's a chance. Actually, there is a chance that he could go 3rd. So
it
is a gamble. I don't think he'll go higher than 3, but he could go 3rd. That's true.
And would that be devastating? Would that be something, you know, I mean, is it something that you want to even just roll the dice on? I'm not sure of that.
I would hate to see it because that would definitely be a Knick move. Them trading some of their assets to get the 4th pick to get their guy Ivey, and Ivey goes 3rd. Oh, that would hurt. That would hurt.
You know, Deez, and this is to you. Salute to you too, guy. I just wanted to ask, who would be next up if he did go 3rd? Who would be the next real favorable pickup?
Well, it depends because it is so early to tell because, you know, we don't know if Orlando's locked in with Jabari. Personally, I'm thinking if they're smart, they should take Paolo. And then if they do take Paolo, does OKC take Chet or do they take Jaden Ivey? So it's very interesting what happens with that first pick because I think whatever happens with that will determine. So, but to throw your example, let's say that Jaden goes 3rd, right? You still may have Paolo available. You still may have Chet available. You still have Keegan Murray available, which he's getting a lot of buzz. Pistons are looking very heavy at him at that 5. So it just like I suspected, I knew he was going to go high. So, you know, there's a wealth of talent. You got Ben Mathurin there. You got a lot of good pieces around that area, but I'm telling you right now, if I'm Sacramento, okay, I'm going to ask for the kitchen sink and everything inside your cabinets if you want that 4th pick so badly.
Now, remember, you're talking about the Sacramento Kings. Are you sure they're going to be the ones who do that?
Well, you know, the one thing I would say about Sacramento is, as much as they had some dysfunction over there, their coach is gonna be Mike Brown, and Mike Brown's a smart dude. He ain't gonna just let you take my guy Ivey from up under me. If I'm getting Ivey, you're gonna have to pay.
And you know, for anybody that says about, you know, as the Sacramento Kings, as bad as they are, I feel that they're in a way better position than we are. As far as with young talent and draft picks and stuff of that nature. So it's not really all that bad for them.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you know, if you hovering around, if you Sacramento and you've been hovering around the bottom, and then the next year you were kind of hovering around the bottom, and then this year you kind of hovering around the bottom, it ain't nowhere else to go but up, you know. So I mean, you know, but to make wise decisions is just something they hadn't been real keen in. So
neither has the Knicks.
Oh, come on, Bob. Come on, D.
Okay, give me a wise decision that they made. I'll wait.
Okay, wait. Now, wait a minute. It's gonna be a minute. Just hang on. I mean, you know, just on the joking side. I mean, think about it. Who's been pulling the strings for the Knicks for a while? I think we were definitely headed in the right direction. It's just kind of bad luck, including the pick. You know, where it is, where it falls, the player that's going to be available. You know, and then what you do with it. And, you know, it's a lot of things that's going on, and what you're going to do with Randle. And, you know, I know we put ourselves in those own situations, but if we can just get through that, and then I guess make it clear in which direction that we're going to go in. I believe that's one of the most important things for the fans and the organization. Let's show the direction we're going to go, and let's just do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, you just said, I'm not picking on you. It's just, you know, I just analyze words. You said that you like the direction we're hitting in, but yet we don't have a direction in which we're hitting in. So we got to choose one.
Well, that's why I said, just let us know what direction. Please let us know what direction, and then I guess we can follow. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, well, let's find out. I think this administration would have to be toiled with first before that direction is set in stone.
Yeah.
So your expectations, D's, before you go any further, Ron. So your expectations, D's, where do you think the Knicks are in 2 to 3 years?
I won't go that far because I think a lot of change is going to happen this year. So what I say is this: when the roster came out last year after free agency and all that, and I saw that roster, I was one of the guys in July saying this roster ain't going to make the play-in. And if they don't make changes that are necessary this year, and they come out with the same team and run that back, it might be even worse because everybody in the East is getting better. All that your Detroits, your Indianas, they're picking up good young talent with their draft picks. So they might have better records as well than they had last season and play more competitive basketball, and we're still stuck with the same old team. So I don't know about 2 or 3 years, but I think for next year, next year could be very cringy for us. It could be very shattering for the morale of the fan base, especially if getting off to a early bad start.
Wow. What about you, Ron?
I don't know what it is, guys. I said it already. I'm going to say it again. I am not jumping out the window the way I did last year with the 50 wins and all that stupid stuff.
Good for you.
But I do think we'll be better than we were last year. That doesn't mean – that's not saying a lot because we were pretty bad this year when you look at it. So we could just do a minor improvement. We could win 5 more games and be better. But, you know, I just think we'll be better. That's it. That's all I know. We'll be better.
I hope you're right.
I feel the same way too. But to go back to Dean's point, the East is moving, man. The East is getting better. They are moving, man. I mean, you can look at the teams from the East in the finals this year. At the beginning of the year, nobody really. I'm not saying nobody, but it wasn't a whole lot of people picking Boston to be in the finals. But they have upticked tremendously, and then you actually see that team. They are good. They are good. They really are, guys. And to put your our team right next to them, where do we stack up? You know, now truthfully, the Knicks play Boston very well, but as far as the East in a whole, the East is moving there. A lot of teams are getting better, so I think I'm with D's on that. They really need to make some changes to better itself in the following years.
Right. Shout out to my man Don P. What's going on, Don P?
What up, DP?
Hey, yo, what's going on? Shout outs to the panel, man. Thank you for having me on your show, Ron.
Always a pleasure, man. Thank you. Listen, once again, I know a lot of people have joined. I see we up to 100 people checking us out right now. Definitely hit that like button, show your love. Appreciate y'all. But once again, since there's more people here, I want to let y'all know. I said it earlier, but you know, I'm sure I speak for, Jose and John. We thank you so much for helping us get to 1,000 subscribers. Y'all have been here rocking with us from the beginning. It's taken I think it's taken a good pace, a good amount of time to get here. And I'm just happy and excited for where we can go from here. And also I want to give a shout out and special thank you since he's here. Thank you to my man D is Ballin, aka D Poetic. Him and my man Prophet from Freed Sports. The draft series we've done has created a lot of good buzz and traction. It's also helped the channel grow. So thank you to you as well, D. Appreciate it. And I just want to say, I'm really, really happy. Thank you for all the love, man. You guys have been great, and we just want to keep it going.
Yeah.
Cool. Anytime, Ron. Anytime.
That's it, man.
So let me get, I'm new to this, man. So I don't want to neglect. I know I got to get, this is a new thing. I got to get used to these patterns. I got super chats I'm rocking with. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
So let me get to the next one on the list. We surveyed 100 people. You are the second super chat. No, I'm just joking. All right. Appreciate you guys. Cheers to all the hard work and consistency, bro. No, thank you, man. Thank you for being here and supporting. That's what, look, I told you guys before, the chat keeps us going, man. And me personally, like, to try to continue to put out content and talk about different things. I'm not perfect. John will say it. He's not perfect. Jose will say it as well. Like, what you guys bring to the chat and what you add is huge value. I talk about a certain player. You remember that guy? What was it? He used to wear a yellow shirt. I think he had glasses. Like, I don't be remembering names, man. I'm old. So I thank y'all, man. Y'all help a lot, man. I appreciate y'all. Let me see.
You got to keep one of those tape recorders with you, so like you can always make like note to self or something like that.
I'm gonna have to get myself like a little like I forgot what movie that's from. I have to get myself one of them little. Nah, I shouldn't say that. Forget it. I ain't gonna say it. I'm trying to be completely correct. I was thinking about someone who could type on a stenographer thing I put on the back of my. Forget it. I ain't gonna say it. You all know where I'm getting at. Pudge Nice, thank you, man, for the super chat. Salute Ron in the panel. Welcome home, Coach Brunson. Thank you. And I hope I did read this. Cheers to all the hard work and consistency, bro. Thank you. We surveyed 100 people. Appreciate you guys. I got one. Kaiser Soze, thank you for the super chat. If they come back with the same Randle isolation heave offense, we will be back in the lottery. If these vets get the bulk of the minutes, we will be stuck. And that is 100% factual. You are not lying there. But listen, speaking to Julius Randle, I mean, you seen him working out. You seen him on the bike hitting it. Come on, man. We're going to be great. Now, I hate when they show us videos of athletes working out because they're athletes. They do that stuff. They make it look
every day.
That don't translate to the court. I need to see what he's going to do on the court. I know he's a great athlete. He's a great specimen. I hate it. But look, I like the fact that he's working out with Jericho Sims. That's good. I mean, I just like the fact that Julius is working out with anybody. Usually we see these videos of him working out, doing pickup games with other NBA players, and you might see a couple other Knicks there. But to see him just working out in the gym with a couple other Knicks guys, that's good. I don't know what that is, guys. I apologize. You give me a second.
I never underestimate the power of Knicks PR.
Right. Let me get my guy Nice in here. Oh man, this might be the first time we're getting Nice in the building. What's going on, Nice?
Hey, what's good? How's everybody doing? Salute to everybody.
What's going on, bro?
Man, love to be here, especially with everybody.
Y'all chop it up real quick. I just got to see what's going on with this bell.
Okay, yeah, I want to ask Deez. Deez, I want to ask you a question. What did you think about that game one in the finals?
I thought it was a very well played game. I actually had some videos up on my channel where it went over like some of the sets that they ran and stuff like that. Because Golden State ran some beautiful sets in that game, but it was the fourth quarter, and that was decided because don't forget, I'm a little bit older, so grandpa time was starting to come in by the end of the third, so yeah. I missed the fourth, and because I thought the game was in the bag, and I saw the explosion and stuff like that, and then I saw the footage after. And Boston's not to be played around with.
That's right.
Yeah, and this whole thing about and Mark Jackson said in the game, he said, great offense always beats great defense. Not in game one. Not in game one. And they really clamped down in the fourth. They really did a good job of hedging through screens around their pin down curl actions. They did magnificent. They took away their split screen action very well. They did their homework, and it was funny. A couple years ago, I remember telling guys, Umi Udoka, he's ready. He's been ready. He's just been taking his time. He's a guy you got to look at. It's a guy you got to look at, and look what he did in his first season. So. This is going to be a back and forth series. Don't forget, this is new territory for the Celtics. Warriors have been here before. Don't forget, they had a elongated rest and stuff like that. I think they're going to come back and adapt in the second game and make some tweaks, especially on some of their actions. But the thing with Boston is this, and I'll be quick about this point, is that what my worry about Golden State is that they don't have ISO scorers like Boston does. So I'm all for a team game, but there's just points, especially in the fourth quarter, in the last couple of minutes, you need guys just to get a bucket and make things happen. And Boston has more of that available than Golden State does at this moment in time. So that's something to look forward to in the next coming games.
DP, what you think about game one finals?
Don P, you there?
He must be
the way. Look, he might have got a phone call or something. Marvin, go ahead. You could continue with your question.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to what Dees was talking about. I wanted to ask all of you guys, do you think that statement that Mark Jackson made was true, that good offense usually beats good defense? Because my thoughts on that has always been good defense overtakes good offense. Well, I heard him say that, and then we also the fourth quarter when Boston clamped down and won their game. So, I mean, does it go both ways, guys? Or do you think he actually made a true statement? I mean, I think it goes both ways, but myself, I've always based my winning philosophy on defense first, and then because good defense can make a good offense. Saying if you create turnovers, you get easy layups. Mm-hmm. So I always went in reverse. Good defense beats good offense. What do you guys think?
I think it's split. Like I think it's circumstantial. You know what I mean? Where there's some times where you'll have teams that come up with good defensive strategies and schemes, and the offense would just blow them away, especially in today's NBA with the 3-point shot being at such a high value, because you could catch a team on a hot day and all of a sudden they're hitting 12 threes in the first half or 24 attempts, and what's 12 times 3, right? So, and that's a lot of points in such a little bit amount of time. So it varies, man. It really depends on the flow of the game and stuff of that nature. But as you saw in game one, what I'm saying, defense was the catalyst in that fourth quarter, and that changed the fortunes for Boston completely in that game one.
Yeah.
I think that his point is fair, but I think it's slightly incorrect. I don't think good offense beats good defense. I think great offense beats good defense, because when the defense is clicking and when it's really going, just the team that's playing good offense is not necessarily going to take you over the top. But when you play great offense, and these are good players and good team schemes in the playoffs, I think he's kind of just undercutting how good the offense is. To me, it's great, because the way Boston runs their schemes, I think is great. I think what the Warriors do on offense is great. So both these teams have great offensive schemes. The players is another thing. Then you look at that secondary. First off, it's the scheme, and then it's how those players adapt to the scheme. And I think both these teams are very fortunate. They've got really good players who can execute. And then both teams actually have really good defense. I think Boston has a better defense, but I think the Warriors are right there with them, especially if they had Gary Payton Jr. back. Then they could really make some noise. But it's going to be tough, and that's the reason why I think I got Boston winning the series. But doesn't mean Golden State won't do it. Like what was said, like Golden State's been off for a few days. You know what I mean? They came out playing well, but maybe the next game, we'll see them really click on all cylinders, and the mistakes they might have made or what they didn't execute in the fourth quarter, that'll be cleaned up. So
yeah. I thought the defense, I don't know if it dictated, because if you go back to quarter 1, 2, and 3, I mean, they were basically playing. I can't say even, because Golden State went on a run in that third quarter and was up by 12 going into the fourth. But one thing I wanted to ask you guys too. I never felt like Boston was completely out of that game. At no time when they were down. And the reason I didn't is because of the grind that they just recently went through with the last couple of teams in Miami and Milwaukee. I mean, they just keep their poise, man. And before you know it, but they cut that lead down in no time. I mean, in no time. And then, like you said earlier, Ron, not only did they take the lead, they blew them out. So, I mean, it was a whole game played in one quarter, and they executed it perfectly. And like I say, shout out to the Celtics. They played on a string. Those guys are terrific defensively. But if they start hitting their shots while playing great defense, I think they're hard to beat. I really do.
And another thing too is that this is a good lesson to examine for fans and for the organization administration as well, and how to properly build your organizations and teams. Your front office and your coaching staff have to be in one unison, because y'all all working on the roster in the direction of where you want your team to go. And another thing too, you notice what do you see on the court? Dynamic wing players. Right. What do you see on the court? Guys moving without the basketball. They run beautiful sets, both teams. Okay, you got so many things that the Knicks don't have. I think you have to go ahead, sit down, put on your glasses, just take a look at how they're doing that and emulate that to a certain degree, because you don't want to totally do it because you don't want to be a carbon copy, but you always want to take good formulas and twist them into your own modification. And so, this is a good time to go ahead and look at that.
I think Boston's ball movement, to me, man, is just elite. If you look at when they sets in the half court, man, if one guy's covered, the ball is out of that guy's hand so quick going to the next, and then so on and so forth. They ball movement, before long, the guy's in another corner wide open, and bang, they hit the shot. They ball movement is excellent.
Yeah, I agree. You ain't lying. That's one of the key things that we would love to see on the Knicks. Unfortunately, it goes back to us having the right players. The team itself, we got some good talent, but do we have the right players to execute that type of free flowing offense? And can the guys we got succeed in it? Because you can move the ball, but you got to be comfortable with scoring in a move the ball offense. Some guys are just comfortable getting the ball and doing the ISO thing. So we got to get the right mix of players on this Knicks team. Got another super chat. I definitely want to highlight that and mention it. But before I do, I just want to say a quick shout out to some of the other people I saw join up. Green Goblin, appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Kerry Cox, where you been, man? I haven't seen you in a minute. It's good to see you. Francisco Carrillo, thank you for tuning in. Margaret Edwards, what's going on, Margaret? Shaw Powers is in the building. What's going on, brother? Manchild is here. Good to see you. D's World of Hoops. Is that you, D?
Yeah.
I figured it was, man. Definitely. You know what? Why don't you talk about your channel?
Yeah, cool. So I just started the channel like about 8 days ago. It's already got over 10K views. And what I did was that my idea with it is just make short videos, go ahead and just get players' perspective interviews, maybe some coaches bites, see some offensive sets. And as time goes on, stuff is going to get better. But that's really, I just want to show people all the different sides of basketball. And it's going to be international as well. It's not going to just be NBA. It's going to be, NBDL, NCAA, you name it. I'm going to be covering all that. So I hope you guys check it out and go ahead and subscribe and support the channel.
Dope. Definitely, guys, support that. D's World of Hoops. Let's see if we can put the link in the chat. once again. And let me get to this super chat real quick. Kaiser Soze, thank you for the super chat once again. Appreciate you. It was both Jaylen Brown came out and dominated the Warriors with his great offense, and Boston played great defense. So it's and that's the thing. This is the reason why I said Boston is very dangerous. They can really, because their defense, to me, what's left in the playoffs, Boston has the best defense. Now, if you get any successful offense from Boston, they're going to be a tough team to deal with, because the difference between Boston and Dallas, as you can see, Dallas gave the Warriors a little bit of a tough time, but for the most part, the Warriors had an easy series. But throughout the games, they were there. They had some moments, but they didn't have the offensive firepower to really affect the Warriors. They had the defense, but that wasn't enough. Boston has both. And that is what is going to be a little bit of an issue. So the Warriors need to regroup and turn it around quickly, because if they play around with Boston, Boston will knock them out of here, folks. I'm telling you. It's you got guys who are offensively skilled and they both play defense. That's what makes Boston effective as well. They got two guys that play really good on the defensive end, and they have offensive firepower, both of them. Salute to Walter Blackman Jr. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the generous contribution, man. We definitely appreciate. Oh man, thank you, brother. Another one. Listen, thank you so much. Definitely appreciate it. We like I said, we can't say enough about the support and everything that you guys have given the channel. Thank you for always rocking with us. So the thing that I wanted to touch on, guys, is that as much as I think that the Rick Brunson hire is a little bit of a target towards
you're good.
Possibly bringing in Jaylen, we know that, realistically, it's not going to happen, right? But how do you guys feel about Rick Brunson as a coach? Because me personally, I think the hire is fantastic. I think Kenny Payne was great for us. Unfortunately, it stunk to lose him. But I think Rick Brunson is a really good basketball mind. I think he'll work well with his Knicks coaching staff, and I think he'll really be able to get through to some of the young guards on the team. I think we saw that he's done good things with other young players, and I think we've also seen what his son has become. His son is a person who's been limited as far as height, athleticism, and he is a really good NBA player. And we've seen him take over games at points. So all of that is teaching and training and practice. And I think his father has a lot to do with that, as well as obviously Jaylen's own basketball skill and talent. But I think Rick is a good hire. What do you guys think about that? Nice. How do you feel about the Rick Brunson hire?
That was a pretty good hire, and especially just like you said, somebody that actually gonna help develop these cats. But man, I'm just gonna say something quick about Boston. Boston is going to be the team to beat, and I even said it since the beginning. Like, the two teams to beat right now is Boston, and in the West is Grizzly. Unfortunately, John Moran went down, so that canceled everything out. But Boston is the type of team that in game one they set the tone. It's not only about offense; it's about something, having the right mindset, keep playing defense, and wait until they break. And once they break, we take advantage of it. We don't stop. And that's what Boston actually showed. If the Knicks come something similar, they got to start trusting the team, because you don't see that thing with Boston. Boston, they pretty much all around, they trust each other. They don't need to be worrying about one man not guarding the other man rightfully. Each man is guarding their man. Everybody is doing their thing on their end. And once those shots start going in, it's game over. I just really do not see Golden State beating Boston in the way that they played, and especially Tatum didn't even have a good game. Imagine if Tatum does have a good game. It's just going to be even much harder to beat a team like that. Because I'm not saying that Curry is not going to do his thing. He's going to end up doing his thing. But if you can contain him and be like, all right, normally he takes 10 shots. I'm gonna let him still take 10 shots, but 5 of them 10 is gonna be very, very guarded a type of play. So now you taking tough shots, you know, and that's where to me they banking pretty much all the game, you know.
Yeah.
So Ron, to talk about Rick. Rick is a part of the CA family. So
Yeah.
no surprise.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna hear a lot about his son in free agency. So that might be popping for a while. And that's good buzz.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but the one thing that I do like about this is that he did a good job of developing talent in Camden. DJ Wagner is one of the top prospects coming into his senior year, and their program is elevated since he started coaching that, I think, about 3 or 4 years ago. So I like that he's a New York guy. I like that he's played here. I like that there's history here. I won't be surprised. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I won't be surprised if we start hearing possible Tibbs replacement. So
wow,
just keep that in mind. That could happen. But I like the move. This is something intriguing, and I like it in its potential, not if I know whether it's going to work out or not.
Right.
I like it to see what's going to happen.
Well, I like it in 2 ways. One is, you know, I think he's a good basketball mind, and I think he works well with guards. I think we already have a guy in Johnny Bryant who works well with guards, and he works well in his way with guards, right? Mm-hmm. But maybe having Brunson, who is a different basketball mind, has a little bit more grit to him in his personality. Maybe that double work that we got for our guards might really bring the best out of all of our guard players. And I think that's where the Knicks need to focus. I think having Kenny Payne was great. Definitely his work with the big men, I think was very helpful. But I think the Knicks really need to focus on these guards because we got a lot of young players at the guard spot that need some development. And I think this is a smart move. And on the flip side, if by any chance Johnny Bryant does get wooed up out of here, you got a guy in Brunson who will still be able to work with the guards if that happens. But having both of them at the same time is great. And, you know, that does point to the whole thing is, one, Brunson might jump into a new position down the line. Or if Johnny Bryant is still here and he decides to stay with the Knicks, you know he's staying here in the hopes that he gets his shot one day. So that also helps with that, too. That allows, you know, Johnny Bryant to continue to grow with the Knicks and possibly take the mantle at some point. So we'll see. We'll see. But I like it. What do you think about it, Don P? How you feel about the Brunson hire?
I want to say that I'm not privy to. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I'm on the highway right now, so I don't know if y'all hear the background. Whatever.
Oh no, you good.
All right, so I'm not privy to what Dee's Bowling was talking about in terms of him developing talent. So my first initial reaction to that was, on the surface level, I didn't like it. And let me tell you why I didn't like it. And it's just on the surface level. I think that the Knicks organization has a tendency for the past 20 years to acquire talent through relationships and connections.
Yeah.
As opposed to getting talent through, you know, character base and work ethic. Y'all guys know what I'm trying to say. It's just, when you look at organizations like the Raptors, I know I keep mentioning mentioning that team. I'm mentioning that team because they literally got it out the mud. You know, Fred VanVleet wasn't even a draft pick, I think they got him off of the D League, and they developed him. So, like, when we talking about the Knicks organization, you know, it's let's get Phil Jackson so he can attract talent. You know, let's get this individual so he can attract talent. And truth be told, I'm sorry, I got a call. Truth be told, I just don't want us to do things like that because we're always trying to take shortcuts to get a chip. And I think that's why we always digging ourselves in the hole. You know, and that's just my 2 cents on the matter. But and again, it's on the surface level. Like him developing talent, I wasn't privy to that. So maybe he is like qualified for that job. I didn't know prior to what Deez Bowling was talking about that he was qualified. I just thought that he was Tom Thibodeau's friend. He brought him on. He was trying to attract Jalen Brunson.
Right.
That right there kind of, boiled my blood a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
And keep it. I'll be quick, right? And real quick too, Don. His road to the NBA and his journey was very tough. He had a very upward climb getting into the NBA and having a 9-year career. So this guy is built it from the ground up. Has gotten his hands dirty since his playing years. So I'm sure he's got a lot of experience. He got associated with a crew. They teach you the in and outs. It translated in high school basketball, right? So let's see how it works out.
Yeah, and Don P, just what you're saying is very fair. That's what most Knicks people will see. You see Knicks hire Rick Brunson, automatically you're going to think that's a way to try to get Jalen here, and that's fair. There's nothing wrong with feeling that way. But I will say that what D points to is correct. Rick Brunson is a good basketball mind. He's paid his dues, and so outside of his connection with his son and him being his son, he deserves this opportunity. He deserves this chance. So, and honestly, I really don't think the Knicks are going to get Jalen Brunson, and I think the Knicks knew that when they made the hire. So I don't think it hurts the perception or the way things look, as far as how the fans see it, because I don't think Jalen's coming here. So this is just a basketball hire that makes sense because he's a good basketball mind and he could work with our young guards and vice versa. There was something I was going to say. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Shout out to Derek Johnson. Yeah, because you said something that someone else has said, and we agree with you. So great minds think alike. I just wanted to point to this real quick, and I don't have to do this, but this is just who I am. Because last week's show, we had some stuff in the chat, and people were talking about I said that and I said this, and people are just regurgitating what they see in the chat. First off, I don't know about everybody. I'm just assuming, but when you up here on a panel, you are listening to what people are saying, and you're trying to respond and go back and forth with a conversation. It's not always easy to even focus on what people are saying in the chat. I know personally, I'm trying to so that I can acknowledge you guys and make sure I don't alienate the chat. But I've had shows where I'm here talking and I miss the chat altogether. So I'm focusing on it. But as far as what people say in the chat, we're Knicks fans or basketball minds. We think similar things. So it's not far-fetched that someone's going to say the same thing you just said in the chat. Just don't assume that because you said it, no one else is thinking it. Because last week there was a lot of that going on, and it was a lot of everything I said, someone stealing. Listen, you looking at basketball the way someone else is looking at basketball. It is what it is. I just wanted to put that out there because I don't want people to feel a certain way. Just understand that you think in the way someone else is thinking. So that's it. Anyway, nice. I don't think I heard what you were saying about Boston, but I don't think you had a chance to respond to the Rick Brunson signing. How do you feel about that?
The Nick Brunson, just think about it this way. Like last season, if we take it a step further, the organization or the front office it wasn't in sync with Coach Thibodeau. Like Coach Thibodeau didn't want Evan, Coach Thibodeau didn't want Kemba, but they still gave him Kemba and they gave him Evan Fournier. This season, it seems like they started off in the right direction. If that's a cat that Coach Thibodeau won, we gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, but without no excuse. So we're gonna give you everything you want, all the firepower. I believe they taken the the approach that, well, we might not get the top dog that you want, but give me a list. And out of the whole list, 1 to 10, if we believe that we like somebody and it's part of your list, that's who we gonna get. So now they work in synchronicity, and that's what I love to see. An organization that pretty much all around they work in mutual respect of each other, but at the same time making sure that Coach Thibodeau have what he wants with no excuse.
Yeah. No, I that makes sense. I hear you. I hear you on that. I see that. That's interesting. I never thought about that, Kerry Cox. He said the NBA should eliminate the corner three. You feel like it's just too easy of a shot? You know, the people getting easy points with that shot. I mean, I could kind of understand that. It's a part of the game, and people are definitely capitalizing on it. But you know, the other thing is, at one time, didn't the NBA say they were thinking about expanding the 3-point line? Whatever happened to that? They were going to push it back a little bit. You can't really do anything on the sidelines because, like, what are you going to do? Go into the you're going to have to push back courts. So, like, I don't know what they could really do. But I know they had talked about possibly doing that. I don't know what happened to it.
I hope not, because league average, what is it, 35? And the corners average is, I think, 41 or 42. They're good right where they're at, because they push that thing any further. Forget.
You're going to knock a lot of big men out of there. The big men shooting them threes in the corners, they're going to be up out of there. Yeah, man. I don't know. I mean, it's a thought. Listen, there's a lot of different things that the NBA should consider doing, whether or not it makes sense or not. You know, I don't know. But they should definitely think about certain things. One of the things that I think they really should think about is doing like a end of season or in season tournament for those bottom teams. I forgot who, and I apologize if you know who you are, who said it, and I expanded on it a couple weeks ago, or was it last week, with the whole thing of doing a tournament for some of the bad teams in the league, so that you could determine the seeding. Who would you say, Don P?
I said I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Right?
Somebody.
I think what he said was a good idea, and I was thinking about it before. So when he said it, I added a little bit more layers to it, and I think that's something the NBA should consider. Imagine, you know, having a tournament with the worst 6 teams, right, and then having them play it out, right. So even if they're bad, right, they got to play out, and whoever has the best record will get the first pick, and so on and so forth. And you also have the stipulations, whereas anybody on that team's roster has to have been on the roster for at least a month or so. So they were part of the bad record. Like you can't go out and get, you know, LeBron James in the last week of the season and think he's going to be in your little tournament to kind of get you the first pick. He had to be on the team, and he had to be a part of your losing record, because that's going to determine the seeding in the little tournament. I think that would be dope, man. NBA needs to open up the idea, the suggestion box. Let us get up in there, man. I think guys have good ideas. They should really think about it.
And especially every single time we have the worst season for some odd reason, and this is the first time that I saw that they actually changed the rule when we were supposed to be getting a top pick. I just don't understand that nature, man. If they want to keep it simple, and especially the Knicks, it's been a long time that they never even had that first round. Might as well give it to the Knicks and make the changes next time or next season. But for them to make the changes that season when it was very convenient for the Knicks, is very shiesty, very shiesty.
Yeah, you ain't lying. But you know, look, you know what's the funny thing, guys? Let me ask you something about this. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I look at things. We know Adam Silver is the commissioner of the league, and Adam Silver has always been. He's not hiding it. He's always been a big Knicks fan. He likes the Knicks. It is what it is. You ever think that Adam Silver intentionally tries not to favor the Knicks and tries not to seem like he's going towards the Knicks? Like, I feel like it's the reverse. Some people thought, hey, Adam Silver likes the Knicks, so Knicks have a good chance of getting the first pick and all that. That's never happened. I almost feel like he tries to not cater to the Knicks just so he can show there's no bias. And I feel like it's a reverse thing, but I don't know. Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't know what y'all think about that.
I think it's more to it.
If I was in the shoes, I would do the same thing. especially if I'm a fan of that team, because every decision I'm gonna make, everybody's gonna question it. Oh, you favor that team more than anybody else. Look at the CP trade with the Lakers. Remember that?
Oh,
Yeah.
I remember it.
Yeah.
That was a big
You
one.
know, Ron, that reminds me of something you bringing that up. When I was younger, coming up, my dad was supervisor in the steel mill. Well, he got me on, and that was the toughest damn job I ever had in my life, because he wanted to make sure he didn't show favoritism towards me. So I really believe what you're saying in that sense, because if you got somebody in your corner and they actually got a higher position, I don't think they want to show that favoritism. So I think they kind of handle you a little rougher. I think you're right on about that.
What were you gonna say? Nice.
Yeah, I think it's more to it. Like it's more on the business side, especially what happened with that team that actually sent Davis to the Lakers, especially knowing that it was in that season that we had the worst season. I think that just because of that, it felt like the league owned something to that team, and that's the main reason they gave him number one or something, because it looks so suspicious. It looks so suspicious that when you have a player in that caliber and you already have so many superstars in a certain team, normally when it's not the Lakers, they always be putting their foot down, saying like, nah, there's too many talents going to just one team, so they try to offset it. But just because they felt like they own something to that team, they felt like the right choice would have been just move the Knicks even back to the third spot.
Right. Yeah. So I think it's possibly time to kill that narrative. No one should ever bring up Adam Silver being a Knicks fan in any sense of it benefiting the Knicks, because it never has, and I don't think it ever will. So they should just put that to bed.
Hey, if that's the case, we should have been having that first the first pick. And this season, we should have even moved up instead of being the 11th pick. Well, for some miraculous reason, we ended up getting number 7. If that was the case, yeah, now I understand that narrative. But
yeah. I mean, at least throw one of them ping pong balls in there with that little blue mark. Oh,
and act surprised once we get it. Oh, the Knicks! Wow!
Shout out to CMAC _CMAC. What's good, man? Thank you for tuning in. Building Blocks, I see you. Canal Ban Lauya, what's going on, brother? Thunny Music is in the building, and Nick Yak, what's going on?
I want to ask the panel a question.
What would you say, Don P?
So I wanted to ask the panel a question. My bad, I cut you off.
No. Hold that 1 second, because I just wanted to get to because I didn't see it. I apologize, Nick Yak. So good teams tanking at the end get the first pick? No, because what would happen is it goes by the worst records in the league. So the top 6 worst records are the only ones that would be in that tournament. So if you're a good team and you decide that you want to be in that tournament, you're going to have to lose a lot of games. You want to put your fans through that? By all means. If you feel like that's what first off, it doesn't make any sense. It would be stupid for a good team to do it, because you're a good team. So why would you want to lose all these games, go into a tournament to try to get the first pick in the draft when you're already a good team?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If anything, that makes the guy, first off, the fans will hate your guts because the team is better than they show. And 2, for an NBA player to have to be a part of any type of tanking scenario on a good team, that's demoralizing. Them players are going to tune out. As a matter of fact, what will happen is, as an organization, you may get what you want. Like, I could see maybe if there's an organization that has a bunch of good players and they're high salaries, oh yeah, let's try to do this and get these guys up out of here so we can get younger, talent. But you're only going to get 1 pick.
Yeah.
And you're going to turn off and alienate a whole bunch of good players on your team. As soon as they have their chance, they want to get up out of there.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense. It's a way to avoid, it wouldn't make sense for a good team to do it, but it is a benefit for bad teams to fight and claw at the very end to show that they deserve the first pick because they fought and they played hard to win the tournament, or at least get the highest records. And that's how you'll determine the positioning. So I think it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, that's even more money to the league, because because even having that type of tournament, especially knowing that your team is already out of the play, now you're gonna be even more in sync of watching a tournament like that. Man, I even see people even paying for a season like that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that might be I think that might be something that really works. It's an idea. I don't know exactly how they would do it because you have to deal with you got the play-in and you got the playoffs, so it would have to be
After the
obviously. Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, it would. I guess it would have to be after the playoffs.
Yep.
Which would be interesting, and I think fans, we be jonesing for basketball. That gives the season a little bit more time in a way, and you don't have to do it too long. It could be I don't know, best. I don't have that part worked out yet, but I would have to figure out how they would make the tournament work and how many games you'd play. But it wouldn't be many games, and it'd be right after, the season or something like that, or right after the playoffs.
So it'll be something like soccer, best of one.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that, I guess. But it'd be interesting. Yeah, I think it could work. I think it could work. So before we get into Don P's question, I wanted to once again thank you guys for always supporting the channel and everything we do. Let you guys know that coming up, we do have our draft series happening still. We've already done 2 parts. On June 21st, that's a Tuesday, there's going to be the 3rd and final part of this draft series because the NBA draft is going to be the 23rd, 2 days later. So that should be pretty fun. We'll do a mock draft and stuff and really see. We'll talk about where we think guys are going. But prior to that, we're also going to do another look at some international players that may not get a lot of pub, in different places. You have like the top 50, 60 players that people put together for the NBA draft, and they may include some international players, they may not, but some of these guys are guys that definitely should be looked at and have a chance to be drafted by teams, depending on how the organizations, value certain players. These guys, should all get an interesting look. And who knows, maybe some of them go undrafted and wind up on a team in another capacity. So we're going to be doing that. We'll be chopping it up. I don't know if it's going to drop tomorrow or not, but we'll be working on it. So just stay tuned. It quite possibly might. But that's going to be our international draft series. We're going to go over some players. So you'll see myself, Mr. D is balling here, and my guy Feet Sports Profit will be chopping it up about that. So stay tuned to that, and don't forget, like I said, the third installment of our NBA draft series on June 21st. So take a look and put that on your calendars, and we appreciate all the support. So
appreciate that.
What were you saying, brother? What was your question?
Yeah, considering our needs on this team, I wanted to ask, what is a former Knicks player you would like to bring back to this team that we don't trade it away or we let go in free agency? What former Knicks player you think will help us? I would say in the past, 5 years?
I'll answer it first, so that way it gives other people a shot to get theirs out, and maybe I've given them a little bit more time to think about it. I already have mine, and he's no world beater, but I think if he was still on this team, and it's funny because when he was on here, I don't think I appreciated him as much, but I do now. Reggie Bullock. I wish Reggie Bullock was still here. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, man, because I didn't appreciate how good of a defensive player he was, and his mind. Because he's not just a good defensive player, he's also a quarterback. He tells people where they should be going, what they should be doing. And the Knicks don't have a lot of vocal leaders on their team. So Reggie Bullock, to me, is a huge person that we lost. I know that it was smart. Like, if you would have revisited it and did it all over again and asked me, who do you keep, Reggie Bullock or Alec Burks? I would have kept Alec Burks. But now looking back, I wish we had Reggie. So whoever else wants to chime in, whoever you think that you wish the Knicks would have kept or got back in the last 5 years, feel free.
Yeah. I couldn't think of anyone, but that Bullock stuff, that was gold, bro. That was hilarious. but you're right though, in the sense that he went to Dallas and they became the top 4, top 5 perimeter defensive team in the league, bro. So he definitely brings perimeter toughness and defense. So yeah, I guess that could be missed. But to answer Don P's question, yeah, none of them.
Well, I want to chime in on that. I don't know if a lot of people forgot about this guy, but I think he's been playing well ever since. Oh, actually played pretty well when he was on the Knicks also. But that's Bobby Portis. I mean, I think he brought a lot.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Listen, I mean, he's been on a couple of teams that probably regret that they got rid of him, and I think the Knicks can really see what he brought to the table and what he would bring right now. I think Bobby Portis could have been a stable force. I mean, he's vocal, he's hardcore, he plays defense, and he gives you rebounds, he scores. I mean, I think he's an overall player that could really be used with the Knicks. And I mean, a lot of teams, like I say, have given up on him except Milwaukee now. Milwaukee, like, they're going to probably keep him. And he's really panning out to be something special. So I would say Bobby Portis.
Yeah, that was a good one. And plus also Drew Marvin, he stretches the floor as well.
That's right. So, he does a lot of things that the Knicks are looking for right now. I mean, I'm not saying he was doing it then, but then he was, kind of early in his development. I mean, if you look at him, he's just one of them players that we're actually looking for right now, and you can have him in the sense of what you need now and him being a veteran. So I think Bobby Portis would be a good call for that.
Yeah, he didn't cost a lot either.
No, he didn't. No.
He was cheap. So
he's going to demand a lot now, though. You can rest assured of that.
Yep.
I will stick to two additional players beside Bullock. I'll take Pinson just for morale, not for gameplay, just for morale. And the third one is not a player, but it's somebody that made a huge impact for all the players in the Knicks, and that's Mike Woodson.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah,
we should have kept him by all means. Whatever they like, the negotiation was on his end. The Knicks should have topped that, saying like, "Nah, we need you over here, the dogs."
I hear you. I hear you. Welcome, Tricky Nicky. I apologize, man. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's an example, guys. I'm not always paying attention to the chat. He was trying to get up in here. Sorry about that, Tricky. How you doing, bro?
Doing really good, guys. Salute to you guys. You guys got a heck of a show going on here. Everybody hit that like and subscribe for Ron at Still Knicks Fans. And yes, salute to Coley in the chat. Salute to everybody in the chat. And salute to Diaz Ballin. Did not know I just subscribed to
Tricky Nicky
too.
That's good.
But like I was listening to this question, and what I heard was this. We can bring anybody back from the past 5 years.
Yeah,
anybody.
And before I got on this panel, Ron ruined my answer with Reggie Bullock.
I'm sorry,
and now nice. So I like recapped, right? I'm like, okay, I gotta take somebody else if he's gonna say that. And so I'm going, okay, maybe the coach, Woodson. But then Nice comes on here and brings up Mike Woodson. I'm left with nobody.
Well, you know what?
In the past 5 years.
What you could do, Tricky, is you could talk about both of them, man. If that's how you feel. Listen, you agree with us, but you might have your own reasoning behind it. So go ahead, man. Talk about it.
No, I like Reggie Bullock from when he was a Piston, then when he got to New York. And like he actually is an underrated defender. And I felt we missed a lot of that this year. And then Mike Woodson, why are you firing the dude? Come on. And then we're going to bring Tibbs in here. We're going to play Randle iso ball. In my opinion, Reggie Bullock should have stayed. And the coach isn't the right fit for the young core because he is more of a vet guy. And he's going to play him, and he's going to do it again next year. And he might just apprehend a little bit though, and a little bit earlier start playing the young guys when he realizes it's not working again. You know.
You might have a point there. You might have a point there.
But I go with Reggie Bullock to answer his question. That would be my number one answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also tricky too. Mike Woodson didn't get fired. He took the job at Indiana.
I'm thinking of Fizdale, I think.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Just wanted.
Yeah. You know what? Let me say this right now. I don't want to ever revisit it again. But if the Knicks still had Reggie Bullock, this current team, if the Knicks had Reggie Bullock,
it wouldn't be
Bobby
that bad.
Portis,
yeah,
the playoffs, they kicking butt, man. I'm telling you. I don't know how far they go, but they make it they get into the playoffs.
Well, it's better than what we did.
And Bobby Portis.
Yeah, it would be a much different, tougher attitude and culture out there. Absolutely. Yeah.
And that goes to the point where we talk about what can the Knicks do going forward in free agency. The players in that are coming that are going to be available. It's not that sexy, but there's some guys. But I don't even know if the Knicks have enough money to really acquire any of these dudes. Like we're talking, Knicks may be playing around with mid-level exceptions, and that's not saying a lot. So I think the Knicks gotta try to, as best they can, hit it out the park with some of these guys in the draft. I think it would be smart for them to keep that 11th pick and try to get another pick higher if they could trade up, or keep that 11th pick and try to trade that 42nd pick to get up a little higher. And I think, they got to get some dogs. A lot of people have
culture changers.
Yeah, culture, exactly. Culture changers. I want smart, high IQ players that got some grit. That you get some of that, you cooking. And just to excuse me, just to Justin L. Yes, buddy, you got unblocked. I don't know what happened to you. You were in purgatory. You were in still Knicks fans purgatory. I didn't put you there. Somehow you got up in there for whatever reason. I saw your name. I got you up out of there, buddy. You do not deserve to be in still Knicks fans purgatory. So you are back. I appreciate you, brother. I don't know how you got there, but I'm glad you're here now. And I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was also saluting you and congratulating you. I know you have a child on the way very soon. So salute to you, brother. I'm happy for you. Lewis Hedges is in the building. What's going on, Lewis Hedges? And I think that's I think I got everybody else for now. Thank you guys for tuning in. Yes,
I'm gonna jump out of here. Okay, I got the Saturday, I got the family stuff.
No, I hear you, brother. Thank you for jumping on. I didn't expect you. I think good to see you as always.
No. Definitely want to show love, especially congratulate you for the being monetized and reaching the milestones you've had. For you, John and Jose, just wanted to give a big congrats for that as well. Thank you for promoting the show. We definitely do have an international series coming out very soon, and we're going to cover through some players from different parts of the world that are going to be in the draft and being heavily considered. We're going to break them down and see if these guys are possibilities for the roster in the upcoming season. So, guys, have a great day. Enjoy your weekends and stay cool.
Hey, salute.
Take it easy, brother.
I just really.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just really feel that for the last 2 to 3 seasons, we made the right approach, drafting right. But this season, I just feel like that's it. Is that time to actually put a cap on that on that bottle and just complete the team? Like we need something special. Like this is the time that we shouldn't be moving further away from the top 8 seed. We should be moving towards it right now, because I feel like with everything that we have right now, we just need one additional player to complete it. And a player like Ivy, a player like Ben Mathurin, oh man, like either one of those two, and third will be Johnny Davis. Oh, those three doing it in that category, whichever one you could pick, we will be in the right position. We might not be winning, but at least we have the players that we need to start something lovely that is going to be occurring in the next 2 to 3 seasons.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Do you know why I'm not so high on the players you just named? Like if you
Ivy?
look at y'all remember, Ivy as well. You remember Iman Shumpert?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
If you look at his highlights in college and you look
Mhm.
at Ivy's highlights in college, they both play identical. The only thing is Shump came out the gate as a heck of a defender,
Mhm.
super aggressive on that end of the court, especially on the offensive side of the court as well. He just wasn't able to show it because we was already stacked with the Marty Stoudemire and Carmelo. So
Well,
with that
He
said,
might be on the road.
mhm.
I guess what I'm saying is we had a bunch of Jaden Ivys go through our team already. We had
Ooh,
bucket getters. We had Alonzo Trier.
I just
We
don't see it like as much as I want to see
Whatever.
it in your way. I
Was
just don't
it?
see like just think about
That's
this way.
mom.
We have Obi, we have Quickly.
right.
If you put even
And
RJ in that mix, those are three players that likes to run, but they don't run it just because we got a player like Randle. I'm not saying
Mhm.
get rid of Randle, but and I see if we draft Jaden Ivey playing under Coach Thibodeau, the only way that you could get a starting role, it's if you outshine the bench. So he's going to start as a bench player or whatever. Make your dues or pay your dues to get that top seed. But I want to keep Obi and Quickly together. I don't want to mix it too much with Obi, Quickly, and Randall because it takes off from what they trying to do. They trying to push the ball, and if you put Randall in the mix, Randall is trying to hold the ball, so it's not letting neither one of them two play. But if you add Jalen Ivey with IQ with Obi, I'm telling you right now, that's going to be a tough team because they're going to be playing a type of gameplay like Golden State. Something is cash and shoot very quick.
And see, that's my thing. A lot of people. So when we talk about Jaden Ivey, we're talking about him in the sense of he's more like John Morant. You know what I mean? And John Morant, respectfully, we like him because he's dynamic. But first, he's a natural point guard who just happens to be athletic. I wouldn't and say the same about Jaden Ivey. I think he's more of a Victor Oladipo. Now, I'm not saying he's a scrub. I think he's going to be a solid player. But his weakest, a lot of professional scouts are saying his weakest game is more so on his passing. He has to work on his playmaking skills. He's not a natural point. So my question is, where will we fit Jaden Ivey with RJ Barrett on the team, with Cam Reddish on the team, with Obi Toppin on the team? Where will we fit him?
Shooting guard as a bench.
I think. Listen, man. If Jaden Ivey is what we think, what people hope and think he might be, you don't think you got to worry about that. Jaden Ivey is going to just get it. He going to get it. He going to hit the ground running. He just going to get it, man. I was looking at his workout the other day, and it's nothing I haven't seen from what he was doing in college, but the dude is a specimen. He's like a Tasmanian devil up and down the court. I don't think you got to worry about it. And also, Ivy will knock some dudes up out of there, Don P. Some of these guys won't get the playing time, or they'll be off the team because he's gonna take a spot and he's gonna run with that spot. So I don't think you don't gotta worry about it with him. The only thing you do have to think about is, will he do what we think he can do, and how effective will he be on the defensive end?
And I want to address Don Paul DP on that. DP, don't you think that's a good problem to have? Because you got a young player coming in that's got great potential. And if you figure it's a problem, maybe he can sort it out and we can work through that. I think his upside, if you look at him, I mean, we haven't seen him in the NBA, but we have seen him in college. And I think it's just one problem that you would probably welcome, meaning it's something that can better the team. I'm not looking at it as a downside because I mean he's highly looked after for a very good reason. So I think it's something that they should look after, and I think it would be a good problem to have instead of a problem that's on the other side. I really do.
Well, see, I agree with that. Like if he was to fall to the 11th round, I don't mind taking him, but we're talking about the conversation and narrative is trading up for him. And I think my thing is, I guess my opinion is he's a solid player to me. He's gonna be a solid player to me. I think he's gonna be a star. And if we're talking about trading some of our assets to move up for him, we're trading for somebody who may have the potential to be a star. We don't know that. It's not I guess with me, it's not a clear-cut thing with Jaden Ivey. Because again, I compared him to Iman Shumpert. You know what I mean? And if you look at NBA Draft.net and you look at both of their strengths and their weaknesses, they're identical. And if Iman Shumpert was in the same draft as Jaden Ivey, I'm quite sure everybody would pick him over Jaden Ivey.
Well, first off, let me say this. Cully, salute to you, brother. I think I already said salute, but I'm looking at your name all through it. I'm highlighting your comment. I'm like, did I ever shout out my man Cully? I don't know if I did. So shout out to my man Cully. Appreciate you, brother, as always. I think that the difference between, and I see what you're saying, the one thing I will say, and you're going to have to worry about that with a lot of these players this day and age, in this new NBA and what they do and what they bring and how people scout these guys. It's all about athleticism these days. So in the same case with Shumpert, once you took away his athleticism, and that was because he got injured, you know, he had that horrible injury, because the one thing about Iman Shumpert is when he came into the league, he was full throttle. He didn't know how to turn it off. He gave everything. His jumping was like very powerful. His running up and down the court, he was doing a lot. And sometimes, you know, when you play that fast and you play, you know, put that much torque and stuff on your body, you can run into an issue where you get injured. And he didn't know. And this is, you know, shout out to my guy Prophet from Feed Sports. When he first came into the league, he said, Iman Shumpert is a good player. He's got, you know, really good defensive principles, but he don't know how to slow it down. He just goes too fast. He got to slow his game down and learn how to be in the pace of the NBA, because he's going too hard. He's pushing too hard. And then he wound up getting hurt, and he was never the same after that injury. Was he still a good player? Was he fortunate enough to be on these Cavs teams? They won a championship with him and J.R. Smith, and you know, but him himself as a player, he was never the same. And that's something you're going to have to worry about with a lot of these young players, the Zions, the Jaden Ivey, the Ja Morants, that explosiveness and that athleticism. You get one injury, it could sap you out of there, and your whole game could change. With Jaden Ivey, though, what I will say is, to me, Jaden Ivey he's coming into the league more than what Shumpert was. To me, I see Jaden Ivey like a Ja Morant, but like a Westbrook. Like, it's a different level of go. Like he goes. And I think that type of guy, you can't really stop. He can stop himself if he unfortunately gets injured, but this dude can get to the rim anytime he wants. He's that fast. And his athleticism is, especially early in the first couple of years, same thing like with a Donovan Mitchell. First couple of years, he could jump over everybody. And so I don't think you got to worry about that initially. Now, going forward, as he gets into the league 3-4 years down the line, he needs to make sure he develops that jump shot and works on a three-point shot in order to sustain something. Because if his athleticism is going to start to diminish a little bit, he ain't going to be jumping as high over people. He's going to get a little – he'll still be able to dunk on people, but it's not the same. And if you can't shoot, they're going to play you a certain way. They're going to leave you outside. They ain't letting you get into the paint. You're going to be a little slower with time. That's just how it is. So I agree that he's a wild card. He could be really good, or he could turn out to be Iman Shumpert, if you want to say that. But
hey, Ron, do you think Jaden Ivey has the potential with being a type of player similar to Allen Iverson? A little bit taller, Never, Allen Iverson never truly had that outside shot.
Yeah, but
he had a bird, and you don't see that potential?
Allen Iverson.
I'm gonna let you guys chime in too, but nah, dude, Allen Iverson was special.
Yeah,
man, Allen Iverson was a two-way player, and I don't mean a defensive, offensive. I mean a football and basketball type player. This dude was dynamic. He was like a Deion Sanders type. And the other thing about Allen Iverson is, as much as his jump shot wasn't the best, his jump shot is way better than Jaden Ivey's, way better than Ja Morant's. Iverson is a 50-point type scorer. He can get buckets.
My real question would be then, so if you don't think he has the potential to be that type of superstar,
No, I don't.
Who could he be like? Say it
I
again.
think right now he can be like John Morant.
Yeah.
I think he can be like I don't know about the I don't want to say Russell Westbrook because Russell Westbrook was a really good
Hold on though. Is John Morant not doing Allen Iverson type things this early in his career?
No, like
nah, they're different.
They different,
They're different.
yeah. That's the main reason I compare John Moran to like a Derrick Rose 2.0. But Allen Iverson is still in his own category, and we just don't know if we're gonna see or end up seeing Allen Iverson in our generation. What Allen Iverson gave to the game, man, it was something new, something like Jordan, something like Derrick Rose when they came in. It's something new. Like you just got to find out which player has a similar accolade to that player.
Right.
But till this point, I just don't see somebody that has that accolade as Allen Iverson. It's not nothing wrong that John Moran or Jalen Ivey has something similar to Derrick Rose. No, by all means, it's the playing style.
Right. And you guys are answering everything the way I expected you to answer it. To be honest, seriously, like because I got Allen Iverson on the echelon. I know he didn't win a ring. He was a Piston for a little bit when his career was falling off. And Allen Iverson, though, in Philly, when he did go to the finals, he only won one game. And we know that. But one thing about Allen Iverson was he reminds me a lot like Patrick Ewing.
I know where you're going with this. Go ahead, continue.
Kind of a superstar that should have been in the classes of guys like Steph Curry. Guys like this that won rings. Because I honestly think Allen Iverson was better than Steph Curry. Still do. And you can make a case either way, but here's my point to all this. Like with if you think Jaden Ivey has the potential to be a John Morant, then you gotta trade up to the number 4 pick and get him. You have to. And if you don't do that, here's my point. That tells me if the Knicks do not trade up, what is it, June 23rd?
Yeah.
Yeah, June 23rd. Knicks don't trade up to get Ivy at number 4 and try to get him. If they go up to number 4 and Ivy gets picked number 3, I'll still know what they were doing and they tried. But if the Knicks don't trade up to get Ivy and he's considered a John Morant type player, that's a failure. But if they don't do it, that also tells me they're going through free agency. They're looking at other guys in free agency. They ain't looking in the draft anymore.
This draft class is not as bad as a lot of people be thinking. Like when you have somebody like a Jay Ivey, when you have somebody like a Ben Mathurin, and you also have Jonathan Davis, something like that. Those are 3 good
Johnny
picks.
Davis,
Yeah, those are 3 good picks. Like it all depends on who is going to draft before you and if they're going to mess it up. But it's not to a length that all right, they took your first pick, they might take your second pick, but that 3rd pick will always be there. You still have 2 or 3. The possibility of them not drafting Jalen Ivey at 1 through 4 is high. Anything can happen, especially a team like those top 3. They could change their mind. Hey, if Knicks made a move like that, they really want to get Jalen Ivey very hard. Let's make it impossible. Now we taking Jalen Ivey, but guess what? You still have benefit Mathurin. And if it did not work with Jalen Ivey, I'm telling you, like you still got those 3 picks that is only a matter of time. The question is not if they're going to draft well. They're going to draft well. One of those 3 is going to be drafted by the Knicks. But if we fall in that category and who is next up in line, that's the approach they should be taking.
Right. So question for you, Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Jaden Ivey, and we don't know how he's going to be in the NBA, but just hypothetically, do you think he will be just as good as Dwayne Wade in his rookie season?
I think with those, not only Jalen Ivey, Ben Mathurin, like whoever chooses right, and especially the Knicks. The Knicks is not a bad team. It's not. We are not that bad as we think. We only missing a few key pieces that could turn this franchise all around. That's why it made sense in the last 2 to 3 seasons of us drafting away from top 10 picks because we still wasn't there. But this season and next season, it should have like it shouldn't be a question. It should be already the question about all right, who's the right player, and that's it. Let's pretty much go all in for that player. Not all in the caliber that you're gonna be losing pieces, losing key pieces that we drafted in the last 2 or 3 seasons, but losing pieces that we already knew that it wasn't about to work out in the future. Like we could say Julius Randle. Like I'm not too high if we trade him or lose him, but I'm not too low if it also happened. And if this is the season that they feel like, all right, we have pretty much everything we was looking for. We need that key player to at least solidify and complete this team. Now we can make an approach for Jalen Ivey or Ben Mathurin. Like with those two or Johnny Davis, with those three key pieces, I feel like the Knicks is we gonna be looking like Boston of last year. Like they just trying to figure themselves out. They just trying to play well with each other, but it's only a matter of time for them to start picking up because once they know each other role, the Knicks is gonna be dangerous.
Yeah.
And
I wanted to ask a question on that to all the panel. To move up to 4, are we guaranteeing this guy's going to start? Is that a guarantee, guys? Whichever player.
Listen, we know what Tibbs is, but if the Knicks find a way to make a trade to move up to 4, and they get Jaden Ivey, that means they want. Then we all know they want Jaden Ivey. Like it's one thing to say, hey, they're moving up for Ivey. But if they actually move up and they get him, then you know they wanted him all along and they did all this specifically for him. He's coming into the league with the Knicks and he's playing because the front office ain't going to use their capital, get this guy, and then you don't play him. Let me tell you right now, that is one guy that will play on this Knicks team. Now, you know, Tibbs may try to teach him a lesson if he has poor practice principles, which I don't think he does. But like if Tibbs sees some stuff in practice he don't like and he's trying to teach the kid a little something, he may bring him along a little slowly. But we're talking what he did with Quickly. You know, didn't take Quickly long for him to start playing and doing his thing in his rookie year. And Ivy should be a more of a dynamic scorer because of his gifts than Quickly is. Quickly is a better shooter, but we're talking about just getting to the basket and scoring buckets. Ivy gonna play. If that happens, Ivy's playing. So I don't care what we say about Tibbs and how he don't play these young. If that happens, Ivy's playing.
Hey Ron, and even especially to your point, I never seen a top 5 pick being benched more than them actually starting. So as tough that we know that Coach Thibodeau might be, it's only a matter of time for Jalen Ivey start playing at least in that starting role. Like the only downside that I see with Jalen Ivey is that Coach Thibodeau might hold them a little bit as a piece that is still not complete, but guaranteed he is going to play at least with a bench. I just don't see Jalen Ivey being top 5, and he's not even starting. He's not even being playing as a bench. I just don't see that happening.
Right. And then first off, a salute to H Money 821. It's me, movies and stuff. Bodega Wi-Fi. What's good? Sherman George in the building. Appreciate you. If the question is building blocks, I see you saying playing Ivy is one thing. The question was, is he going to start and have a D Wade impact first year? I don't see why he couldn't for the Knicks, but I think that it's tough to say that if you got a Knicks team that has Jaden Ivey, Julius Randle, and RJ Barrett, because the ball's got to move around. People need their chances. They need their touches. And remember, in a situation where you're looking at Ja Morant is the man in Memphis. He's the main dude. In Miami, D Wade was the man. He's the main dude over there. So here, Jaden Ivey won't be the man. Julius Randle will be the guy. RJ would still be number 2, no matter what you saw from RJ last year. That's the level. That's how it's gonna go. And then Ivy would fill in at 3 if we got him. Now, if you get Julius up out of here and he's a part of moving up to get Ivy, then maybe you can say, well, Ivy won't be number 1, but he'll definitely be a big part of the team, and he can have an impact here. But without being the person who gets the amount of touches you need to be that guy, like not being the focal point, just being a piece of the puzzle, I can't say that in his rookie year. I couldn't see that. He can have a good rookie year, but I can't say Dwayne Wade type.
Well, if
somebody did a horrible comparison on the chat. When I compare players in the draft, I'll take into account their height and their skill set.
Yeah.
And these players that I'm naming, Iman Shumpert, Victor Oladipo, Dwayne Wade, all of these guys are around the same height as Jaden Ivey. All of these guys came out the draft athletic and dynamic. So that's what I'm comparing him to. He's not coming into the league as, with the best IQ, of course. He relies on his athleticism to get from point A to point B, right? He's dynamic in that aspect. He didn't come into the draft a great shooter. He could be streaky. You know what I mean? Like J.R. Smith streaky, but at the end of the day, like that's what I'm comparing him to. Players that's within his height, within his weight, that's dynamic, that's athletic. So when I say players like Dwayne Wade, of course I'm not talking about Hall of Fame Dwayne Wade. I'm talking about rookie Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
When I'm talking about players like Victor Oladipo, I'm not talking about him when he was in the height and when he was in the Pacers doing it big before the injuries. I'm talking about him as a rookie. So like when we're talking about trading up for a player, yeah, like that's what I'm looking for. Somebody who can be in that realm of a Dwayne Wade. He came into the league offensively gifted, defensively gifted, athletic, and he had a great IQ. His only flaw was he had a bad shot. That's it. So if we're gonna trade up for a player and give away assets, because I'm hearing, let's give away Obi Toppin, let's give away Cam Reddish. We're trading talent. We're trading talent to get somebody who we really don't know is going to be a superstar or not. I won't say talent, but we're trading potential that we already seen playing in the NBA game for somebody who hasn't even played in the NBA yet. And I just don't. That to me is a very Nick thing to do, so to speak. You know what I mean?
I wanted to comment on that, DP, because I'm reading in the chat from Keith Turner. He writes a great point. He says, I just don't see Ivy being that franchise changer. Now, I want to ask you guys this, because he puts in here that Mathurin would be. He's all right, but I'm not moving up to get Ivy. Question to the panel. Is Mathurin a better player than Ivy?
Mathurin, I see him more as a better leader than Ivy. But as of right now, as we stand, like we all know that Julius Randle is our best player, regardless of what preference you have on this particular player. Regardless, we cannot be acting like what Julius Randle did last season. It was only fluke or it was only by chance, because he did it pretty much all around the whole season. He was surrounded with the right fit, and I won't go to the extent of saying that I just don't expect that from Jalen Ivey, because we all know the caliber that Jalen Ivey has. The only thing is, will he be surrounded with the right fit? With the Knicks right now, we don't have somebody to say, because what Julius Randle gave us last season and what he gave us this season, it pretty much now bumped him all the way down to a level that we still don't have that leadership. We don't have that number one. JR might be right next, but he still hasn't given me enough to say, oh, JR has the keys. Like, in order for somebody to say somebody has the key, you gotta show consistent, like a John Moran. You gotta show consistent, like that dude in Cleveland, Garland. You gotta show that you pretty much, all right, I wasn't expected to be that one, but I'll take the approach that, you know something, I feel like I'm well deserved of it. It's just like having that mentality of D Rose, like when he won most valuable player. his answer was like, why not? Hey, if he really feels that he is putting the work on it or to it, and he has all that accolade to become that MVP, why not? And if Jalen Ivey comes with that approach, I just don't see nobody holding him back, because I still don't see RJ, I still don't see Julius Randle, and that number one talk is still up in the air. So if he does something special coming in, I just don't see why not we just can't give him the keys when we don't have somebody still solidified being that leader.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I want to say something nice. What do you think about this? And this goes to, you guys all went to the chat, so I'm going to go to the chat once. Almighty Finesse, move up for Banchero. So imagine this. The Knicks are trying to trade Randle away, and somehow we get Jalen Brunson somehow from Dallas. Or I think Portland would have to be involved for that. But my point is, somehow we get Jalen Brunson, and then we trade up to draft Banchero for power forward.
Okay, let's say we do.
How
do
young are we there?
Let's say we
that.
do this scenario. Jalen Brunson is 6'1". Okay, who's he going to defend? You got RJ Barrett, maybe playing the 2 or 3. He's not a natural good defender. He's capable of playing defense. Okay, that's fine.
I get what you're saying, but what I would say is I would go with Jalen Brunson 6'1", RJ Barrett back at the shooting guard at 6'7". I'd have Cam Reddish at 6'8", so we're pretty tall there at the wing position. And then I would go with Banchero, and then it's all up to who, if we get Mitch back or not. In my opinion, you're looking at a young core there that is devastating for the rest of the league for years to come.
Okay, well.
Okay, that's not bad.
Go ahead, Don P. I didn't want to cut you off. Finish your point, bro.
No, that's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, that's if we keep Mitch. That's the biggest wild card right there. Mitch is somebody.
You're right.
Mitch is somebody who has to come back to us.
I'm sorry, Don. Don. I'm gonna say go ahead, but I'm gonna say you're right, because if Mitch doesn't come back, can you imagine that group? How old is Mitch? He'd be 24, right? They'd all be under 25, I think. And then you're just growing for the next couple of years if that happened. But your point about Mitch is correct, and I don't know if Jericho Sims is the guy that could replace him at that point.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that's an interesting scenario. I want to point to something Nick Yak said in reference to what I said about Quickly being a good shooter. Manuel Quickly is a good shooter. Yes, the numbers that you're pointing to are not good. Shooting less than 40% from the field is not even the average in the NBA. It's bad. And the Knicks have a few players that are shooting 40% or lower, or at least are below average. So that's something they got to work on. And you're right, but that doesn't mean that Quickly is not a good shooter. I think Quickly and the Knicks understand that he should be a great shooter, because he's very streaky. But the other thing I look at with Quickly is not only how streaky he gets, but when he shoots, how the ball hits the net, goes straight in the hoop. Those are, it's one thing to shoot the ball, it rattles around the rim or whatever. I look at how the ball goes in the hoop as well, but I also look at that Quickly could get really hot. The problem is with Quickly is he is very streaky. He has to learn to be more consistent. And I think what I was saying is I think Quickly realizes that, and I think the organization realizes that, and that's the reason why they got him working with Chris Brickley this offseason to work on his shot. Because I think there may be some form issues with it. And the reason why maybe he drifts a little bit, maybe there's something to it that they've noticed in video that shows why he can't be consistent and he's so streaky. And another thing I wanted to point to, and the reason why I say he's a good shooter, maybe not great, but he could be in time. If you guys remember, he struggled this past year. And if you look at his game splits month to month, in October, he shot 28% from the field. He shot 43% in November. He had a good month of November. But then he shot 35% from the field, 36% from the field, and then 32% from the field. Now, notice as we got into the later months of March, when he came out of that slump and he started to play more efficient, more effective basketball. We were looking at his numbers. He was averaging around 15 points, whatever it was for that time period, just that time period, not for the season. And he was doing better. He shot 45% from the field, which is right by the league average where he should be. He was actually a little bit above it. I think the league average is 44 or something like that. And then in April, he shot 40%. But the point was the 40% and the 45% was much better than what he was shooting in previous months. Even his three-point shooting was very up and down. He started to shoot better. He shot 40% in March, 35%, almost 36% in April. So he'd had a tough year, and those numbers really skewed his overall outlook on the season. But I think that the point is he realizes it, and the Knicks realize it, and that's why they got him working with a shooting specialist to help him with his shot.
If there's one thing I want to say about Quickly, man, Quickly, you can't take away, man, that as bad as he's playing on a certain month, he might be on a streak, like on a very streaky road, but it's that confidence, man. You can't take away when you have, like, I'm not saying that he's a star or a superstar, but if they have one thing similar to one another, is that confidence. It doesn't matter if they already shot 9 didn't went in, that 10 shot, he's still taking a shot like he's making them all. And the key factor with Quickly is that shot selection. I feel like they working on his shot selection so that he doesn't force it or he doesn't go ahead or before time. He just hit it right when he's supposed to. Once they figure out, all right, and he figures out when is the right shot for him to take, it's just going to be game over, because those two accolades of you knowing when to shoot and especially you having that confidence, whenever you mix them and both of them is working confluently, I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time. And if he cash on, Quickly is going to be a dangerous player in the near future. It's just a matter of time.
And that nice is an exact fact. I'm gonna piggyback though. If he can figure all that out, like he just said, and still shoot 88, 89% from the free throw line,
oh yeah,
that's scary.
Yeah,
scary.
And
sorry, Marva. I was going to say thank you for pointing that out, and I didn't reference that. But that's another thing. Quickly was one of the top free throw shooters in the whole NBA.
Yeah,
if you can shoot that well from the free throw line, you can be a good shooter. Like he's a good shooter. He's just not great, and he's very streaky. But he definitely needs to work on that. Go ahead, Marvin. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to state out something else I just read in the chat from Al, and I want to ask this to the panel also. It's a good question to me. What he states is this: I like to know when did the Knicks ever trade up to get a generational player like Wade? And he stated he's waiting. And the reason I wanted to point that out is, did everybody see Ja Morant being a generational talent? Did everybody see Wade being a generational talent? To move up to get a player?
I actually, yeah.
I saw Ja being one, but I did not see D Wade in Miami. No.
Well, see, and that's the question I'm asking here. So what I'm trying to get to is, do you move up to get a player and just believe and feel that he is going to be a generational talent? And if it is it a crapshoot? Because if you move up and you get him and he does become a generational talent, then you make the right move. But if he doesn't, then it's a bad eye on the organization. I think
it's a very bad move if it doesn't pan out.
Well, going based on what you asked, I'll say
either way.
I'll say this: if you have a team that pretty much all around is not gonna help Jalen Ivey be who Jalen Ivey is, yeah, that's gonna be a dumb move to make, because you actually bringing him to a team that, all right, we know what you could do, but he can't do it if the team can't keep up. But with the Knicks, I see us keeping up because we have Quickly, we have Obi. If you surround them with players that likes to run, Jalen Ivey, like he doesn't have no type of limitation where his level is going to be at, because now he's playing the style he wants to play. But if you put Jalen Ivey in that starting position with Julius Randle and RJ, I see him still doing something, but it's not doing something to the extent that he wants to be. He wants to be at. That's why I keep on pushing. Like if we have the players that's gonna help him get to that ceiling, and we do, and we play him right, I just see Jalen Ivey doing a lot of things so special that people is gonna be, man, why we didn't pick them at number one.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So the question I have to the panel: do you guys see Jaden Ivey as a generational talent?
Yes.
I personally,
I think he might be. He might be. Yeah.
I personally like with my scenario was Jaden Ivey come here. He would, but you got to get rid of Randle. I mean, there's no way for him to be a good Knick if Randle's here.
Well, remember what I said. If you surround them with the right pieces, that's the same thing that happened with Julius Randle. We gave him better pieces, but it wasn't pieces that would make Julius Randle even better. It was pieces only to make the organization better, but not Julius Randle. So whenever Julius Randle is on the floor, he's thinking about stopping the ball. So if we have a player that always be thinking about stopping the ball, you should be setting them up with players that knows how to defend, like a Bullock, like EP. A lot of people keep on criticizing EP, but now we could see how much we downplayed at EP defense. Like, yeah, he wasn't shooting like a player that we wanted, but Julius Randle never needed to be thinking about EP not guarding his man. His man was always in front of him.
No. Hey, nice. The problem, the real problem is you get a guy like RJ Barrett at number 3. He comes in, he's supposed to be the savior, the star of the team. Randle comes in through a trade, through free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we signed him for what? What was it? 18 million, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And we sign him, and he comes out when he has a breakout year. And our number 3 pick, Barrett, takes a back seat. Right? So my point is, Jaden Ivey, you can draft who you want at 4 if you can get up to 4. But if you got Jaden Ivey, if Randle's still here, it ain't going to work. It's not going to work because now you got Randle and Barrett in front of him. That's my point.
Well, you know what? I was going to say that I agree with you, but for a different reason, Tricky. I don't think that the fact that having 2 guys ahead of a young rookie draft pick who might be a generational talent is an issue. I think it's the type of players that the Knicks have.
And what I would like to see, though, is Jaden Ivey be here, but with RJ, Cam, Obi starting, and Mitch being re-signed because we can afford him. We can give him that money.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would like to see that too.
If
I would love it, but I don't know.
I got a question to Tricky Nicky. Why do you see Randle being in the way of Jaden Ivey?
I just don't see
Because
him.
I mean, what have we seen?
Well, I just want to say this real quick.
What
reason
have
I'm
we
asking
seen
is-
from Randle?
Hold on 1 second, guy. Hold on 1 second, guy. Go ahead, Nice. Say what you're going to say.
Yeah,
We'll get back to
I
Tricky.
just want to say this real quick. Like, just think about, like you made a point about Julius Randle and RJ Barrett, but you're not making a point like a Dwayne Wade, like a LeBron. When you have a superstar that you don't have no type of question who's number 1, that's when I think that, all right, Jalen Ivey might just look like a role player. But the Knicks, we don't have that star as of yet. Like,
Correct.
I still feel like RJ Barrett still hasn't meet or reach that peak where he wants to get. So if he still hasn't reached it, if Julius Randle still hasn't given us any type of consistency, the ball could go either way. The ball could go either way because we still don't have somebody that could play basketball consistently. Not taking away that Julius Randle, he's a great player. Not taking away that RJ is a great player, but we gotta see some sort of consistency. If there's one thing that I used to be loving from RJ last season, is that if his shot wasn't going in, he gave you playing style like Jimmy Butler. That yeah, my shot is not going in, but I'm gonna play even harder defense. Like try to put yourself in a position or set yourself in a position that is gonna give you more win ratio. All right, my shot is not going in. Let me do something else. That's when you start showing that leadership role. And if you don't show that type of leadership role, well, the leadership role for the Knicks is still not completed. So that space.
Hold on one sec. Nice to your point.
Mm-hmm.
When last year did you see any consistency?
Oh,
when Randle was on the court with the other guys.
The consistency was more with Julius Randle. Like as
you
much
think
as
it was more consistent with Randle? Hold on. But when you watch those final games of the season without Randle for the first time, because Tibbs played him all year.
Yeah.
Every minute. And when you saw those last 8 games, and you saw Obi in there with IQ, it looked consistent to me the way they were playing.
Well,
IQ performed, Obi performed. They were getting 40, they were getting 30, they were getting 12 assists. They were doing everything those young guys needed to do to be consistent, right? Let's be real.
Hold on, Tricky. Give him a chance to answer your question.
I'm asking him this.
Yeah, so all right. Give him a chance to answer.
So when Randle was in the game, it was more consistent. That's what you said, right?
Well, let him. That's his opinion. Let him get it out. Hold on, Tricky. You can answer the question. I mean, ask the question, but let people answer. Yeah. Hold on. I see where you're going. You passionate. I like it, but let's give people a chance to answer the question.
And I'm not trying to be rude. I just
you're good. You're good. Tricky. The one thing I will tell you about you is that you are a passionate fan, and when you get going and things pop in your head, you say them. There's nothing wrong with it, but you just. On a show like this, especially my show,
I'm chill.
We got to give everybody a chance to get their words out, brother. You good. I like you, Tricky.
So throughout the whole season, we still cannot take away what Julius Randle did. I'm just going to make this quick assessment. Look at what Boston has done. Tatum, everybody knows that Tatum is the leader in that team, but Tatum is not always going to be playing the style on each game the way Tatum be playing. There has to be a number 2. There has to be a number 3 stepping it up. On games that Tatum is not hitting, like last game, hey, Boston won, but Tatum wasn't the factor. But you cannot still take away that Tatum still played defense, Like, even though his shots wasn't going in, all right, let me do something else. Somebody took that approach. All right, who's going to be that number 1 today? That day it was between Al Horford and Marcus Smart, Al Horford and Brown. But you always have to have that second or that third ready to step up whenever you have that leader not showing up. And when you have that type of team, remember, basketball is played by 5 players. It's not only 1 player. And when you have a player like Julius Randle not performing, who's that second player stepping up? Because RJ wasn't stepping up on that on the postseason. He didn't step up. But at the same time, all right, if RJ is not stepping up, who else is going to step up? That's the mentality that the Knicks needs to have. Like, is next man up? Who's going to show up? And once they start showing up, hey, the sky is the limit. But
what do you mean RJ wasn't stepping up though? Say that.
Well, he wasn't hitting 30 when Julius Randle wasn't playing well.
when
Like
Randle wasn't playing since February, pretty much.
no. I'm talking
RJ
about
took
last
over.
season.
So
I'm
No,
what do
he's
you
not
mean?
talking about this season, Trick. He's
Yeah,
talking about last season when
last
we got
season.
when we had our playoff run.
Are you
Yeah.
talking about the bubble run?
No, that wasn't bubble
No,
run.
no. Well, actually, this is. Let me just say this real quick, Tricky,
Mhm.
because some people confuse that, and it's time. The
Mhm.
Yeah.
bubble was the year prior.
Prior, yeah.
We weren't in that.
Yeah.
Right. But
Yeah,
right
and
after
to,
that, we went 41 and 31. It was a
Right,
shortened
right,
season, right?
right.
Mhm.
Right.
yeah,
He's
and
talking about
to
that year.
and to Nice's
Yeah.
point, which was taken with great support. He brought up the fact of what Tatum did in the last game. He
Mhm.
was 3 for 17 from the field,
Yeah.
but he had 13 assists. He
Yeah.
ended up with a +6 in the game after shooting 3 for 17. There's more than one way to
That
be
you
effective on your team.
True.
And I
preach.
think that's what Nice is exactly trying to explain, Tricky, because he contributed so many other ways after
Mhm.
after he had a bad shooting night.
Yep.
And to have that type of player on your team is a plus. It's a
Yeah.
huge plus. First of all, it gets the other players involved in the game, and it builds your confidence. Okay, I'm having a bad shooting night, but I'm still contributing to the win. So
Yeah.
I think that's what Nice is really trying to express to you, Tricky.
100%.
Right. And I'm gonna get to you 1 second, Dom P. Let me answer this because I have my own feeling about it. The reason why I don't love if the Knicks do decide to go get Jaden Ivey. To me, if Randle and RJ are here, it's not gonna work. Not the way you want it to work, is what I'm saying. Could it work? Yeah. I mean, listen, it's basketball. If you guys are willing, anybody can figure out a way to play together, but you got to be willing, and you got to still be able to do what you do as a part of your game effectively and still work around other players. And I'm saying for what Randle likes to do, how he likes to be in the 18-foot area and sometimes get to the basket and do his little thing that way, he takes up a lot of space doing that. RJ needs to get into the paint to the rim. You know how he plays. And when his outside shot ain't falling, that's all he focuses on. He tries to just get to the basket and score buckets. That's all you clogging lanes right there. And then also holding the ball like Julius does, that ISO type of game, with it not moving, you got people sitting and not being able to get theirs. A guy like Ivy needs to be up and down the court. He needs to be moving fast, transitional baskets. A lot of stuff, the way he plays, you're moving. The ISO thing doesn't necessarily work as well. So what I'm thinking is, if you get Ivy, if you're smart, you're going to have to trade Julius Randle. If he ain't a part of the move to get up to get Ivy, at some point, Julius Randle is going to have to be gone. He's going to have to be bye-bye, because even though his game, he can still be very effective and be a star in this league if he gets everything, mentally, everything right. His game is that way. It doesn't mean it works best for what you're trying to build around. Ivy needs space. RJ needs space. They're both going to be attacking the basket. So you got to get an ISO guy like Julius out of here. And this is where Obi works better, because Obi don't need the ball in his hands. He slashes, he cuts, he does different things. He'll shoot from the outside the same way Julius would. So you open up some lanes, but it's just he's a willing ball mover. So that's why it just works better. I can't see it working with Julius, RJ, and Ivy, to me.
Well, to your point, Ron, if just compare what we had going on last season, not this season. We had pretty much everything, because we had that ISO a type of game, but we also, with that bench, that was that type of quickness. So with a team like Golden State, it wouldn't benefit us to play that catch and shoot, because all around the Golden State, they loaded with that catch and shoot. So it doesn't matter who they sit down. They could sit down Clay, they could sit down Stephen Curry. They still gonna play that catch and shoot. But when you have a player like Julius Randle, now you slowing up that momentum, and it gives them a different type of prospect, because it's not the playing style that Golden State benefits the most. So by having that type of gameplay, I do see Ivy not playing with Julius Randle, but playing with that bench. Like, that's the same thing that happened with D Rose last season, when people was was ready to hit that panic button, saying like, why we just don't put D Rose with that starting position? No, and I'll tell you why that's even a bad take, because everybody is thinking about, well, the starting position is not working out and we got to start moving pieces. But if you move that key piece that makes the bench even more of that factor, if you move Derrick Rose from that bench to that starting position, now what does the bench is going to give us? And that's what actually happened. They started putting the bench. They expected the bench to produce the same numbers that they produced before with no problem. But guess what? They didn't have D Rose. And now that whole bench, they all look lost.
Yeah. Well, and also the other thing too with that was, don't forget, there was a point where what you were saying too, the starters were struggling and the bench was coming in and lighting dudes up. But the bench was also playing against the other teams' benches. And at that time, the Knicks had better bench play than a lot of teams in the league. So then as time progressed, starters are still struggling. So Tibbs is trying to figure out, how do I get this team going? So he starts infusing more of the bench into the lineups that's playing the starters of other teams. And that's when those bench guys don't seem as effective, because they're going against better players. It all started to fall apart a little bit, and we struggled. And then where we went from there, you guys got to see it. Another thing I wanted to say, I hope that people understand what I was saying. I wanted to elaborate a little bit more. The other thing was, with regards to Julius, you can have an ISO player on your team that ISOs and still have an effective team. But there's guards that ISO at the top of the key or at the 3-point line, and they get their ISO on from there. But the paint area is still open, and their defender is up top or on the wing somewhere. But with Julius, if he's playing around 18 to 20, doing his little ISO, his back down, you know what he does. His defender is already close to the paint. So if he gets double teamed, or if he has to, because what he does is hold the ball, a long time in the shot clock, and then he has to hold the ball and then pass it out because he don't have the shot, then the guy you're giving it to only has a limited amount of time to score, and your defender is already close to the paint. All he has to do is move to the paint, and he can be a deterrent along with whoever else is there. That's why I'm saying, it doesn't mean the ISO guy can't work. It's just where Julius ISOs on the court, where his happy place is there. It makes it tougher for guys who want to get into the paint to score, because you got a defender that's already close. I hope that explains it a little better, what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, and Ron, to your take, I had a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
To your take, Ron, I had a question for you. So in your logic, if you believe that to move up to get Ivy, you have to go ahead and move on Randle, is it realistic that you don't move up in that spot? Or if you do move up, do you get Mathurin instead? Because if you're looking to move up and get Ivy, do you think the confirmation of Tibbs coming back, because Tibbs and Randle go way back, is a sign that Randle's going to stay? So the question I'm asking is, because they did say that Tibbs is coming back, it's more than likely that Randle's going to stay. Does that in your mind make you believe that they're not going to move up to get Ivy?
No, I think they're still going to try to move up. They're just going to try to move up a different way without including Julius. It doesn't mean it's going to work, but they'll try. You can't fault them for trying. You just hope. You hope.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask that, because I thought your sentiment was, if you're going to keep Randle, then you don't think we're going to move there. We're going to move up to get Ivy.
No. The Knicks can still try to move up to get Ivy without trading Randle. Because the other thing is, don't forget, it's two-sided. They can try to trade Randle to move up, but the other team that's got that pick may not want Randle. Maybe they want somebody else. Maybe they want Grimes. Maybe they want Obi. Maybe they want that. Everybody wants RJ, but we're not doing that.
Hey, we need to get Ronald Cleveland, man, up on this panel right now.
All right.
Send that link.
Okay, Tricky.
We need Ronald up here.
Hey,
all right, Tricky. I'm gonna put it in the chat, man. Hold on, B. Hold on. All right. Now I got you, Tricky. Listen, we'll definitely see if we can get man up here, but don't pressure on you, Ron. If you're doing something, you just watching. It's cool.
I'm on
Tricky's kind of demanding. It's kind of demanding there.
No,
Tricky
I'm just a
cracking the
little
whip today.
upset on your guys' takes lately. Like I don't understand how you could sit there and say that Julius Randle is gonna be the guy of our team when I get, okay, if you look at him as a basketball player, he is physical, he is good, he is dominant, he can get his points, and maybe he's ISO Randle. But my point about Randle is what I hate about him, he's crying to the refs. He is jealous of RJ Barrett. He's a cancer on this team, in my opinion.
Well,
when I look at, hold on, I want to say one thing. When I look at Obi, RJ, Emmanuel Quickly, and those boys having fun at the end of the year,
and Ron
I
Cleveland
saw enough to know that Randle gotta go.
Okay, Tricky. Look, let me say this so we can move on and kind of, not change the narrative, but, hit other things that we got going on here. One, I think that you're well within your rights to be upset at Julius Randle. I think he did a lot of things to upset the fan base this year with how he carried himself. He could have did a much better job. I know he was upset about certain things. He feels victimized because of how people attacked him and especially attacked his wife and his son in what they were doing and saying.
Guys.
Thank you, Tricky. But I think that you got to understand, regardless of how we feel about Julius Randle and his antics and what he did, Julius is still one of the better players in the NBA. He's not the best player, but he's still one of the better players. 20, 10, and 5 is not easy to do, and he does it consistently. And this was a bad year for him.
Yeah,
his efficiency is terrible.
I got
and he
Tricky.
gets mad because he creates a hard foul. Then he goes at the refs. Then he goes at RJ. Sorry, the dude's gotta go.
Hold on, Tricky. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mute you, but I got to because, still got to create some order, bro. You can't say something and not let other people speak. I told you before, when it comes to you, I like early morning, afternoon Tricky. I don't like late night Tricky. You starting to show me late night Tricky. So you got to calm down, brother. Everything's good. Everything's good. I'm going to get back to you. Julius is still who he is, okay? And the Knicks committed to him, and they see the value in him. So regardless of whether we move on from Julius or not, if Julius is going to be here, which I think most likely he will, because they're not going to undervalue what Julius is. When Julius is going right, outside of all the issues that he showed last year, Julius is a valuable player, and he deserves his market value as a Knicks franchise that gave him money. They don't want to just give him away, okay?
Preach.
So he's going to rock with us until he can't rock with us, and they just have to settle and say, okay, now we got to move you. Or something will come up. Maybe a deal will come up. The season will start and, a month goes by or something, 2 months, and some team, well, not, you know what I mean, when we get closer to the trade deadline, and some team comes out the water and says, look, we're going to give you this, this, and this for Julius. You're like, whoa. Yeah. You got to take it. Yeah. So we just got to see, wait and see how it all plays out. But right now, he ain't going nowhere. This is Julius Randle. It's not just easy to throw him out. Yeah. I hear you. I want him. I don't want to say I want him out of here. I just don't feel like it's ever going to be the way it needs to be anymore. Because once the games start, once the season starts, once the bad stuff starts happening, Knicks fans don't forget. All that stuff's going to come back, and Julius is going to he's going to go into a shell again because the boo birds and how Knicks fans are brutal, man. It's going to get tough. Yeah. So
Julius is weak.
Man.
Whew. What up, Ron Cleveland? What's going on, brother?
Man, much, man. The missus and my daughter up in the store, man. I'm up here in MB, Myrtle Beach, and enjoying my anniversary. So we just getting here, man. I got a little time, so before they come up this stuff. But man, I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm on a clean slate with everybody. Yep. I ain't holding nothing from last year against anybody on this team. I'm done with that. Last year is last year. We've been talking about that all off season. Let's get off of that. You know what I mean? What can these players that's under contract, what can they do for us? That's what I'm on. You know what I mean? Julius Randle ain't no doubt into what you think from. Julius Randle is our best player.
Yeah.
Point blank, with the flaws and all. You know what I mean? So let's just look at what, because we got him. Until he's gone, he's ours.
Yeah.
So let's just see what can he bring to this team. We know what he can bring. If we can get somebody to really take that number one shot, that spot, you know what I mean, and let Julius play off of that, that'll be great, because I think that's the role really for Julius, is to take the pressure off of him. Right now, I think this last season is just too much for him. It was just too much for him. You know what I mean? But I ain't gonna beat that dead horse, man. But getting back to this draft, for me, I've been saying it, I'm gonna keep saying it, man. It's Ivy. It's Ivy. You got to go get that spot. We can't sleep on that no more.
Hey, Ron, say it. Ron, say it again. Say it again, Ron.
We've been sleeping long enough, Tricky. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hey, Tricky. What you on, Tricky? What you on today, man?
No, I'm just saying. Say it again, Ron. Jaden Ivey. Say it again, Ron.
No, I hear you call me, but hey,
trade Randle. Jaden Ivey. Say it again, Ron.
Yeah, we got everybody know, man. We got to get a point guard, man. And I think the front office know that more than anybody. They're gonna make a heavy hitter move, man.
Yeah,
it's gonna be heavy. And I'm gonna just sit back until, like I said, I ain't got nothing to say about Leon Rose. I ain't got nothing to say about Tibbs. They are who they are. We know they put the evidence on the table. You know what I mean? What this season is gonna look like, I'm gonna judge them after the end of this season.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at. I already have my problem with Tibbs. Tibbs ain't going nowhere.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Let's see what he can do. You got a new guy in your staff, Rick Brunson. Maybe he helps. And I think that's all. I'm gonna tell you, I think that Rick Brunson move ain't got nothing to do with the Sun. I think it's about these guys that's coming up through this draft next season, and I think he's a fallback plan. If Tibbs don't get his act together this season, Tibbs will be gone, and Rick Brunson will take over.
Mm-hmm.
Because the guy just had coaching experience too,
yeah.
and he's been an assistant in this league. And you know, anytime that a player got ties to the city, that bodes well to the team too. So that lets me know, man, this thing was bigger than just Brunson. Some people looking at this as Brunson, because I still don't think Brunson is coming here.
Yeah.
I think this is more to do with having a security blanket for Tibbs. And I'm gonna tell you this: don't be surprised if Johnny Bryant leaves and go back to Utah. You know what I mean? Because they're talking about Quinn moving up out of there.
Right.
So don't be surprised if he end up back in Utah. That's just my thoughts, man. Hey, that's all I got to say. Hey, if you ain't subscribed to Still Knicks fans, hey, make sure y'all do so. My man Ron, hey, congratulations, man, on that 1,000 subs. Keep the content coming. I know you're going to keep this thing clean like grandma living furniture. And honestly, you know what I mean? Y'all have a good one, man. And I'm out, man.
Thank you, boss. Appreciate it. Have a great one, man.
Thank you.
I love
Ron
man. So let me do this real quick before I get to Danny Landis and Rayology. Keep it going. Let me shout out a couple more people in the chat. Now I think that's Al. Al, what's good? Thank you for tuning in. Ronald Bradley, I see you. My man 914's finest was good, brother. Hope to see you soon at the NBA draft party if you're there again. Appreciate you. D Cooler 718, Brian Williford. What's going on? IQJ in the building. Tatface. What's going on, Tatface? What's happening, brother? Obviously, we got Ronald Cleveland, Danny Landis, man. The whole mix. Rayology's here. I also want to get to another super chat. Before I do that, I want to also take this time because, listen, we got to be honest with what it is, man. I got to say what's up and salute to everybody who has tuned in right now, who has supported the channel. I also want to give a big shout out to all my Filipino brethren out there. Kai Sato or Soto, however you want to say it, is a guy that I think the Knicks should really highly consider drafting with the 42nd pick if he's there. Yeah. But I think they may need to even think about moving up 5 or 6 spots. Yeah. Because I think he's a player that we could use. He may not be, a day one everything for us right away. We may have to cultivate and develop him a little bit, but I like what he can do. And we have talked about in the past, some people even mentioned it this year, that Some people wish they would have got Porzingis back if you could figure out a way to use him. Well, Kai Sato's not Porzingis, but he's got similar skill set. He can do some things, and I kind of like that. And I think he's a really good kid, really good person. And so I would love if the Knicks got him in the later round. But let's see how it all plays out. But I definitely want to give a big shout out to the Filipino brethren who have tuned in and supported our show, supported him as well. We got a video that we put up about him. That video got 33,000 views. So I thank y'all. I appreciate everybody who watched it and supported. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody because I didn't forget about that because that was crazy. So thank y'all. Kaiser Soze once again with the super chat. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. I can't say enough about it. He said,
and we just hit 3 hours, so hit those likes, subscribe, hit that all reminder bell. We're at 3 hours right now.
Thank you, Tricky. Thank you. Kaiser Soze super chat. Randle is mentally weak. Okay, if he can't handle fans, how is he going to handle playoff basketball? Can't cry versus Boston, the Bucks, or the Heat. Move him. Yeah, I get it. And unfortunately, one of the worst things that happened for Julius. And this is outside of everything that took place last year. And I think that's when the Knicks fans, some Knicks fans in particular, started to sour a little bit on him, is what happened in that playoff series versus Atlanta. That was a tough one. And the worst part about it is not that they had a good game plan for him, but they really limited all aspects of his game. He struggled mightily, not just with shooting, but he just didn't do enough to even help. And I'm sure he was trying, but mentally he was shell shocked. There was too much going on, and he was dealing with it. So that wasn't a good look for him. So yeah, man. But I hear you,
Hey Ron, let me ask you something. Who did shine in that series a little bit? Who did shine in that series?
In that particular series, shoot, it's hard for me to even remember, man. I'll be honest with you.
What? Hold on 1 second. What series?
The Atlanta series in the playoffs last year in our 41-31 season.
Okay. When we lost 4-1.
That is correct. When we lost 4-1.
So who shined in that series to me was Kyle Herter, Bogdanovich,
not for
Trae Young.
I think he's talking about for the Knicks.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the Knicks and Atlanta.
No, okay, about him.
No, I'm naming them. I'm gonna name every Atlanta Hawk. Capella,
no, don't tricky. Hold on.
And then Randle didn't show up. Randle didn't show up.
Oh man, you tricky. You put me in a bad spot, bro. I'm a good guy. But then I have to do things I don't want to do. I don't want to keep muting you, man. You deserve to talk just like everybody else, but you got to give everybody their time to shine.
No, I just answered the question.
Yeah, but one tricky is that you got to understand the question wasn't asked to you. It was asked to me. 2, you got to understand that your time is coming. I try to get we got a strong panel, a lot of different people. Everybody's going to get their chance to speak, but you have to be respectful of everybody, man. Come on, Tricky. Come on, Playboy.
Can I say
sorry.
two actual players that actually, to me, they actually got the attention, and to me it was between Obi and Quickly, and it's because they didn't play as much as RJ or Julius Randle, but at least they got to the position of actually knowing what was the postseason like. A lot of rookies, they don't have the benefit of saying that in the first season that they got there, they got some time to actually play in the postseason. And Quickly and Obi, they could both say that, hey, the first year we got there in style.
Hey, shout outs to you, Sherman and Pudge. Obi and Quickly, right?
Obi and Quickly.
Yeah. I mean that's probably the case. I it's been so long that I don't even remember. And actually, you know what? I've been meaning to go back and look at the game we won, to see how we played in that game. But yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. I think that's what I remember. Knicks, you know, they just weren't ready. You know, they had a good season. They went on a really good stretch. They ran off a good winning streak. But if you remove that winning streak, it doesn't look like a great season for the Knicks. That streak that they went on was great, and it happened at the right time, and it carried over into the playoffs, and then we got hit with the buzzsaw. Yeah. So, it is what it is, man. But I thank you, Tricky, for being passionate and wanting to give your take on stuff and giving us your opinion. I appreciate it, buddy. I just want you to kind of be respectful of everybody. We got a lot of people here that need their time to talk. I haven't even gotten to Danny and Rayology yet, man. You got to give everybody their moment. So yeah, man, appreciate you though. Let me go to Danny real quick. Danny, we talked about a lot of stuff, man, a lot of stuff. But what's going on with you? What you thinking, bro?
I'm thinking about the draft, but right now my focus right now is on this guy's season.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
He's on a basketball team. He's got one game left this coming Sunday, this Sunday, and then playoff time. So right now, my Knicks are not even on my mind. His team, is on my mind right now.
That's right, man. That's right. Yeah, man. Yeah. Salute to you, bro. I hope you do great. I hope you guys go far in the playoffs, man. You deserve it.
Let me tell you, Ron, thank you. But the last game they had last weekend, they didn't have one because it was a Memorial Day weekend. But the weekend before that, there was a guy reffing the game who was a coach for another team. He never refs. He reffed this game. He was making, so many calls on third and fourth graders, like with a stepping over the line on the inbounds. I'm like, come on, even the coach who's friends with him, our coach who's friends with the coach with the ref, kept telling him, come on, man.
Sometimes you gotta let the kids play, man. You gotta let the kids play. But you know what? As a coach, maybe he looks at it like, you know what? This is finally my chance I see some things out there. I want to teach these kids how to do it the right way. But time and place, man. You gotta figure out the best way to do it. You can't kill these kids' dreams, man. You gotta let them play.
Let them play. That's it. Play the kids.
Yeah, play the
Leon
kids.
Rose better be listening.
Well, maybe. We'll see.
So what do you think, Ron, about the draft? You think the Knicks are going to move up, you think? Or you think they're going to wind up staying pat as usual?
No, I don't think they're going to move up.
I don't think so either.
I think they want to move up, but I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off.
I don't think so.
But we'll see.
I have a bad feeling.
I hope it works out, man. Finesseful J, I see you. Salute to you in the chat. Rayology, bro. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. First and foremost, I want to say congratulations on the 1,000 subscribers.
Thanks, man.
Congratulations on all your success and everything you're doing. Like, I'm a fan. Guys, gotta hit the like button. I mean, we've been here rocking for 3 hours. I've been listening since this whole thing opened up. And
wow, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
There are a lot of points that go back and forth. But this is the beauty about the Knicks fan base. It's the collective perspectives. It's the different avenues that provide thought-provoking conversations. I absolutely love it. You got the different personalities that make this the greatest fan base in the world. And, I absolutely love it. I will forever be a Knicks fan. I will die a Knicks fan. I hope a championship comes in that space, but who knows? A couple things. One of the big things that I guess I'm trying to take away from this entire on season, as Jay Bookie would refer to it as, is the contextual layers that exist for this team. Not just for the draft, because obviously we know whatever happens in the draft is going to point us in the direction, right? But when I look at the draft and thinking about, okay, so who do we take at 11, or do we move up, or do we move down, or do we move out? It's really going to tell us a lot. But at the same time, I got a front office who's in year 3. And the Kraken, known as James Dolan, okay, the Kraken has kind of sort of awakened, in my opinion, with him sort of giving Leon Rose the avenue to keep Tibbs or to keep Tibbs or let him go, which tells me, and maybe I'm just speculating here, but that's the nature of us doing this, right? Yeah, we're all theoretical GMs. We have no idea. Nobody here has access cards to MSG. But I really do think that this is going to get really bad before it gets really better. And I say that, I'm really reluctant to say that out loud, but obviously I just said it. I mean, I'm so hesitant in that space, but it's like, yo, this no direction thing we're doing, sort of making left turn, left turn, left turn, and calling it a direction, it's scaring me. It's scaring the hell out of me, and I just don't know. I mean, just think about this for a second. For all Knicks fans, for the panel and everything. Rick Brunson was hired. So it tells me that for someone like Tom Thibodeau, who's already and has always been a guy that brings his guys along wherever he goes, he didn't get that within 2 years. So is the front office finally bending to Tom Thibodeau? Is James Dolan giving an ultimatum and saying, hey, listen, if you're going to keep your guy on, just give him what he needs? Is that an avenue and a way for him to fall on his sword with a Rick Brunson hire? Because tell me this. What happens in that space with Johnny Bryant? Now, I know Johnny Bryant's resume in terms of working with guards. What's Rick Brunson's resume? What exactly does he make better? Or is he a yes man? So everything that everybody's been talking about with this Rick Brunson hire has been about connections. It hasn't been about basketball acumen. Oh, he's really great working with big men. Oh, he's really great developing guards. Oh, he's really good. No. The conversation is about, is Jalen Brunson coming? So we got that avenue of nepotism, which, by the way, nothing's wrong with nepotism. Nothing's wrong with it. If we're working a job, even for the people who, want to move from their house, you call up your people. You offer them pizza. You give them some Popeye fried chicken. I get it. But when you abuse nepotism to the point where it's like you're not going to hold anybody accountable, we got problems. So, Ron, that's just one pathway that I'm looking at like, oh, this is going to get really bad. Because what if Julius Randle decides to slap Rick Brunson's laptop? What if Julius? What if? I mean, and that becomes its own conversation. But think about it. Rick Brunson is a no-nonsense guy. If he's being brought in to somewhat be a version of Kenny Payne and have Julius Randle's heir, who's to say that relationship actually works out?
True.
I just want to say one thing real quick. Like,
Yeah,
I
sure.
agree. I agree with pretty much everything that you're saying. But there's one thing about what the Knicks is doing this season. Like, to me, it's them admitting that they wasn't working 100% with Coach Thibodeau. And that's literally what I wanted to say since day one is work as a sync type of environment that I'm going to get you what you want so that they won't be no excuse. So it's a way for them to admit that it was wrong. They did it wrong. And this season, they're going to catch their act even better. And by them actually, even though the Knicks organization, they didn't want it, Brunson, it was somebody that Coach Thibodeau wanted in the first place. So now Coach Thibodeau doesn't have an excuse if things is not working out. I'm loving what I'm seeing because now is at least they giving the benefit of the doubt to Coach Thibodeau. They not leaving nothing without let's say go to waste, because whatever happens from here on out now is not the front office. The front office gave you what you wanted. So
exactly.
if they move in that direction, I'm telling you now we looking at something special, because if they go to the approach of, all right, we didn't want a player that Coach Thibodeau wanted desperately, but Coach Thibodeau gave us a list and we got him at least one that we felt like it was better off, and there's a player that Coach Thibodeau wanted. If they work in that type of environment, I see the Knicks going even further.
Well, so you're basically setting them up. It's kind of like of mice and men. Like you're just taking him into the back and you're loading up on your gun to sort of put him down. That's the way I see it.
No. You're not wrong. But it's at least giving him the benefit of the doubt. Like, you don't have an excuse from here on out. We're gonna work in pair. It's not gonna be a Julius Randle. I just do not see the Knicks organization letting Julius Randle slip out just like the way that he slipped this season by slapping a laptop, by being on a frenzy with other players. I feel like the Knicks organization now is about to step up. If Coach Thibodeau is not going to do it, now the Knicks organization is going to be saying like, well, this is not what we represent. So even though you the best player in our team, if this doesn't work out, if you don't abide by certain rules and by certain ways that you need to be conducting yourself, it's not going to work out. And if it doesn't work out that way, what it's showing is that the Knicks organization, they're not haste on doing what fans want. Because remember, the Knicks fan is tough. The Knicks fan, when we want somebody traded, we want something traded right now. It's not giving you the benefit of the doubt. We're not waiting 3 months. We're not waiting the whole season. We want you traded by tomorrow. No if or buts. But if they work, yeah, if they work in that, if they work in that sense that we're gonna give everybody the benefit of the doubt. It's not saying that we're not gonna trade Julius Randle. But we are not going to be acting like last season that it happened. This season, what he gave us, real quick.
Yeah,
this
of
season,
course.
This season, what he gave us, it was pure garbage. But we're not going to trade him by that factor because we're not going to be acting like what he did, what he gave us last season didn't happen. Now, what's going to happen is we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You got a time ticking, and once that time actually tick to that certain extent, and you didn't give us what we expected, now we could trade you. And there's no if or buts. We gave you the benefit of the doubt. If you didn't jump and you didn't take advantage of it, that's on you.
But wait a second, time out. Because before you even get to the player composition here, with giving players a chance like Julius Randle and all that other stuff, I'm just talking about the philosophical divide between the front office and the coach. If I'm a front office and I'm saying to you, all right, Tibbs, maybe you're right. Let me go on ahead and give you what you want. Mm-hmm. You're on the clock. And for any move that I give, in terms of, okay, Tibbs, I'm going to give you what you want. Now, all of a sudden, right now, we're entering year 3. Mm-hmm. We're kind of now up on the whole, somebody's on the chopping block here. Because if Tom Thibodeau goes, that's a package deal, baby. Like, that front office is gone, too, because you hired your man. Me, as James Dolan, the owner, I asked you to your face, yo, you can let your man go, you can keep him. I'm setting you up. I'm basically allowing you to fall on your sword with your mannerisms, with your tactics. Now, mind you, if Tom Thibodeau, we've heard reports from Mark Berman and everyone else that he found religion and all of a sudden he regrets not doing this and not doing that. Yeah. I heard that same rhetoric and nonsense at the beginning of when he was first hired with that ESPN article about how he understands, the realm of these younger kids and all that. Yeah, it's a wait and see. We'll see if you really have changed. But my thing is, okay, so the front office, you give Tom Thibodeau Rick Brunson. What has Rick Brunson and Tom Thibodeau ever done from Chicago to Minnesota? And now what are we expecting in New York? And Ron, that's why I said, I think this season is going to break a lot of Knicks fans' hearts. It just is. And let me also point out this. I read a report from Jordan Walsh. I think he's the head of Cerebro. He was on Locked On Knicks, where he talked about the 2023 draft and how if there was ever a time to tank, 2023 draft is the one you want to tank for. So do not be surprised if Detroit, Indiana, Washington, and all these other teams take leads and we don't. Because we still got questions about our roster, especially with our lead guy being Julius Randle, and all of a sudden him taking pictures and showing how strong he is, and everybody's like, yo, he's got to come back, and, he's going to be great. And that's just like, pump the brakes, man. Come on. Like,
what?
Ahead,
So here's the thing. This is like the game within the game, right? It's funny, that you brought that up, because the flip side of this is the fact that the 2023 draft is looked at as being a strong draft, even if the high school players aren't allowed to come out the way they were supposed to before. That's changed. There's still the talent level that's supposed to be coming out in that draft is also awesome. So it doesn't matter. If you're right, and some of these teams, the Indianas, I don't know about Charlotte, but some of the teams that have been bad, the Detroits, whatever, if they continue to tank, guess who that benefits? The New York Knicks, because it allows for certain teams to move themselves off the board and the Knicks to continue to be in play. So
Yeah.
if the Knicks give you any type of good offense and good defense and sustain some winning basketball throughout the season, they will turn into a playoff team by the fact that other teams are trying to tank to get into that draft. So that's it. It's like, I know it looks a certain way, and you may say that the Knicks may be in for a rude awakening, but I'm telling you, if that's the case, the way this draft in 2023 is shaping up, the Knicks could benefit from all these teams trying to get up in there and get themselves a solid player, because their level of play is going to be that much better. Because under Thibodeau, you know one thing, the Knicks are going to try to win.
Yeah.
He may do it his way, and we may not be happy with it, but you know they're going to try. So, I think
who we jumping?
Out.
Who we jumping?
I mean, honestly,
Charlotte.
How good is Charlotte? How good is they've been Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde all year. I don't know what they are. Atlanta. How good is Atlanta? I thought Atlanta, they got the same players and they struggled all year.
Yeah.
And when they got to the promised land where they wanted to get to, they got them up out of here. So I don't know, man. Listen, those two teams to me are question marks. One team I will say will be better next year as long as everybody's healthy is Cleveland.
Yeah.
Cleveland will be rocking.
Yeah. I'll say this, and it's gonna be real quick. Don't focus on what we have right now. Focus on how everything started building up to get to the point where we at right now. If we start thinking about, all right, after we drafted RJ, then we drafted quickly and Obi. Start asking the question: were they good or great pieces to add? Yeah, there was. To me, in my eyes, they are great pieces to add. Now, then after we drafted McBride, Sims, and Deuce, or Deuce is the same one, and Grimes. Are those great pieces to add? Yeah, they're great pieces. Now, to me, the question is, what are we needing? We just need that one key piece that would pretty much turn this franchise around. Is that franchise type of player? That's why I keep on saying like Jaden Ivey, Ben Mathurin, Jonathan Davis. If we draft one of those three pieces, to me, that's it. We are complete. To me, what the Knicks is playing, they not playing dumb. All their moves is not dumb. The thing is that we still haven't seen fruition because it's still not complete. Now, that's why I said that moving back or further away from the top 10 pick, it makes sense. It makes sense, perfect sense. But this season to next season is one of those seasons that now we got to go in hard. If we could end up keeping the pieces that we already add as an additional, and we have that missing piece, now we're going to start seeing what the Knicks was trying to do. But we are not going to end up seeing it if everything doesn't start playing itself out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, the front office was supposed to build off of the success we had with the almighty fourth seed. That's what you're supposed to do if you're an executive or if you're in the front office. So I was never mad about signing guys like Kemba Walker. I remember the fanfare that was around signing Kemba at the time that we did, because it was such a low risk. If he comes out averaging 20 points, and we got the homegrown, we got the dude who's from here, that's big time. Evan Fournier, the sort of safe, everything. I guess my point is that everything is always 2020, hindsight 2020, but everything is also contextual for me when I look at it. And when I said I have said this over and over, that there are more questions than answers, because when you look at Tom Thibodeau's coaching philosophy and how he runs teams, okay, so we get a Johnny Davis, how does he use him? We get a Ben Mathurin, how does he use him? You still want to keep parts of we all agree that our roster construction right now, as it stands, is not really all that. It's not good. Mm-hmm. And so if we decide to run that back and add one player, a rookie in that, where does that go? In a loaded Eastern Conference that we all know will be better. Yes, even the Charlottes and whatnot, I don't know, maybe they take a drop or whatever the case may be, but they still have a LaMelo Ball. They still have a Miles Bridges.
Right. Well, they do for now. But Miles Bridges is a free agent. He may walk up out of there. We'll see. But I hear where you're going, though. I agree with you. And, the other thing I will say, first off is someone put it in the chat. I forgot who it was. I don't know. I lost it. But E. Gibson, the Washington Wizards may be better because they do have Porzingis now. They've got Kuzma, who showed he could play a little bit throughout the season. We'll see how he fares next season. But when you get Bradley Beal back, if they keep him, because he's a free agent too, we'll see what happens. I wanted to say that I think. Well, let me first give a shout out to everybody. I don't want to forget y'all. Kaiser, no, that's a super chat. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I had starred some people. Fabian Williams, what's good? Keyshawn, what's going on? Anointed for this. I'm sorry. I apologize. Finesseful J. My guy Andy, what's going on? Salute. Parrish Doug is in the building. Real King. Hinton Murphy, my guy Hinton. Long Island Sound is here. I think you were here earlier, but if you wasn't, Geraldine McKay is here. Salute to you.
Geraldine.
Appreciate you. I think that the only thing I will disagree with you on, Rheology, is that I feel like the Knicks will be better next year than they were this year just because of Thibodeau. If it's true, I don't know if it's true or not. You know, Thibodeau is a creature of bad habits. Mm-hmm. If he's willing to play guys in situations where he should make changes. Last year, apparently, he said he realized that he should have played some of these young guys more. He definitely dropped the ball there. If that's true, I think if he were to do more of that this year, even though I think our roster is not necessarily great from top to bottom, there's pieces here that are good and can be if used properly. Yeah. Can do more for the team than they did last year. If Tibbs does that, at the very minimum, the team will be better. Yeah.
But the key word
we still need smart guys, though. We still need somebody who could facilitate, or guys who are able to move the ball, willing to move the ball. Who knows, guys? You know, we say a lot about no, go ahead, Don P. What were you going to say?
If you was calling shots, let's say you were a shot caller.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. You know, another thing we don't know.
Who would you choose in the draft? Would you trade up? Would you just stay put at 11? Who would you choose?
Well, hold on. I'm gonna actually get to that as in a combination with what Andy said. His question. The other thing I was gonna say, guys, is we don't know what type of Julius Randle we're gonna get next year. What if Julius Randle says, "Listen, I looked at the season." He won't say this, but I'm saying, what if he's thinking to himself? I looked at the season. I saw where I messed up. There's a lot of stuff going on mentally and all that stuff with the fans. I'm still not rocking with y'all. But maybe he says in some of these games when we had 20-point leads and I had the ball in the fourth quarter, I made careless turnovers. Maybe he says this year, I'm going to move the ball more. Yeah. We don't know. Julius might start to open up a little bit more with his team, and maybe he'll do it the smart way. Because we've seen Julius do – come on, it was like high school. There was a couple games where Julius was just passing the ball just to pass it. He wasn't even shooting. He wasn't even looking at the basket. It was stupid. It was like a high school thing. Like, what are you doing here? Like, maybe he does it the smart way this year and says, I'm going to move the ball within the flow of the offense, get my guys involved, and do my thing here and there, but I'm going to let the game, whatever, the game will dictate how the game will be played, like Tibbs likes to say, whatever he says. To your question, Don P., Andy said, my question is this year's 11th pick shouldn't be considered better than last year's later first-round picks, or no? Or should be, or shouldn't be? So, it all depends on how things play out, because I think the top 13 to 14 guys in this draft, so I guess that's the lottery, are all good players that any team could use. You just got to figure out what's the good fit for you. And if things work out where some guys value other people more than we think they do, the draft could be shifted and somebody could fall to the Knicks that we really want. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's going to play out in the worst possible way. I think Johnny Davis, Mathurin, Ivy, maybe even Duran. I don't know.
They're going to be drafted.
All them guys are going to be gone by 10. And then
you're
like,
hey, Ron, you're expecting the worst.
I have to. Yeah, I predicted we were going to win 50 games last year.
Yeah.
I expect the worst this year.
No. I was just asking. Like, you're expecting the worst? Oh God.
You have to.
That
You
says
have
a
to.
lot, though, to a lot of Knicks fans. They're like,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
you know, like, I don't even expect anything good, really. I want to see something good, but
look,
I'm sorry. This demonstrative evidence tells me to expect the worst, maybe hope for the best, but I'm not going to use it as a methodology when my team has demonstrated year in and year out incompetence from the owner all the way down to the player. Now, there's some good pieces, like Ron has said. There are some really good, promising pieces, but that too is also connected to my third-year coach, Tom Thibodeau, who is devoid of evolution and adjustment and all this different stuff. Everything that Ron said, he has a point in every regard, but it's all predicated on one word: if.
Yeah.
And if I'm using that as a measurement for how many games we're gonna win, or how many, I'm sorry, I gotta use the evidence that I have on hand.
No, my whole point though was with Ron saying it. Like, look, he's a creator of a great podcast. Still Knicks fans, like, subscribe, hit that like button, hit that all reminder bell. Make sure you hit that all reminder bell so whenever he's going live, you'll get that reminder on your phone. Even if you're at work, you don't got to do your job. You could just sit there, watch Ron, and fucking hit the button on the machine. We know how it's like. But my point is, Uncle Ron, bringing this great Knicks content, has lost utter total faith in the Knicks organization for years. And he's trying to find a way out just like I am. So I love it.
All right. Hey, man, listen, thank you, Tricky Nicky. I appreciate the love and support, brother. I know. I'm just, you know what? MJ from Spider-Man taught me. If you don't have any high expectations, you can't be disappointed. So,
yeah. Ron, I just want to chime in for a second, because Tricky Nicky, listen, guy, I wish he was around when I was working. I'm retired now, because I would have really took that to heart. That was a hell of a statement.
Yeah, appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. Listen, you know, it is what it is. Bricks Nation, salute. What's going on? Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, guys, I don't want, the other thing is, as much as we've seen the negative with the Knicks, there's certain things we hoped would be better, and they turned out to be not what we expected. I still want to give you that feeling that it's a glass, you know, that is not half empty, half full. It's right there. It's in the middle. Like, but don't look at it either way, because a couple of different moves, a different mindset as to the way you're you know, running this team and how you're cultivating this roster can change everything for the Knicks. Because I'm telling you, I looked at how the Knicks played this season, and there was moments where the Knicks looked great. Yeah. There was moments where they looked bad. Let's not forget all of the leads that they had. 20-point leads going into the fourth quarter where they blew it. Yeah. But the point is, they got 20-point leads, so they were balling. Yeah. They had their moments. And when you look at the Jekyll and Hyde Charlotte Hornets, you look at the pretender Atlanta Hawks, there's teams out there that we don't know what they are yet. So the Knicks still have a shot to leap those teams, get into the playoffs, and really do something, showing us that they're improving and they're going in the right direction. Can they win it all next year? No. Are they going to be an elite team next year? No, but they can be better. I'm just saying, don't go too crazy with it. Don't say, hey, the Knicks are going to be the best. They're going to get Jaden Ivey. We don't know none of that. No. Yeah. Don't say the other thing either. Knicks are going to suck. They're going to tank. They're going to be the worst team. We don't know that. And I think under Thibodeau, and if you keep Julius Randle here, RJ Barrett is here, Derrick Rose will be back healthy, we hope. Yeah. This team is going to be better. You got another year of Obi, if he's here, another year of Quickly. They are becoming better players, and they're working. I don't know what Obi's doing in the offseason, but I'm going to tell you, Obi is working. Yeah. I know Quickly's working with Chris Brinkley, working on his shot and his form to get more consistent. That's a plus. And we still don't know who we're going to draft, but I do think that the Knicks one thing I can say about the Knicks, they did a good job in second rounds of these drafts picking players. So if they just use some of that mindset with regards to the second round, bring that into their first round so they can get the right pieces, I think we'll be okay, man. I think we'll be okay. And before we move on, I just want to give a special shout out to the chat once again. Thank you guys for tuning in and rocking with me. And Pudge Nice, appreciate you, man. Thank you for the super chat. Draft Lofton Jr. at 42. I mean, to me, I can't believe that's first off. I can't believe that's Lofton Jr. I mean, that don't look nothing like his pops. So I don't know. I don't know what that is. He is a monster, and he can get up and down the court. So I think he's an interesting player. And if he's there at 42, listen, Kai Sato is my guy. If Sato ain't there, and Lofton Jr. is there, I think you got to strongly consider it because you know the Knicks. The other thing about the Knicks is I don't like the fact that we don't have diversity in our bigs. We got the same type of big. If you're not going to get a big who can stretch the floor, at least give me a big who has a body like a presence down there who can stop some of these dudes from doing whatever the hell they want in the paint. I need something. Give me something.
Right. We got 1980s, early 90s bigs. We got bigs that are inside, they're in the paint always, and offensively, that's all they can do.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Tricky. Okay, Real King. Yeah, thank you. Because I didn't know. I'll be honest with you. I'm not, we're doing draft coverage, but we've been going on specific players. I didn't really know too much about Kenny Lofton Jr. I thought his father was Kenny Lofton, but I guess it's not the case. You're saying Kenneth Lofton Jr. is not Kenny Lofton's son. Okay, if that's the case, then I apologize. Then it doesn't matter. Because I was like, he don't look nothing like his father.
So going on conspiracy side, what do you guys think if the Knicks have what they wanted, but the thing is that they just don't want to show it out in fruition, because then we'll be in a predicament that if we want something and they see what we have now, in order to get a trade agreement, they need to get something that we still didn't want it to show at that moment.
Do you really think we're in that position
right
now?
Yes, because even somebody like, I do totally agree. I believe somebody says something about, it's me. Sims is the beast. Y'all keep on sleeping. I don't feel like we sleeping. The thing is that they just don't want, like, players like Sims, players like Deuce, Grimes, players like Quickly and Obi. Even though Quickly and Obi, they have more time, I just don't feel it's not the same type of time that Julius or RJ has. And I feel like if one of those two, especially Quickly, if Quickly has even more time, it's just going to give him more time to at least understand what he needs to adjust, to fix, to show that caliber finish missing type of Quickly side.
See, my opinion though, in my eyes, I don't know where you come up with that statement because I, in my opinion, I do not tie RJ to Randle. Everybody wants to say it's RJ and Randle. It's not RJ and Randle. It's RJ. It's RJ or Randle. Think about that.
It's tough. That's tough, Tricky, because it's hard not to kind of tie them together because they basically came,
No, we drafted RJ number 3. He came in here and nobody expected anything, and he did something.
He's a third pick. What do you mean that?
If you draft somebody at the number 3 pick
doesn't matter.
in any NBA draft, you expect something.
But what you're saying is, and this is why I disagree with Nice. What he's saying is, it's RJ and Randle together, or IQ and Obi.
I never even said that.
You did kind of say that.
No. I said, Tricky, listen to what I said. That we are in a position that maybe, and this is going on the conspiracy side, maybe the Knicks, they already acknowledge, they know for a fact, and this could be playing hypothetically, but they know what they have. They believe in what they have, but they don't want to show it as a as a finished piece. Let me finish, Tricky.
Okay.
Because if they show it as a finished piece and they start bowling out, now other teams know what the Knicks has, and if the Knicks want something from their player, that team could be like, yeah, but you know something, you could get what you want, but I want this piece.
I see what you're saying.
What if it's?
I see what you're saying.
What if it's? I do too. But what if it's really RJ and Obi? What if it's RJ and IQ? What if
We won't know
IQ
until
and
we
Randle?
won't know. We won't know, Tricky, until the Knicks decide to move on from Julius.
Yep.
But for right now, you can say that those two are attached in the fact that they were here at the same time, and when no one else was here under Tisdale, those two were given the keys to kind of just do whatever, run. There was no offensive system, but those two guys were given the keys to do whatever. And because of that, because they are, when you look at this team, as far as players that have been here, they're like long tenure guys, because a lot of these players haven't been here that long. They have a mutual respect for each other.
Hey, Ron, you can talk that way, but you can also say this though. Can't we just look at it this way? Is RJ better playing off with Randle, or is RJ better off playing off with IQ? Is he better with Obi? Is he better with Cam? Okay, then we can go. Well, is Randle better playing off with this person?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so many different types of directions you got to look at. This team is not going to be good. It's not going to be good with Randle.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
There is nobody, in my opinion, that is good enough to play with Randle to be a championship team.
Okay, all right.
My point only being is he's the type of player, he's the type of guy, he has the mentality of I gotta be number one or I can't be number two.
I don't. All right, let me say this, Tricky. And I want to move it on to other people so they can speak. I don't. I feel like Uncle Fulio right now, and that's not a good thing.
He can't be number one. He wants to be a number one on New York right now.
We first off, what we don't know is does Randle want to be a number one? Yes. Does RJ want to be a number one? Yes. Any good player in the NBA that works hard and values themselves is going to want to be a number one on any team they're on.
100%.
However, what you said was, and this is why I'm pointing to it, you said he wants to be the number one over everybody else, and that it's like, kind of like he doesn't want anybody else to shine, because I know that's how you look at him. I think you think that he is jealous of RJ.
He does not.
I don't think that that's the case. I think him and RJ have a good relationship. They're boys. That's why RJ don't get involved when shenanigans and stupid stuff is happening.
RJ just waiting for him to be traded. Be real.
Whatever you feel, Tricky, but let me speak. What I'm saying is, when it comes to Randle, you can't say he doesn't.
Wait for him to be traded.
Hold on. I had to mute you once again. You know how we do. It's Tricky Nicky after dark in the daytime. Like, what I'm saying is, no matter how you feel about Randle and what he's doing, I don't think you can say that he doesn't care about his teammates. He doesn't want them to succeed. Because when you look, I don't care. I mean, look, you ain't holding a gun to my head. This ain't the a situation where I'm in a cult or something. Obi, RJ, all these guys that have been asked about Randle are saying positive things, saying that he is a good teammate. He does work with them. He does talk to them. He does help them with their. So obviously, stuff is happening that we don't see, and they still value Julius as a player and a person on the team with them. So I don't think he's hating on none of them. He just is upset. He has a real big personality. He's very emotional, and when things don't go his way, he shows it. He wears it on his sleeve. We can see it all over the court, and things have affected him. And sometimes to the point where it seems like he tunes out. He gets lost. It starts to become about him. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care about his teammates. He doesn't know how to handle his emotions properly. So his actions on the court, when he's not getting foul calls, when his shot is not going, he takes himself out of the game mentally, and then it looks like he's not there for his teammates. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care about them. He definitely needs to learn how to keep his emotions in check. And
so
keep himself in the game.
You can care about somebody by losing your cool over end of game situations. Walk off the court in a victory. You can do all these off the court things and still come in here and perform. No, in New York you can't do that, period.
Can I?
And what he did, I have nothing bad to say about his gameplay. I never said that. I'm talking about everything he did. How he treated his teammates, how he treated his coach, how he treated the refs. Gotta go.
Okay. Well, Tricky, let me let Rayology get in here and say what he has to say. But let me ask you this. I don't know if I should do this because now
Be careful, Ron.
Let me ask you this. If you love the Knicks, don't you, Tricky?
Yeah.
Okay. So if Julius is here next year, you not watching the Knicks? Are you not a Knicks fan?
No, I'm watching him.
Okay. So you're going to have to deal with him being here. All you can do as a Knicks fan.
I got to deal with that. And
exactly. But hold on. All you can do as a Knicks fan that loves their team and cares more about the team than individual players, if that's how you coming at me with this, you got to say, I hope that Julius gets it together, and I hope that he plays the way he played before, and we can win with him. That's all you can ask for.
When he came out in his 41-31 season, and he said, we here, and he was doing all that. He went for 41 points against Atlanta, and he was doing that. He was doing that. I was falling in love with him. But what I saw last year, and what I saw against Atlanta at the end of that year that he was so good, was enough for me to say, and what I saw with him with the refs is enough for me to say, this dude doesn't even deserve to be on the Knicks.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me get over to Rayology, but
give it to RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett is the guy.
All right. Okay. I hear you, Tricky. Let me just say shout out to Visions. Thank you for joining. And let me tell you, Visions, you are correct. And that's why he's here, because as much as the way it's going, he is making a good point. And I think he does speak for a lot of Knicks fans out there that feel this way about Julius. They're done with Julius. But let's see what you got to say, Rayology. Go ahead, brother.
So everything that I look through is through the lens of context. It doesn't make me more right than someone else. It doesn't make me wrong. It just means that I look at the totality of everything and consider the other side of the coin. With Julius Randle, it's really tricky here because you have to be cautious not to remove the human element behind this, right? Like, frustration usually tends to bear some of our worst qualities. Now, I am not a Julius Randle fan. I want to make that very clear, and I'll say it again. I am not a Julius Randle fan. I'm not a fan for him coming back to the team. But the reason why I'm not a fan is because contextually, it doesn't work. My beef with Julius Randle has more to do with the basketball technical fit more than it does the erratic, emotional, unpredictable, childlike tantrums. Okay? Because listen, if you're frustrated, you're frustrated. I totally get that. And, we could sit back and sit on a high horse and be like, oh, well, you're supposed to do this, be a role model. You're supposed to act like this with your teammates. But it's so much more complex than that, because I'm not hearing RJ and OB just out straight like, yo, F Julius Randle, I don't want nothing to do with him or nothing like that. They're trying to show support. And that's part of the professionalism that Tom Thibodeau sort of breeds on his players. be professional, that sort of thing. But again, my frustration with Julius Randle, and let me just wrap it up by saying it's a basketball fit. It doesn't make sense. Julius Randle's game, we can all sit here and the consensus is he's not a number one. He can be a really good number two. And somehow at this stage, he's really a, number three on a championship level team, right? So your Milwaukee's, your Golden State, your Phoenix Suns, all that wonderful stuff. But for this team, he's just not a fit. So I don't know why it's always a conversation about, his antics. Yeah, I don't care about that stuff anymore. It's just a basketball fit. If you listen to Tom Thibodeau, if you study his philosophy, 2 feet in the paint, 48 minutes of rim protection, that's the evidence. That's what I have. I have to move on that data alone. And the data tells me that for Julius Randle being all the advanced metrics show that he is a negative to net neutral player in his lack of efficiency, that you can't just come out and be like, oh, well, he's a 20, 10, and 5 player. It's layered. It has context to it. And when you look at the advanced metrics, it doesn't work, especially for all the people out there who are like, yo, trade it for Jaden Ivey. How does that work with Julius Randle's game? Has anyone asked that question? Or for Benedict Mathurin, how does it work with Julius Randle's game? Julius Randle, the one season that he had that we consider to be an anomaly, is it more plausible that he has that kind of season or the regular season where he's really kind of not been an efficient jump shooter? So when I look at that information, it's telling me he's just not a fit. It's not that he's a bad player. He's just not a basketball fit, especially for what Tom Thibodeau is trying to employ with his players. The idea of ball movement, the idea of, the way you play defense and sort of the, lackadaisical nonsense where he picks and chooses and he's selective about his effort. I can't bank on that. So if you're sitting here waving the flag like, yo, we got to bring Julius Randle back, what you're really saying is if this thing gets even worse, his psyche, the problem is not in his technical basketball skills, it's up top. And if 50% of the game is up top and 50% of the game is skill, I got questions about the up top. If I bring that back, how is that supposed to work with the cohesion of the team? That's just me, though.
Can I address that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Marvin.
Well, I just wanted to ask Radiology a question.
Sure.
Is it a case of you seeing the good and the bad with Randle? And can he correct that? This is what I say.
Sure.
Well, first of all, I want to say it only because of this. Now, if we're so anxious to get rid of him, we got to make sure we replace that production. Now, one thing we can all say that the production he had was tremendous. And we can all get angry at players, but we did see the good and the bad. Which one did we like the most? Which one did we hate the most? I'm pretty sure that's an obvious question. But I just say, when you're dealing with a player like this, and it's so easy to say, get him out of here. Okay, if you don't get the same return, something at least close to the value of return, does it diminish the progress of the team? That's just the question I have for you, Rick. I'm not taking up for him, but I'm just saying.
It does. Hold on. Yeah, it does. Because it gets to the point where you go to, in the chat, Geraldine MacGyver said it best. He was a fit when he helped us get into the playoffs. Help is get us to the 4th seed, made the All-Star team, most improved player of the year. So how is he not a fit now? Why he's not fit now? His attitude changed, and he wasn't efficient. He wasn't shooting the ball.
Okay, hold on, Tricky. Let me get back because the question was for Rayology. But being that you did jump in when you did, you brought that up. What Geraldine said, she makes a good point. If he was a fit before, why is he not a fit now?
And that's the question I was posing.
The question here, the
Geraldine MacGyver, salute.
Yes, always salute to Geraldine MacGyver. She's a still Knick fan for life. She was one of the original, okay? When we had nobody tuned in, she was one of the first supporting every show we did. So
You knew,
thank
Ron. You. That's why I said that, though.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
yeah. So that was the reason I asked the question to radiology.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I
yeah.
just
So
wanted,
let's let
to hear
radiology answer the question. But I will say that that is a good point. It's a good question. If he was a fit before, why is he not a fit now? Because we loved him when he was doing well, and he's still giving you similar numbers.
Yep.
It's all about the mental. And but I don't want to steal your thunder, bro. The only thing I was gonna say is
this one.
If he had a mentality issue this past year, why can't he change his mentality for this year?
And that's the question that I wanted to pose to radiology.
Yeah, go ahead, radiology.
Because I think the team is evolving and moving away from, with every move that they make, they are showing that they're moving away from Randle and his role is changing. Yes, we made the 4th seed and whatnot, and to Miss McCarter's point, which is an absolutely great point, if he was a fit when we made the 4th seed, why isn't he a fit now? I think contextually, context, with the front office and the coach coming in to evaluate what they had, I think Julius Randle obviously performed, right? And that's behind an empty gym, that is behind, COVID, that's behind a contract here, that's behind the idea of not wanting to get up and move away and whatnot again. Because guess what? That's hard on players because they're humans too, and having to pick up your kids and move somewhere else, that's a bit of a hassle. So, yeah, he played his behind off. But I think the system was more catered to Julius Randle. It was more pointed, especially in the offensive end. And what we've seen is that his defense is only a response. His defense is a response to how he performs on the offensive end.
Yeah.
So with everything being funneled through Julius Randle, I think we saw the best version of him where he basically balled out, and we got those sort of results. Now the system has changed. Now other players got to get involved. Now you bring in shooters like Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker for what, again, hindsight 2020. I mean, we weren't all complaining about signing Kemba Walker, but that changed his role. And when his role changed, his attitude changed. Now you're going to tell me that by jumping up to go draft people and all this stuff, again, you're moving away from Julius Randle. So that's why I'm saying to myself, I can't bank on his psyche being there if you're going to change and morph this team even more.
If you can't bank on it, though, why would you even bring that up?
Well,
his psyche is so bad. You said, I can't bank on his psyche no more. If you can't do that, if you can't bank on Julius Randle being capable of doing something for him, why are you defending him so hard?
I'm not defending him so hard. I'm trying to provide context, and it makes it seem like I'm playing both sides of the fence and I'm inconsistent.
Yeah,
and whatnot.
Like you're whacking the ball both directions. You're right.
Because I think when it comes to the game of basketball, the fluidity and the up and down and the evolution of the game calls for that. Listen, the two teams who are in the finals right now, they're there because of the evolution of thought. They're there because they're able to adapt.
Yeah.
That's why those two teams, Boston and Golden State, are in the finals right now. And why rigid teams and rigid systems and rigid front offices with their ideas dating back to the 80s and the 90s don't work. And it's why I also think that if you bring this regime back, this whole, we're going to keep Tom Thibodeau and whatnot, I'm looking at next season as being very questionable because I want to know how much of this evolution and how much of this adjusting is really going to take place. Because I want to believe that OB and RJ and IQ are going to take significant steps. I'm a huge Cam fan. I want to believe he's going to take a massive step. But you know who holds the power there? Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
So the ship is only going to go as far as Tom Thibodeau and his evolution is going to be. And if he can't evolve, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So
and to the end of my question,
I understand.
Hold on, Tricky. Hold on.
Yeah, and to the end of my question, Rayology, did his play and his attitude in this year's NBA diminish his return for the Knicks? Is the question I have.
Did it diminish his return?
In other words, do you think you're going to get the value back if you try to move?
No, you're just not, because he made an all-star. He was a top. I mean, you could make an argument that he was
Most
a top 10
improved
player. Yeah, most improved, MVP voting. Like, there's an argument to be made that he was one of the top players in the league. Now, whether that's 10th or 15th or 20th or however you want to quantify it, there's no
taken away from that.
Yeah, there's nothing you can take away from that. But the problem is, what is more plausible? What is the evidence telling us? Is it more plausible that he's going to have his 1 year anomaly sort of, albatross year, or is he going to be the same consistent Randle we have seen from the Lakers to New Orleans Pelicans to the consolation prize he became in New York in 2019? Which, by the way, in 2019, we all were screaming for him to move on.
Yes.
Some of us celebrated, some of us did not. Now, if you want to give him a chance, that's totally fine. I'm not sitting here, complaining, and I won't root for the Knicks of Julius Randle. If he's back, he's back. But at the end of the day, there's something wrong up top, and I just can't bank on that. Everything with me is evidence and context driven. So that's what I think of when I think Julius Randle.
So I want to ask one question. I'm checking out.
Sure.
To the whole panel. We'll start with Ron. We'll go to Marvin, to Nice, to Rayology, and we'll go to Don for those in the chat. Shut up, chat. Here's my question. Are the Knicks gonna win a championship with Julius Randle?
Wow.
Go ahead, Rod.
Ron, I'm happy you first.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
I'm serious. Are
I know
the
you are.
Knicks gonna win a championship with Julius Randle?
Honestly, to this
Ron,
question that's
one.
been asked before, Tricky, can the Knicks win a championship with Julius Randle? Maybe. It's highly unlikely in the way the current team is or like the roster is put together.
I'm just drinking beer.
What I was gonna say to answer your question and to kind of piggyback off what Rayology was saying, I was gonna say my opinion about it. I don't think that you can, if you're trying to make him a number one guy. No, if you make him a number two, and you bring in somebody else who can be the leader and the star of this team, yeah. Do you want to say maybe you have that guy already on the team in RJ? Maybe, but RJ still needs to do a lot of improving. He still needs to learn how to play basketball more efficiently before we can consider him the leader of the team.
Yeah.
Does he have the heart? Does he have the makeup? Is he the right character? Yes. Mm-hmm. But he got to work on his game more in order to be able to fulfill the need of being the leader and the number one guy in his Knicks team. He's not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one. Two, I think that when it comes to Julius Randle and the Knicks, they had a plan. They got surprised. Okay. What happened in the almighty fourth seed season, and they won 41 and went 41-31. I don't think they were expecting that type of production.
Yeah.
It was a great thing. It turned out fine. They went off of that production. They saw how they played in the playoffs. They said, man, Atlanta kind of showed us something. They beat us down, man. They were shooting all over the court. They stretched the floor. They had all these shooters. We got really good defense, top 10 in the league, top 4, top 5 in a lot of categories. We should be fine if we take some of this defense away and bring in some more shooters. They did. They made the wrong choice because they took the Reggie Bullock was their best defender, and you got rid of the best defender. That was dumb. Fine. But they decided to bring in more shooting, Kemba, Fournier, thinking that might help. I think Fournier actually is a good piece that the Knicks added. Yeah. Do I think I see him here long term? Maybe not. But for what he did, You can't be mad at Fournier.
Yeah.
His defense wasn't great, but as the year went along, he got a little bit better at staying in front of his guy. And his three-point shooting, say what you will, he broke a record for the Knicks in one season here for the most 3 points made. So, I mean, he does what he does. That's it. The Kemba thing was bad. All right. So now you go into this season and you're like, nothing's working out the way you expected it to. Your defense is exposed because you had great perimeter guys on the team that are no longer here. So now when Julius looked good playing defense in his role of helping out but mainly playing power forwards and small forwards, whatever. Now you got Julius roaming on the perimeter. He's getting exposed. RJ looked good because you also had Bullock and Elfrid Payton out there. RJ just had to do what he needed to do. And he could focus, and he was good enough to really impact the game. Those guys are gone now. RJ has to be your man on defense and play the top player on everybody's team.
Ron, are you saying, though?
Well, I'm not really saying anything because I haven't finished.
Are you saying the Knicks can win a championship with Randle?
What I'm doing is I'm answering your question and breaking it down in layers so that you understand it's not easy to win a championship, no matter if you have.
The answer is no. No.
The answer is not no. It's not
the answer
no.
Is no.
It's a maybe because you don't know anything. And the reason why I'm going to tell you don't know anything, because the Boston Celtics are in line to possibly win a championship this year. Yep. Prior to this year, people around the league, not just
lost.
us
Who
fans,
won the Boston Celtics?
Can I finish, Tricky? I'm about to boot you.
Randle.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. Can I just finish? Prior to this year, the question around the league was, can Boston play with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum together? Yep. They had not show us anything that showed that would work up until this season. What's different this season, Tricky? Oh, Udoka. What's different this season, Tricky? Oh, Marcus Smart came out and called out the team and called out their star players for not moving the ball to the rest of the team, letting them know that we are a team.
Yeah. Hartford.
What else did you see this year? Marcus Smart got the defensive player of the year.
Game 1.
Marcus Smart got defensive player of the year because he's a guy who's not only going to say it, but he's going to back it up.
Yep.
Things changed, bro. So you can't say that you know exactly what's going to happen with the Knicks because Julius Randle could come into the season and we're like, wow, man, I didn't expect Julius to play like this. He's never shown us this before.
Right.
You don't know what to expect. All I'm saying is you can't say that you know exactly what's going to happen without letting things play out.
Yeah.
The front office is a new front office. Okay, they're still allowed to make mistakes. Let's see what they do this year.
All right.
Let's see what they do.
I agree. But can you at least tell me you think Julius Randle will this next year not come out here, get flagrants, get technicals with the refs, not do any of that?
I can't say that. You know what? Because let me tell you something. There's a guy out there right now.
Because Barrett gets 40 points in a game, he ain't gonna be pissed off.
We don't know that. First off, we don't know anything that Julius Randle is upset that RJ Barrett dropped 45 on the Miami Heat, 45-46. You know, Julius Randle may not be happy with Julius Randle.
Yeah.
Like, it's nice for my guy RJ to do his thing, but what's going on with me? Why am I not doing my thing? You don't know what.
Yeah, but you're not even gonna bring up him flipping off New York Knicks fans. You're not gonna bring up any of that.
But Tricky, everybody is human. Like for us, for us to. That's the main reason I keep on saying that we cannot be acting like Julius Randle didn't make it in the All-Star, even though it was second team. Regardless, he still made it in the All-Star. We cannot be acting like he wasn't the most improved player that season, and acting like, well, he's still garbage. Like
he's not coming back from it.
But Tricky, why are you saying he's not coming back? Like, you don't know where his mindset is at. Like maybe he came back, man, and he had an epiphany. That's why like Randle is growing on me, because I feel like to answer your question, I feel
that would
Tricky.
be the golden opportunity.
Tricky.
If he came back that way.
I feel like Julius Randle has all the accolade that you need to win a championship. But now the question is, will he play and the players around him play the type of game style that they want to play? If everybody is comfortable, I just don't see why not.
Yes.
Can I answer a question?
But they're not comfortable. How are you saying they are?
But it goes back to what Ron just said. Boston, remember, they had a lot of questions last season, especially with Brown and Tatum. There was even questions saying about, we're about to trade Brown, we are about to trade Tatum, even though Tatum was their solidified number one.
I know.
Let me finish, Tricky. At the end of the day, they knew what they was doing wrong. They switched it, and with the same team, they turned it around this season. This season, at least, they made it to the final. Even now, the question is, are they going to win the playoff? Now it's still out there, but they still made it to the final. So they progress magnificent. They progress a lot. So we cannot take that away, and we cannot feel like it cannot happen to us. We got to feel like it could happen to us. Why not? Like, I still have a lot of high expectation with Julius Randle. I have that high expectation with RJ. Now, the question is, will they make it work?
Yes. And I wanted to chime in, Ron, to Tricky. I'm not going to ask a question to you, Trick. I'm just going to try to answer the question that I wanted to ask you. What I'm going to say is, have we seen the worst of Randle? And if so, are you confident in anybody making a change in their life? And I do believe Randle can do that. Now, to put the question, one second, Tricky. To put the question in context, I think the question should be asked, can the Knicks win a championship with the current roster that Randle is on?
Yeah.
And I don't think the Knicks are going to have the current roster. Upgrades on any team can either make it better or worse. Now, if you bring in better players, and Randle, listen, winning is infectious, and it can change a lot of people's attitude and play. Because if you start winning, you won't see all of these crazy things. If you think about when Randle was kind of going off, the Knicks were in like a tailspin. And, it was kind of bad for the team in general.
Hold on one second, though. My question was, would Randle win a championship with the Knicks as him being the number one?
Well, I think hold on one second, Marvin. I think I already answered that question. I think everybody in the world would say no. As a number one, we don't think, first off, none of us agree that Randle is a true number one. I think most people will say he's a number two at best, maybe a number three, depending on how things work. So that answers your question, Tricky. That answers your question.
Okay. And
he didn't hear it, apparently.
No, he heard. Your question was answered, Tricky. Listen, I want to say thank you to everybody who's tuned in. Thank you for the support. Thank you, Tricky Nicky, for being here. You had some good questions. I think your opinion about stuff is not off base. I think you speak for a lot of Knicks fans, and I think your anger towards Julius Randle is warranted. I think you're kind of done with some of his antics, and you hope for better for your New York Knicks team. I appreciate you being here. I'll see you on the next show, Tricky, but I'm gonna have to get rid of you for this one. So thank you.
All right, Ron, did you want me to continue on with the question?
No, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, brother, you can go ahead.
Okay, and what I was trying to get to is this. Listen, winning, all you guys know, winning is infectious. And winning can change a lot of things. Ron, you didn't necessarily steal my thunder, but I was definitely going to bring up the Celtics. I mean, it's not just last year. They were looking for the coach's head when they were 17-21 this year. So to make a change and to turn a franchise around, it's difficult, but it can be done.
And if Tricky is still listening, I want him to know this: we all are in the sentiment of the Knicks won't win it as Randle as a number one, but I don't think he's going to be the number one, and I'm pretty sure a lot of guys on the panel don't believe that. And I believe the Knicks will upgrade the team in areas to make this, and then Randle, the pressure will be off of Randle. I'm not trying to throw it on anybody else, but it showed that Randle, it's not the fact that he couldn't handle it; it just wasn't his. It's not him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So for the Knicks for the question of can they win a championship, most definitely. I mean, listen, guys, the Knicks were. Ron has brought this up numerous times. They blew a lot of 20-point leads this year. If they win 4 or 5 of those games, they make the play-in. And that was just for this year. Last year, they made the playoffs. So it's not just a far-fetched thought to think the Knicks can't win a championship. Now, do they need more pieces? I think we all agree, yes. And that's most teams in the NBA, the ones that are not in the final, they all feel they need to make changes and to upgrade their team. So, but to think that it cannot be done with Randle on the team is wrong. Randle is a key cog to any championship team. He can really contribute. And with him having the right mindset and playing the way like he played last year, he can take a team a long way. He can help a team win a championship, most definitely.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I'm telling you, I would not be surprised if the Knicks do decide to ever move on from Julius, if it comes sooner than later, and you put Julius on a team like a Dallas, where Luka can be the number one and Julius could be number two, and that team could go a long way and might surprise people at how good they are. Because Julius is still a very good player. He just has to keep his head focused, stay in the game, man. Don't let this outside stuff affect you. We'll see what happens. And once again, I just want to do this before I get to you, Don P. Shout out to Tricky Nicky, man. Tricky Nicky knows this. I've gone back and forth with Tricky Nicky on different shows. I've watched him get booted and kicked. Tricky is who Tricky is, guys. So don't be too hard on Tricky. Tricky's gone through a lot in his life, and I respect Tricky for who he is when it comes to his basketball acumen. He's not stupid by any means. He's a smart guy. I just said to Tricky in the past, I told him before, I said, if you're going to be on my show, I want daytime Tricky Nicky. I don't want Tricky at night or Tricky after dark. I'm not messing with that. So that's pretty much it is what it is. So Don P, go ahead, brother.
As surprising as it may sound, because I'm super hard on Julius Randle. It's more of a petty thing. Like I said, I will never forget how y'all treated Emmanuel Mudiay. I will never forgive y'all for that. With that said, Julius Randle, as far as Mudiay, as far as him competing, I think that we can win with Julius Randle. I never, as down as I am on Julius Randle, I never once said he's a scrub, and I never say he was trash, because of the fact of the matter is you can't deny his talent. Just the fact that he added that mellowish game to his repertoire, I think that's dope. And the fact that he's one of the better defenders at his position, you can't discount that as well. My thing is, it's like Rayology said, it's about fit to me. If the fit is not right and he's still playing this ISO game, then I don't think that we can win with Randle. But if he could incorporate a bit of more pick and rolls, with him being that big man that's rolling to the basket and doing pick and pops, and him shooting quick jumpers from the mid-range as well as the 3-point line, then we can win, as long as we have a point guard who's capable, as long as Cam Reddish is playing up to his potential, as long as RJ is improving on his free throw shots, his mid-range, and just his dribble skills, as long as we possibly can keep Mitchell Robinson. That's another thing that I keep saying. We need a center who can anchor the defense. You know what I mean? So if we can have the same team back, add some more pieces to it, get a capable point guard who can facilitate more than anything, then I think we can win it with Julius Randle. At the very least, I know we can compete or go deep in the playoffs, but I think all those things need to happen in order for us to get to that point.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm with you on that. That makes sense. And Green Goblin, the answer to the question is yes. Yes. What you think is it, yes, that's exactly what's happening with him. But before I get to my guy Andy here, thank you, Andy. I know it's getting late where you're at. I know.
What's up, Andy?
Go on, Andy.
Danny, what do you feel about Julius? How do you feel about him on the team? You think the Knicks could win with Julius, or do you think that they're going to have to move on from him?
You asking me?
Oh, no. Danny, I'm going to get right to you, Andy.
I think they can win with him. They just need someone else who controls the ball more, because he dominates the ball too long. He takes what, like 7, 8, 9 seconds off the clock.
Mm-hmm.
When I went to the game against the Bucks way back with my son, we kept saying how he keeps dribbling and keeps holding the ball and killing the clock. It's like you need someone else who's you need a number one with him who's going to dominate the ball more, and he's got to be number two. But I wouldn't give up. I won't give up on him. I'm not going to give up on Randle. He's got the tools. You just need someone to put him in check a little bit, you know?
Right.
Love it.
Okay. All right. So, yeah.
What do you think, Andy? Go to Andy. See what he's very knowledgeable about this.
I'm just about to get over to Andy. Salute, brother. Man, listen, guys. If you don't know, I mean, I'm sure you do, but like Andy is a big part of the mix, man, over at Nothing But Knicks. You know, he's always, helping to cultivate the talent and the content over there. And, Nothing But Knicks is doing great work. I'm happy to be a part of the mix over there as well. Myself, John, and Jose. But before I get to Andy about what Andy's really here for, because Andy's got a topic he wants to touch on, see what he thinks about Julius. But I just want to give a special shout out to my guy Sim. Let me just see where it's at right now, because I you know what, I respect him so much, man. He's part of the reason why I'm even doing this today.
Sim is good,
big
man.
Shout out to Sim, man. His Kai Soto video is at 85,000 views, folks. I mean, that video is hitting. He did great work on that. I thought his breakdown was really good. The analysis and the way he put it together was just dope. And just shout out to Sim from Nothing But Knicks. So, Andy, my guy, what do you think about Randle? Do you think, first off, you can get into how you're doing, but do you think that he is someone the Knicks could win with, or do they have to move on? And then we'll get into your stuff too.
Yeah. What up, guys? First of all, second thing is I got big shoes to fill after, I came in, for Tricky Nicky. So I got to talk a little bit more than the rest of you guys. But yeah, jokes aside. To his question about, if we can win with Randle on the team, we probably could if we get like 3-4 better players than him. Mm-hmm. That's going to be probably the case. I don't see the Knicks winning a championship with him being even the second option. I think that the best situation would be if he's going to be a third option. But knowing his, maybe personality and stuff like that, I don't think he's ever going to take that, third seat on a team. So he rather gets traded than plays the third fiddle on an NBA team. So as far as I see it, he's not one of the players that you can go through while building a team to succeed now. You can probably get to, like the semifinals of the conference or something like that. But I think that's like, that's like top that you can get, unless it's going to be like a miracle run or something like that. So, but I don't think you could get a chip with him.
I'm just going to say this. This is coming from somebody that is not even a Julius Randle fan. I'm not a Julius Randle fan. But I feel like a lot of people are going to be surprised with Julius Randle. This season, I feel like he's going to play like he played last season. He's going to play with that chip in his shoulder. And if he learns how to play in that style, the same way, I feel like right now we are in the same predicament that Boston was last season. Like they was trying to figure themselves out. This season, it was like somebody just punched him right in the mouth. Now they got a little bit more time of reassessing what they did actually wrong. And if they fix that and they acknowledge what they need to start molding to do differently, I feel like the Knicks is going to be dangerous. Like we are not that far as what we thought that we was about to get this season and implement it next season.
Yeah, and listen, I agree. I don't think we can see a worse, and that we're even gonna see a worse Julius Randle. I think he hit the rock bottom. I think it's like, and he knows it, and I think everybody in his camp, family, whatever, knows it, that this can be, something that's going to be, happening the next season. I think that will be, literally getting him traded or whatever, but he's not going to be playing on the Knicks if he's going to be acting like that and playing, that kind of inefficient basketball. So that's not his role for this team, and I don't think, he's going to last that long with that kind of quality of basketball that he played last season.
100%.
That's true. Okay, I mean that. Listen, I can't argue with you on that. It is what it is. We see the style of game he plays, and outside of everything else, outside of his mental and how that transpired, sometimes just the fit is not necessarily what you want going forward. If you change direction in your philosophy, I think that's the other thing. With regards to his fit, I think his fit did work for the Knicks at that time. But if the Knicks are truly trying to move in a different direction, that's why they wanted to bring in Fournier and Kemba, and maybe they have an idea to do even more of that. Then that may change the fit, and that's why he may not fit anymore. So, whatever, we'll see. So Andy, brother, what'd you have for us, man? Because I know you had a topic that you wanted to bring up.
Yeah. Well, listen, guys, I want to, ease into this topic so people don't think I'm crazy. But listen, both Julius Randle and RJ Barrett got onto the Knicks in the same year. The first year was really bad because neither RJ nor Julius were playing good. But just thinking about that thing, that they're literally on the Knicks the same amount of time. Yeah. Julius got the MIP award, and RJ literally played in the rookie game, right? That's most of the accolades that those two accomplished while on the Knicks roster, right? Mm-hmm. We're only talking about Julius.
Yeah.
Nobody even pointing a finger on RJ, and I'm gonna try to point a finger and not and I'm just pointing a finger out. I'm not saying that I hate the dude. I have my issues with RJ because I have issues with every Knicks player not named Frank Ntilikina. Yeah, but to be serious, right? To be serious,
Andy, can I say something real quick? Just real quick. That route that you take it is a slippery slope, so just be mindful. Remember that is nice. That RJ fan. Like me and you, we in the same boat. Remember, like me and you in the same boat.
That's why I'm just easing out, so this doesn't get caught on Twitter and saying that white dude is crazy or something like that. So, yeah, but guys, listen. We're talking about Julius getting traded for a kind of pick, whatever, stuff like that. Meanwhile, nobody's pointing a finger on RJ, right? We literally every year we're pointing a finger on an Obi. We could have taken this and that guy over Obi. We could have taken that guy over whoever else. We do redrafts every year. Nobody ever pointed out the season that we drafted RJ, right? The draft. Meanwhile, a guy that got drafted lower than him has an all-star appearance, and he is literally a point guard, the position that the Knicks are looking for the last 4 seasons to get. And that guy, and I'm not even a fan of this guy, but Darius Garland from the Cavs.
Oh yeah, he's a beast.
Let's just imagine ourselves that we draft Darius Garland, not even with the 3rd pick, even we traded down whatever, right? Mm-hmm. But we draft that dude, and then Julius doesn't have to play with Elfrid Payton, Emmanuel Mudiay, and the rest of them guys. And I think, the Knicks point guard situation would be solved literally 4 years ago. Because there would be no question if we would get, Garland at extension. And listen, and I'm not blaming RJ for it because, everybody said that draft was a 3-player draft and the rest of the guys are and when you look at the names, it's like guys were drafted number 7, 8, and they're literally cracking the rotations of the teams that they're on, right? I'm just saying that we're always looking at the elephant in the room, and nobody's looking, that this is a team game.
Yeah.
Not only one player is to blame for the whole team record and stuff like that. So, and I'm also not blaming it on RJ by himself because it's not his fault.
Mhm.
But just building the team in a tweaked way might do miracles.
Yeah.
And I think this is also goes to Julius in a point that the first year they were like new, there was no chemistry, plenty of new guys and stuff like that. Then we got Tibbs, right? And things started to click. Julius was playing great. And then, he was in a position that whatever he said is going to go, right?
Mhm.
Then you add a Kemba, which is a floor general, more of a point guard, got 4 all-star appearances, if I'm correct.
Mhm.
So Julius, probably was thinking, listen, I'm going to have to go and listen to this guy. Fournier has more seasons, more of a vet under his belt, more seasons under his belt. Maybe not a better player, but also a guy that, probably Julius has to revert a little bit, right? On the
Mhm.
offensive end, at least.
Mhm.
So, he was like, okay, I don't got the autonomy here. And RJ is growing. So that might have been a situation that bothered him, deep under. And that's why, the lower efficiency, the mental problems, and the stress reactions, the emotional play of him, that might always factor on you, because when you're just the guy and whatever you do, good or bad, and the Knicks fans don't have nothing to say, because if you're doing good, of course they're gonna applaud and do all the bravos, the hoopla and stuff like that. When you do less, most time it's gonna be like, oh, Julius didn't have nobody to help him, right? At this time, we gave Julius help, and everybody pointed it to him when there were bad games. So I think that was not only on Julius, and I'm not saying that he's not the person to blame here, because mostly it is him, but it's not fully on him as far as I see it.
Whew. Wow. You're not wrong, Andy. I can't say you're wrong in the fact of the Knicks needing the point guard. The point guard was there, and we didn't get him. And maybe he could have changed the fate of this franchise
Yes.
around. I will say this, though. I do remember Darius Garland when he was coming out. I do remember he had some injury issues, concerns that teams were a little worried about. Knicks have been very concerned with guys in the draft classes in recent years with injuries. That's the reason why we chose to draft Knox instead of Michael Porter Jr.
And then sign Kemba and D-Rose.
And then we signed Kemba and D-Rose. Yeah, hey, you know what I mean? But yeah, they've had a lot of concerns with regards to injuries. But the other thing about it is, do I think Darius Garland still could have been a good player in the NBA? Yeah. But part of me also thinks that Darius Garland became better because he was with Sexton.
Yeah.
And Sexton took a little of the load off of him, so he could kind of sit back and ease his way back into good, healthy shape. And then his game came along. He got to play at the slower pace in the NBA and bring it along. Then having Rubio around with his point guard mentality and the teachings, Ron, I think he benefited from all of that. So I think he was in a really good situation to kind of get his stuff together, and now he's taken off. I don't know if he would have got that same type of situation here in New York. I don't know how Tibbs would have worked with him. I don't know how Tisdale would have worked with him. I don't know. I mean, you could hope that it would turn out the same way, but I don't know. It's tough.
Well, based on what Andy just said, because that was a load full. So I'll try to keep it simple. It's you right, my man. When you say it's not only Julius Randle, it's not only RJ Ford.
Uh-oh. Do we lose Nice?
Yeah, you froze.
Nice. You still there?
Nice.
It's not only
he's in the
Coach
Matrix.
Thibodeau, it's also.
Oh, he's back.
Can you guys hear
they
me?
caught you with Mac.
All right, so just like I was saying, I believe that there was a lot of blame to go all around last season. It was Julius Randle, it was RJ, it was especially Coach Thibodeau, but we can't push it only on them three when the front office they didn't even give the benefit of the doubt to Coach Thibodeau. They didn't give the benefit of the doubt to Julius Randle, telling them, hey, when you're thinking about bringing in Fournier and Kemba, what is your thought on it? Because this is what I see for an organization to actually work. Everybody got to feed into what you trying to bring in. If I'm not feeding into it, I'm going to play a little bit inconsistent or not wanting to play. So by the organization not being in tune with Coach Thibodeau and Julius Randle, if we knew that Julius Randle was our number one last season, we needed to give Julius Randle what he wanted. So is that player? Are you feeling kind of comfortable of you thinking that these are the player that we're gonna bring? Oh yeah, definitely. And if you believe that that's the type of playing style that you will benefit the most, now you don't have an excuse. Like what happened this season is detrimental because there's not a specific player or a specific like the front office or the coach to clearly point the finger. Everybody has blame to go around, but I just want this season coming through is that, well, the blame is not going to be coming into me this season, so I'm gonna do everything right. If everybody does everything right, now you have a better understanding of doing any type of assessment. Well, clearly it was Julius Randle that wasn't working out. Well, clearly it was Coach Thibodeau. But until those things doesn't go through, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, and I wanted to chime in one more time, Ron, if you didn't mind. You know, if you want to bring up Darius Garland, I want to say that's a true diamond in the rough. I mean, did anybody see him being this good in the NBA when he was coming out of college? His numbers did not prove that. Not necessarily that they were bad numbers, but to play this well in the NBA, I don't think none of us saw that. Now, I don't know if you guys know it, but his dad's name was Winston. He played in the NBA. Actually, I was born in Gary. He lived right down the street from me. Now, I didn't know Darius, but I definitely knew Winston. And
wow,
he has some NBA pedigree behind him. His dad played in the NBA. He played for Golden State. His name is Winston Garland. Well, I mean, listen, guys. Sometimes it's just like this draft that's coming up. We can all say that the Knicks should draft this person or that person, and another team might draft a good player, and they might just become something truly special. It's not a generational talent as you look over the surface at most of these guys that are coming up right now. But is it the point of case that maybe if you get a guy develops more quickly and better than you actually even dreamed? And I want to say that in Darius Garland. I believe he was not touted as such as the way he played this year. I don't believe nobody's seen that coming. And I'm pretty sure you all can agree with that. And he has shown that you really can pick up something and it can work. So I just want to state that. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Marvin, I'm just going back to the analogy that nobody saw Garland looking like this. The same thing with Donovan Mitchell. We took Frank. Everybody's suddenly like 3 years after that, Donovan Mitchell should have been the pick. It's easy to say after a couple of years, right? And I understand, just nobody's gonna say nothing about RJ. It's like he's like the golden child yet. But guys, this is gonna change when he signs on that max extension or even that extension. He ain't even gonna cash in those big checks yet, and he's gonna be under the microscope. Fans are gonna be calling his name, and Julius is gonna have way less pressure on him. When RJ, we just gonna get the news out that RJ signed that deal.
Right. Well, that's why this upcoming season is so pivotal, because this upcoming season before the trade deadline, we get to see if RJ improves or not. We get to see whether or not Cam Reddish is finally going to live up to that potential. We don't know what's going to happen with Mitchell Robinson, but we get to see whether or not Julius Randle is going to play and bring up his trade value before the trade deadline. And as far as that goes, we get to make some good decisions, to wiggle ourselves in a position to where, we could get some real talent.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So whether we win, that's a good thing for us. If we lose, I ain't talking about tanking. I'm just talking about us just making the wrong choices, or Tom Thibodeau getting in his own way, and Julius still doing the iso ball thing, and Cam Reddish still being injured, et cetera, et cetera. If we lose, you know, that gives us a good pick in the 2023 draft. I just think that as far as what you say, Andy, with the whole RJ thing, you're talking to a person who has no faith in RJ's potential. But I think to myself, if somebody like Paul Pierce and Kyle Lowry can like be pivotal pieces to a championship team, why not RJ? You know what I mean? Why not RJ? RJ's limited physically. He's limited as far as his athletic ability. But I like his mentality. I like his focus. I like his drive. I like his approach to the game. I'm not really feeling his talent right now, but I think in some ways he could improve. That's my that.
Well, you know, I just wanted to say, I'm going to say it again because I want it ingrained in everybody's mind. You heard it here. Ron said it. I'm going to continue to say it. By the time RJ Barrett is 23 years old, I think he'll be a star in the league. He's going to be 22, I think, this month or next month. I think it's this month. He's going to turn 22. I think that means that he's going to have another NBA season under his belt. But by the time we get into next year, not this year, next year, I think he'll be a star. Not a superstar, because I don't think RJ is superstar-like. I don't think he has that type of skill and natural ability, but I think he can be a star in the league, and there's nothing wrong with that. He's my star.
Before we go further, Ron, I wanted to ask Andy a question. Andy, why use RJ in this question? Did you see something in his game that kind of, you know, gave you a red light, a light to say he could be better, or he was causing problems on the team or whatnot?
Well, before Andy answers your question, shout out to Still Knick fans. Last week's episode was about RJ and if he regressed in certain aspects of his game. If you guys haven't seen that in the chat, check it out. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Shameless plug. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, but you're talking about me doing the whole redraft topic, or just that he's
meaning the question that you posed. Why nobody points the finger at RJ? Just why would you do that?
Yeah, because listen, like I said, it's a team game, and I saw plenty of RJ's mistakes, on the defensive end as well.
Yeah.
And listen, I promised him that I'm going to do a show finally comparing RJ and his defense to Fournier and his defense, because fans think that there's night and day between that, and there's really not. When you look at the numbers, the differences are so minimal that it's comedy. It's comedy. And we saw RJ probably is the guy that, is mostly losing his defender on the backdoor cuts. And listen, we ain't saying nothing. When Fournier does it, Twitter gets trending. Fournier lost to his man or whatever. Mark Jackson. That quote, whatever. It's crazy. But because RJ was drafted and nobody is still yet, at least, blaming him, when that turn comes, it's gonna be hell. Because I think that we definitely gonna resign him, and he's gonna be like the first rookie that we resigned since Charlie Ward's deal. So he still might get a little bit of slack, but if Knicks fans want to be true to themselves, they're finally going to start to point out RJ's mistakes.
Andy, to your point real quick, I feel that if you really want to see RJ improve, if you really consider yourself an RJ fan, you gotta root for Julius Randle's success. Because if Julius Randle does not succeed and he gets kicked out, I see this playing out. We want to see now somebody to blame, and now that number two, what's good, J Boogie? That number two is not our number two. It's going to become number one. So now he doesn't have that much rope no more. Now he's going to be with a let's say being seen with magnifying eyeglass, and people is going to be really critical on anything wrong that he does. So that's why I feel like if you want to see RJ doing well, start rooting for Julius Randle and start hoping that RJ start picking up even further on, even faster. Because if he doesn't start picking up, people is going to be more critical if Julius Randle leaves on RJ.
See, and that's why I like RJ, because RJ, it seems as though he can handle all of that. Like I said, it's his mental that I like. It seems like he can handle all the pressure. He can handle the criticism. It seems that we don't know what happens behind closed doors, but at least on the court, it seems that it doesn't bother him. He's gonna do.
Dom P, real quick, but it's two different things. When you have RJ and you have your number one not producing, people are still not going to be looking at RJ like we expect this much from you. Now, if Julius Randle is gone, now RJ fills into those shoes. Now you're number one. Now there ain't no question about who has the keys. RJ has the keys, and people is going to be more critical. Now we talking about two different sides, because back then RJ, he was in the press media, but still people looked at Julius Randle supposed to be in that press media. Now it's you. Now, are you going to show us the same RJ press conference type of player when you knew that Julius Randle was number one, and now that you know that you're number one, are you going to keep on being acting the way that you acting? Because the pressure is going to be even higher. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, I actually have faith that he will. I mean, pressure cooker pressure. That's what I believe in. Like it's New York. Like
the pressure might be real, D-Pod. That's what I'm saying. The pressure might be real.
You know what?
When you in New York, you signed up for this, and that's why RJ, to me, that's why RJ is growing on me, despite of how I feel about his potential upside and talents. It's that headspace. I feel like the things you just said is something that RJ can thrive off of. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that. I don't think we saw a rookie or that Knicks drafted that's at least looking that mentally ready for New York as RJ is looking.
Yeah. RJ, he loved the whole idea of being here. He lapped that up, man. He got no problem being here. He could. One thing I will give RJ is he got the mental capacity, and he got the fortitude to deal with New York and what it's got coming from him. But speaking of what it's got coming from him, I will say that this year RJ is gonna get a lot more criticism. He's gonna feel it a little bit this year. Do I think he's gonna get booed? I don't think he'll get booed, because the one thing about RJ is people like RJ. RJ has a good personality. They like the fact that RJ he embodies the Knicks. So I don't necessarily think he'll get booed like that. He might. Anything could happen, but I think he'll get more criticism. So RJ is going to have to show and prove this year. And if he doesn't, one thing you can expect is that he'll get a lot of it early, because RJ is a slow starter. He don't start off fast. So you can expect that he's going to struggle a little bit. But we'll see. Let me get to
the question. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
All right, so y'all remember when Marcus Smart got chosen in the draft, by the Celtics or whatever?
Uh-huh.
Did you think that the Celtics had expectations of him being that dude when they drafted him, or they knew he was gonna be the type of player that he is now?
No, I don't believe that, BB. No.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same way we looked at a guy like Deuce, or Sacramento would look at a guy like Davion Mitchell. You see that the dude can be a monster on defense. He has a little bit of a three-point shot, and you hope that works out on your team. No one thought that he's going to become this monster, a guard, a player who's at guard, who can win Defensive Player of the Year, who could be so vocal, be such a beast. Like, this dude can guard your center on the opposing team. That's how much heart and defensive know-how he's got. No, he don't back down from no challenge. You can say that you hope you get that guy in here and he helps your team, but you can't predict that he'll be this type of guy. Like, that's just something that grows, and you're lucky enough to have it. So now Marcus Smart is like, you can't predict he's going to be who he is now. But
Andy, that goes back to my takes of generational talent. In this draft, it very well could be a player that comes out and just balls out, but he's not drafted very high. Right. Sometimes players just develop differently and they progress better. And it's just a crap shot, actually, man. It happens. I mean, think about it. Go back to the players that are in the league today that are top-notch superstars. Were they drafted and believed on the team that they were drafted from that they were going to be a generational talent? I think we all can say No, I don't think that was the case, but they ended up being that. So I honestly believe that sometimes things just happen. Guys progress quicker, they might play better, and it just happens, you know. So it's just how it is.
I agree with you on that. Shout out to some more people that I saw jump in the chat before. Shy Legacy, Mr. DJ, Troy Flett, Amal Fuller, White Falcon 44, Eddie F in the building. And this is an interesting one. Make America Hate the Knicks. I don't think I've ever seen you before, brother. But all right. Listen, I see that you've been tuned in. I see you still here with us rocking. So yeah, okay. Whatever. Appreciate you. And shout out to another person I saw in the chat, but no need to speak of him in the chat because he's here now. My man, Jay Boogie. What's going on, brother?
Shout out, Jay.
Yo, what's
What
good,
up?
man? How y'all doing this blessed with Saturday, man? Shout out to y'all great, y'all great men of honor, man. Y'all great fathers, y'all great dads, y'all great sons, y'all great uncles, y'all great nephews, y'all great brothers, y'all great, if so, grandfathers and so on, and grandchildren. Shout out to all y'all great men. And same go to the women that's inside the chat and also everybody that's in the chat, man. I just wanted to come on out here. I see you over here in your extended version going on this Saturday. So I'm like, let me come through, and rock with y'all. First thing first, let me point out Garland. Garland was named, they was labeling him as the next Chris Paul. I think he was labeled to be somewhere around a top 5 pick coming up out that McDonald's All-American game. But you can't bypass the fault that he got injured too. So let's, keep that in perspective, man. Garland, if you follow Garland all leading up to that McDonald's game, they was highly talking about him, and he was supposed to be the best point guard coming out that draft and everything. You know what I'm saying? And that was a great name for him to follow because, in life, you hear people say they want to be like Mike, you want to be like Kobe, you want to be like Magic, and you want to be like LeBron and all this. They labeled that man as the next Chris Paul. And you know what I'm saying? And you can see within his game right now that he has similar visions of Chris Paul, and he's doing what he's doing while he's well surrounded around players. You know what I'm saying? That's how you build around your player. You find his strength and build around his strength so it can never become a weakness. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Cleveland doing what they're doing. I hear Andy talking about RJ. Andy, this is a finger. I mean, not at you, Andy, but at RJ. We pointing this finger at you, RJ, but you still being saved. As long as Julius is here, you're okay.
Yeah.
Julius is going to start doing what he's doing. If he's having a bad season, you'll hear the crowd start saying, when we trading Julius, you'll hear that going on. When we trading Julius. But if Julius is gone and RJ is here and he gets off one of the bad starts like he normally do, just because we're Knicks fans, we're coming at RJ. Don't pay RJ. Don't pay RJ. You're going to hear those tunes. So RJ, we're going to give him the benefit of doubt for his first, 3 seasons, you know what I'm saying? Because he has not been in this seat right here, in this position right here, right now that he's in. You want the team? Julius going to pass you off that torch. He's going to give it to you. Here, because I want to get some of this pressure up off me. Here, I'm going to follow your lead. But you know what I'm saying? Being that you want that role and you want to be in this position, I need you to man up. I need your game to be all the way up to par. I need you to be well within, not that 25, inside that 25 or the 25 and under. I need you to be within that top 12 of that 25 and under. I need you to get your game all the way up. I need you to get high up in the 70s on your free throws. I need you to be knocking down that mid-range. I need you to be doing everything it takes as a leader on this court. Because if you don't, we're going to point those things out because we love and we want the best for the Knicks. And just because you're a name doesn't mean that you override the name that's on the chest, which stands for the New York Knicks. We don't care. Me personally, let me say me, I don't care about the names on the back. I love the front name. That's who I rock. That's who I support. That's who I die hard for. That's who I go hard for. That's who I spend my money hard for. That's who I get my hard takes for. It's the New York Knicks. Nobody on the back, because players can come and go. And then at the same time, players can come back and not even and go. You know what I'm saying? You've seen that before with the Knicks. But still in all, RJ, this is your term. This is your season. I want to see you take off. I want to see you prosper. I want to see you become the person that you say you want to be. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to come to New York. I would have been the same way. I wouldn't have wanted to go to Memphis neither. So I'd have been over talking Memphis too. Get me to New York. I don't want to go to Memphis. But you know, the thing is, we still got to get a point guard. We got to handle our situation with a point guard. We are so far away from point guards. And I think I put in the chat, it's so sad that we don't pass up so many point guards that's doing so many things. It probably have been we probably gave up John Morant if we had the second pick for RJ because we so much into a relationship. Man, we want relationships. That's a part of a relationship all the way to St. John. Everything we got within the Knicks is relationship, man. And that's our problem. You got to let them relationships go and do what's best for the team and not do because there's a name, man. You got to pick what's right for the rosters, man. And that's what we're doing, you know what I'm saying? And here goes another situation. Whether Brunson can be the right situation, a good situation, a bad situation, it's still another relationship situation. Chasing after another relationship situation. When are we going to just get away from that and just pick and do what's best for the Knicks, man? Yes. Not saying Brunson not going to be right. I don't know too much of him. I know he was trash when he played. You know what I'm saying? I do know that. Maybe he can coach a little bit, you know, assist a little bit better and tell these guards a little things better than what his game was. You know what I'm saying? They say when you're a trash player, you can teach somebody how not to become trash. You know what I'm saying? So I'm hoping he can help that with our roster, whatever he signed for. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, man. But man, we got to get this situation right. And time is running out. It's ticking, man. It's ticking. It's ticking.
TikTok.
TikTok.
It's ticking. You know what? That time is ticking, and my time here is ticking. So, I got another 5 minutes or so in me, man. It's been a long one, you know. Oh man, and then Tricky got my blood pressure all high. Yeah, man. I think that what you point to is correct, Jay Boogie. I think Andy, you brought up a question that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think, you know, when I was watching Nothing But Knicks and Sim had Chris Berman on, Chris Berman said it, and he lit a fire. But you know what? It's the truth, man. You're gonna have to look at RJ because it's money time now.
Yeah.
One, and two. Listen, the Knicks ain't trying to be in mediocrity for the rest of another 10 years. We're trying to get somewhere. And if RJ is going to be the man, he got to show he's going to be the man in the next year or so, or we got to do something different. He can still be here, but we got to go get us a dude who's going to be the man, or we might have to let go of RJ. Either way, something's got to change, and we got to find out. This is the show and prove year for RJ. Sounds like the Knicks ain't going to pay him the money yet. They're going to let this season play out. So this is RJ's proving ground. I expect RJ to get busy, actually, because, you know, most players, they do really good in their contract year. And I think RJ said, you know what? I've improved in the past. I can improve again. I'm going to work hard. First, it's going to start with Team Canada. I'm going to show y'all that there's a reason why, you know, I'm RJ Barrett and I can be the man over there, and I'm going to bring that back to the Knicks. So I expect RJ to ball out. I hope he does. And I think Team Canada has a really good roster, so maybe RJ doesn't have to carry the load as much, but he can focus on being efficient and being the man for them. So I expect good things, and I expect the same thing with the Knicks. You want RJ to be really good and efficient, surround him with smart basketball players that do smart things, so that way he don't have to take 30 shots when no one else is scoring, and then he looks like he's struggling and forcing shots, getting his shot blocked 5 times in a row by a good shot blocker because no one else is doing anything. No one else is challenging the paint. RJ is that guy that he ain't going to let anything stop him, but sometimes it could be to his detriment. And we're seeing it. We're seeing it now as Knicks fans. We're seeing how last year was a whole year of regression for him. Offensively, he scored more points, but he took more shots and his percentages went down. Defensively, he took on more of the burden offensively, but now that we don't have the same defensive players, now he becomes the man, and he got exposed. Yeah. As much as we want to say he's dropped 45, 46 against Miami, Jimmy Butler did whatever the hell he wanted against RJ in that game. Yeah. Of course, Jimmy Butler couldn't stop RJ either, but, you know, I'm just saying, put that out there. But
Ron, I wanted to ask this question before you left. Is it true to the statement, guys, and this is for the whole panel also, we all know that guys play a whole lot better in their contract year. But then after they sign their contract, they tend to fall off. Is that true, of an overall sense of the NBA player, or is that just myth?
So the only thing that I'm going to say, bro, you just actually stole the word out of my mouth. I hope that that's not the approach that RJ is going to take this season, that he's going to ball out because he wants to get paid, because that's no guarantee he's going to be producing the same thing that he's going to be producing next season. And that's going to be very detrimental, not only for the team, but it's going to be dissatisfying, because in other words, you just gaslighted the fans, making us think that this is you, and it's literally you just because you're trying to get that contract. I hope that he takes the approach that I'm going to show you what RJ is going to do, not based on contract. It's based on what you feel this is what you're going to get from the actual RJ. If that's the case, man, I will love it. But I hope that he doesn't take the approach, I'm just going to bowl out just because of the contract season.
And let me just say that I don't think that he's going to take that approach. I think we've seen RJ will do what he's doing because that's just who RJ is. There's a reason why he was so highly touted and highly scouted. There's a reason why you hear nothing negative about him coming into the league, you know, from people like Steve Nash. Forget that he's his godfather. You got to respect, if you see some talent in the kid's game, it's in his game. So there's a lot of things that you can say that RJ has shown. Every year he's improved. That last year was a regression, but even his numbers as far as scoring, you could say there's an improvement there. So he had a goal, he met his goal, but I think now he's got to really work on his efficiency and focus on that. And I think he will. I think RJ is a smart player and he's going to do that. But the Knicks need to surround this team and these players on this team with better overall players. We can't just be, you know, half-assing it. You know, we gotta put it together the right way.
I think we have the point guard.
Yeah, well, that would help. Marvin, did you have more you was going to say about that?
Well, I just wanted to get Andy's take on that. Andy, you think that's a myth, or do you think that's true to the statement?
I'm 100% sure it's true. I even watched an interview with Marcin Gortat, you know, the only Polish player that played last, you know, years in the NBA, and he said clearly in the interview, because somebody asked him the exact same question, and he literally said then when he was on the Suns, they had team meetings, and they literally were featuring skill sets of guys to get contracts those seasons. He got the same situation on the Wizards. He said John Wall was featured in those offers. He was definitely going to be, you know, featured, right? Because he was like the main guy with Bradley Beal. But they said that they had team meetings, team dinners, and they were, you know, looking for the 10th guy, the 8th guy, the guys that were in the rotation. He even said that, you know, sometimes if the guy couldn't crack the rotation, the guy that had the contract, for example, the next 3 seasons, when he got injured, he didn't rush it back. He literally left the time on the game for that guy to show out a little bit. So I'm pretty much sure that, there's that extra little bit that you give as an NBA player in that contract season.
Wow. Boogie, what do you think about that?
The great ones don't fall back. The great ones, you don't see that. The great ones, you know what I'm saying, feel like now I got the money. Now I got to show you why I got the money.
Yeah.
Those are the great ones. The other ones up under them, you know what I'm saying, they might take breaks or take off. You know what I'm saying? They might do that. I can't really, answer of that. But I know like back in the day, like Larry, Magic, and Mike, them type guys, they be on the plane, they looking at your stat and trying to figure out what you did. I got to outdo that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So you got guys, you know what I'm saying, that get that bread nowadays that still go out there and perform. LeBron, the Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, y'all know the guys, you know what I'm saying? When you get that money, see, you're born and raised with a gift, you know what I'm saying, to play this thing. And once you make it here, it's not about getting here. It's about staying in the league and being, you know what I'm saying, making a name for who you are. We know who you was coming, but who are you, you know what I'm saying? Like, Kwame Brown. What does the other dude from UNLV that got drafted #1 for You know,
Anthony Bennett,
Cleveland, and all. See them type guys. They you know, them guys. You know, they don't have that extra hunger. But I like to see RJ. RJ's in a position of the Rocky movie. RJ can run down the middle of New York, Manhattan, Broadway Street, and the little kids gonna follow behind him. That's how much RJ means right now to the city. You know what I'm saying? But I would like to see RJ get some endorsements. You know what I'm saying? Some endorsements will help RJ out a little bit more. And then, be honest with you, I would like to see RJ, if he get enough endorsements, to kind of like take the Tom Brady route. See, a lot of people don't give Tom Brady his props and respect, but a lot of times Tom Brady turned down that money. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, man, when they were saying his wife make more money than him, you know what I'm saying? That's because Tom wanted to win championships.
Yeah.
Tom knew what he needed to have. If I take all this money, I ain't gonna have nobody to come with me. So let me, you know, put a little bit of money to the side and help build some things around me so I can get my legacy to be where I want it to be. And I would love to see RJ take that type route. I'm not going to suck up all this money, but I'm gonna get me a little money where I'm okay, but I'm going to leave space so I can bring in the right people amongst me. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, G Boogie, that's exactly the thing that I was thinking, because there's two ways that RJ can play this out. One way is, like you said, the Tom Brady way, where he looks, you know, literally his individual stats and goals are non-existent. He just wants the Knicks to win no matter how, no matter what he does on the court. He's going to help the team. But we saw last season that he said that he wants to be a 20-point scorer. And, you know, the last 20 games, he was chucking them shots, bro. He was taking them shots like one of the worst of, you know, the guys that chuck in the NBA. So that's why I hope he says, like, listen, if the Knicks are going to be winning, I'm going to be the second guy. I can score, you know, that 19.5 points. It doesn't have to be 20, but if we're going to be in the playoffs, the team is going to take care of me.
And guys,
I hope he chooses that way.
I know you got to go, Ron, but I want to ask you this, Ron. Did Randle take that approach? Did he get the money and then fall off?
No, I don't think. Listen, I'm not one of those people to be an apologist for guys when they're not on their best behavior and they do certain things. But I will say that I think Julius was trying to do everything the right way. I think he came in with a great mindset. I think he worked on the contract with the Knicks. He say what you will. The Knicks offered him a contract. I'm sure he could have wanted more, but he worked with them. He took that discount because he could have got more money, and he took less. So Julius was doing the right thing on that, you know, front. And then in his mind, you know, Julius was also in the mindset, at least from what I've been hearing, that he wants to be a Knick, at least at that point. It was like, I'm going to be a Knick for life type thing. Like, this is my team now. I like everything that's going on here. The front office is going to build. We can do it together, and this could be our thing. So I don't think Julius was even worried about the money and stuff. He just think, hey, I'm going to be here. I'll do what I got to do, and they'll take care of me down the line as long as we get better. So I think that the only thing that derailed that was just all of the extracurricular stuff that happened that affected him mentally. Everything else, I think Julius was still going to be Julius. Everything that we've seen with Julius, as much as it was highlighted and pinpointed this past year, he did that the year before. He did that the year before that. Julius has always been Julius. It's just that the other stuff has gotten to him, and it's affected his game and affected how he carries himself as a person. But the way he plays defense, the way he plays bully ball, the lack of sometimes taking your man, letting guys beat you backdoor. Sometimes we don't see the hustle. That's always been Julius. On the flip side, the rebounding, the scoring, the assist, the playmaking type stuff that he has done and been successful at, that's been Julius too. So nothing's really changed with him except what I just pointed to. So I think with him, no, that's not the case. I think Julius he had a really bad year mentally, and it was just tough for him to get out of it. And then the worst thing he could have possibly done was the thumbs down, and then he explained it. Like, he would have just let that go and not even said what he was doing. It would have been much better than him coming out and giving us an explanation. It just made everything worse.
Or even if the explanation was even simpler, would have been even better. Not you making more theory on top of theory. If he just would have said, you know something, you guys called me on a bad night. I'm sorry. I know that is not the right way of me conducting myself, but let's just move on. If he just kept it simple in those words, it would have been great. But when you have excuses on top of excuses, well, people is going to start like trying to break that apart. Well, that can't be true because what about this? And now you're in trouble.
Yeah, I'm blaming that situation though on the Knicks PR staff.
Oh yeah,
because I think they made him do that, even if they didn't write it. Even
somebody should have put their foot down, especially like a Leon Rose or Coach Thibodeau. They should have set the slate even cleaner. They should have pulled them aside. Hey, we're not gonna do that, Julius Randle. I understand that you in your emotion. I respect that. But this is not what you're going to be representing the Knicks jersey. You're going to conduct yourself the right way, and we're going to keep on moving forward. But this has to stop. If that would have made it out, instead of the Knicks, we'll pay his sum for him not showing up in the press. Now it's making it seem like you guys are sabotaging not only the team, but you also sabotaging Julius Randle. Because what's going to happen if Obi it feels like he's that number 2 guy or that number 1? If RJ be thinking the same way, if IQ be thinking the same, it doesn't matter who ends up thinking the same way. If Julius Randle got away with it, what makes me think that I can't get away with it?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And what's crazy is he actually had the entire year. At any point, here's the funny thing about it, fellas. At any point throughout the entirety of the season, Julius Randle could have gotten behind the podium and been like, yo, I'm having trouble at home.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble in my marriage. Yo, I just had a baby. At any point, any one of us as fans would have been like, because we got fathers, we got husbands. I'm a husband. Like, there's an element of humanity that when you admit that up front, because New Yorker or not New Yorker, if you're just real about it, like, I don't think we're so caught up in our own universe or reality or world to be like, you know, Julius Randle's just out here wilding out. Like, we've been through this. If you're a human being, you have been through struggle. Yeah. If you tell the people and communicate properly to the people, hey, yo, man, I'm having a hard time, I guarantee you more than half the fan base would have been like, but it's the disingenuous behavior that he gives there. Hey, yo, it starts with our defense. But, dude, you don't even get back on defense. What are we talking about here? Like, cool, you can't be disingenuous, especially in New York with New York fans. You know what I mean? You can't sit here and try to piss on us and call it rain. Yeah. That's the problem that we have with Julius Randle. It will never be about his talent. It will never be about his skill. It will be about the basketball fit and between the ears or up top. That's the beef with Julius Randle.
Real, do you think he would have had these if he did act this way if he was in a contract year?
I mean, listen. Here's the thing about contract years, and I heard what Andy said, and I heard what Jay Booker said. Nice said, all great points. But at the same time, you either outplay the contract or you don't. And most of the times when it comes to contract years, you're paying more. You're paying for the future. You're paying for different elements than just right now. If we're paying RJ Barrett, we're paying RJ Barrett to be the face. We're paying RJ Barrett for the investors, for the fans, for the marketing, for the PR, optics, treasury, all that different stuff. You're not just paying RJ Barrett because he averaged 20 points. Now the question is, will he outplay the contract like Scottie Pippen did? When he was making next to no money, but was out here and he was one of the top NBA players. But guys, that always happens. Like most players don't play up to their contract or play over their contract. It's the superstars that overplay their contract. LeBron James, he overplays his contract. KD, he overplays his contract. J.R. Smith, I don't know. He might, he may not. I don't know. You know, Julius Randle, it's circumstantial. You know, the idea that he comes in and it's like, yo, I really brought this team. I put this team on my back. Tom Thibodeau came in, made me all-star, most improved player, all this different stuff. And he's coming in the next year and you bring in Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier. and my role's got to change. Why? What's
Yeah.
the justification of me having to change my role if I'm Julius Randle? So I understand why he spazzed out and why he did what he did. That I just don't trip on anymore. It's just the basketball technicality, as I said earlier. Is it a fit, yes or no?
Right.
And I don't see where it is.
Well, you know what? I like I said, I just think that Julius had a really bad year, tough year, and I still continue to have problems with NBA players. It doesn't even matter if you're an NBA player, any star athlete. Listen, you are in the public eye. You are responsible for a lot, and you're expected to do a lot. And then there's a lot of wear and tear on you. You're away from your family. You got to do all this travel. The benefit is, hopefully, if you're a good player, you get a good contract. You're making millions of dollars. So if you're going through something, you're supposed to be the face of this team, whether you like it or not. I mean, Charles Barkley hated being compared to being a role model, all that stuff. And he said it. I'm not. And we believed him. But he was still making millions of dollars, and they were still doing advertising. They were showing his Barkley sneakers and all this type of stuff. He was benefited from. So you have to look at certain things in a certain way. Julius made a mistake, and he handled it even worse. The PR firm of the Knicks did a horrible job, like Andy said. The coaching staff didn't do him any favors. Tom Thibodeau didn't do him any favors, and I think it's just a lot of dysfunction and a lot of
miscommunication between everybody.
Miscommunication, but also structure. The structure in the Knicks was lacking this past year. First, you can look at it on the court with the free throw shooting, the poor play, the mistakes, the turnovers. A Tom Thibodeau team, poor free throw shooting, not doing what they need to do on the court in crunch moments, being up by 20, throwing the ball away, kicking it around, not knowing what this. You don't expect to see this. And then with regards to the PR and everything else they did, like this is just a black eye for the Knicks. They just kept doing things the wrong way. What's wrong with an NBA player coming out and say, listen, I'm not making any excuses. There's some stuff going on. I'm not handling things the right way. I got to do better. That's it. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't care about the personal life. Nothing. Just say that. We'll move on.
You know, me as a player, I don't even need the office and none of them to tell me I'm wrong. I know I'm in the wrong. You know what I'm saying? I know for myself that I'm gonna go in front of them because I got more endorsements coming. I got people looking at me for more bread. So I don't even need the office. This is all on me. This is on Julius right there for him not handling his mental part. You know what I'm saying? And doing the right things, you know what I'm saying, far as with us, no matter what type of season we were having. But I can say, you know, from the office perspective, if it had been me, I'm Leon Rose, coming off of most improved player, coming off of number 2, making a second All-NBA team. He was labeled as top 10. And we went to the playoffs, even though we took the L like that, but we still was well appreciated because if you was there, you seen when we lost that last game, everybody in the garden stood up and saluted everybody there. So from that point on right there, first thing first, I'm sending Julius to the lottery. I'm sending him over there to make him the lottery sit-down guy next last year. That's first step. Number 2 step, okay, I'm going to bring Kimber, but you're not putting this jersey on. So you don't know what type, you know, how Julius was receiving certain things that got him in his funk. But I know the office didn't help. I know the office didn't make it whereas they couldn't say it's not our fault. You know what I'm saying? They helped cause the situation. And then another thing is Julius saved us. Julius could have played hardball and said, no, I'm not taking that money. I'm not signing. I'm betting on myself. And it would have been nothing for him. I bet you he wouldn't have had the season he had last year. And we'd have been in more fun. We'd have been talking about 138 to 104. We'd have been talking about a $38 to $40 million player or less. I'm gone. And guess what? We'd have been in the same situation as what we would have been with Mitch, not handling our business. You know what I'm saying? But he gave us a break by taking that pay cut and saying, let me take this little bit right here. So, you know, some things Julius did is good, but it just got overshadowed, you know what I'm saying, by the few bad things he do. Like Mama used to say, yo, you can do all the good it is you want, but that one wrong thing gonna wipe out everything you did. And now Julius he has to fight back. If you're gonna be here, he has to fight back and get the respect of the fan. And we would give it to him.
Yeah.
If he come out there, he performing, he playing, and we back to winning games, we will all give it to him. We will all forget it. It's just that we're stubborn New York Knicks people. And that's just, that's just our ways. You know what I'm saying? But I look for Julius, if he's gonna be here, I think he's gonna turn some things around. If he's not, then hey, we in trouble.
Jay Boogie.
Ron,
real quick.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say this real quick. I'm 34 years old. I've been a Knicks fan since '91. And in the day and era, not trying to push the politics, all up in front of the show. But let's make one thing clear. This is a new age NBA.
Oh, yeah.
This is not the 90s. This is not the 80s. This is not like there was a different mentality that existed in those times that you guys grew up on even more so than I did. And the part where it frustrates me most about Julius Randle, and this is an easy layup. My man, this is a day and age of mental health. If you just came out and told us how you were feeling, I guarantee you there's more sympathy behind it.
Yeah.
But you're sitting here trying to play hardball and be disingenuous, and it's just like, you just gonna spit in our face like that? Like you just gonna give us the middle finger, and then you gonna go out there and selectively choose not to hustle and give effort? What are you talking about? You built for New York.
So
that's my only thing. He could have came out and just been like, guys, I'm really dealing with something.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody is so disingenuous and so, doesn't have a heart to be like, I understand. The dude just had a baby. I'm not saying that he should throw that out there because it's not, he doesn't have to do anything he doesn't feel like doing. But if you're going to go down that route, Godspeed. Good luck to you, V. I don't know how it's going to work out for you, but. Right.
But, and you know what, in fairness though, I don't even, like I said, I just need him to take accountability for his actions and say that, I'm going through something. I got to do better. I don't care what it is because I don't want to hear about it, to be honest. And I don't think it's smart for him to tell us because the last thing you want is to say, oh, yeah, I'm going through some things at home or blah, blah, blah. Because I don't want nobody talking about my family. I don't care if I gave you the green light because I told you something. I don't want to hear it again. So don't even bring it up. Just say I'm going through something, whatever it is, whether it's home, or if it's in the office, if it's at the garden, whatever it is, just leave it there.
Ron, to Julius Randle point, I feel like Julius Randle is in the same predicament that we was last season at the beginning. We was ready to trade him for Obi, and look what he did. He turned it around. I feel like he plays better with pressure. He plays better when the chips is against him, and when there's a lot of doubt or because he want to prove people wrong. I feel like this season is gonna if you knew that he came out with the most improved player last season, I feel like you still haven't seen nothing yet with what Julius Randle is about to do this season. I feel like he is going to play with that chip on his shoulder, and he's going to take it personally.
Well, guys, that might not translate to good basketball. So I understand where you're coming from. I really do. But it doesn't mean that just because you come out with a chip on your shoulder, you're going to play winning, impactful type of basketball. That's not a guarantee.
Well, that's going back again with Boston. It's the same thing that happened with Boston. Like they had the pieces that they wanted, but it didn't look like it was working out. Sometimes you need some sort of downfall so that you could pick yourself up, start assessing what you're doing wrong, and now you start seeing a different caliber of players. That's what I feel like is going through Julius Randle. Now he feels what he's doing wrong, what he was doing right, and he's going to implement and assess certain things more to his playing style.
But we don't know that. We do not know that. That is not demonstrative evidence. That applies. Listen, when it comes to psyche, it works differently in different people. So I can't sit here and use an example of Marcus Smart in the Boston Celtics and say definitively, Julius Randle is going to do the same thing. I have no idea what Julius Randle is going to do because his psyche's built different.
But the same way you say you do not know that, it's the same way that we can say, how do we not know that?
Yeah.
They go both ways.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just that we have to wait and see. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and we all love the game. We preach, and we all major analysts. You know what I'm saying? On throughout all the podcasters, we all speak facts. But still in all, we have to be patient and wait and see what's going to happen with the situation. And I know for me, I'm done with last season and what he did and all that. I'm not going to get my head tied up about what happened. That already showed the worst part of the franchise. Now we can't do nothing but be better than that.
Yeah.
You can't do nothing but get better than that. You know what I'm saying? We can't come out and be no worse than what we did last year. Last year was a terrible situation for us. Winning games, losing games, not making a play in, being in a play out, along with all the shenanigan things that happened all last year. Dodging a bullet with Tom playing RJ all the way to the last and dodging a major tear with him. You know, last year let that be gone.
Yeah.
We got a new thing going on. It starts with this 11th pick. You know what I'm saying? Let's get this 11th pick and start going, you know, in the right directions, you know what I'm saying, about what we want to see as far as the team. Because I promise you, no matter what's going on, we ain't going nowhere. So I just say, you know, for everybody, you know, don't get yourself all rattled up, you know, about what happened last year. Give it a chance. Biggie just had his 50. He just said, give it a chance. One more chance, man. You know what I'm saying? See what they were doing in Brooklyn, man.
And Boogie.
Yes, let me do this, man, because I'll be honest, man. I'm running on fumes right now. So let me give a special shout out to my man, Sergeant Knicks, G-Man for life. Dude, miss you, brother. I've been asking about you for a minute now. As soon as I saw you in the chat, I was like, oh, man, look at my guy.
Yeah, but get ready to call you, too.
Yeah, I appreciate the super chat, brother. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. He said Knicks are on the come up, but are they? Salute Knicks Nation. Yeah, I think that, I mean, we'll see. I'm not gonna say they're on the come up until they make them moves. Okay, let's see them make some moves first, and then we can say whether we think that, you know, I'm probably gonna want to do like a roster by roster breakdown. Last year's roster compared to this year's roster after the draft and free agency, and see where we stand, how it looks on paper. And then we got to figure out if they could play together, because we don't know that either. No matter what you put on a team, you got to see if it works. So you know, I think we're going to be better, though. I think we're going to be better regardless of what, because I saw some good things last year, even before the last games of the end of the year, when the competition level wasn't that great because guys weren't playing their best. I mean, teams weren't playing their best players. I look at the games that I did see when I got to see Cam, Grimes, Deuce, and RJ out there on the court for the first time all together. I look at that stuff and I'm excited about that. So let me get around to everybody real quick, because I'm about to roll up out of here. Go ahead.
Hey, Ron, real quick, Ron. Let me go ahead and share your flowers with all the viewers and everybody that's watching real quick. You know, when Sergeant Nick just sent him that super chat and he said, yo, you didn't have to do that. Me personally, I know that man is for real when he say that. You know what I'm saying? When that brother tell you don't have to do that, I commend you, my brother, because he don't told me that plenty of times. Yo, you don't have to do this. And I got him into Texas, me and him going back and forth. Nah, you deserve that, my brother. You know what I'm saying? But this is how I know you're going real far with this thing, because you're in it, doing it because your heart says so. Your love says so. You know what I'm saying? That's why you're going to majorly prosper in this situation. And not only in just podcasting, it's something else that's coming that's going to be available for you, my brother. So I just wanted to commend you and give you your flowers on that, because when you said you don't have to do that, I'm telling y'all, from me to y'all, that man really means that when he says y'all don't have to do that, he's really doing this for the heart and love. But that doesn't mean don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Because I have to make it. I'm not taking it back. That's what I tell him. I'm not taking it back. You know what I'm saying? Do what you, let it sit wherever it's sitting. I ain't taking it back. But I just wanted to give that brother them flowers, man, and let you know, man, how great of a, you know what I'm saying, a broadcaster and a friend that you become, man. And I enjoy, you know what I'm saying, rocking with you on podcasts and on the phones as well, too, you know, because we talk. And I just wanted to let that be known about you, my brother.
Thank you. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. Thank you. And once again, thank you to everybody in the chat. and everybody who has contributed and gave and put these super chats in the mix. Like I said, you don't have to do it. I appreciate it, and my job and what myself, John, and Jose have talked about is just trying to do what we can to put it back into the show. Try to get better equipment. Try to maybe get the video quality up better, because I will tell you, if you know anything about me, I went to school for technical computer information and technical systems, and my whole thing is I get a little neurotic when I see certain things, and when I know I can actually get better, I want to get better, but it takes some time, and sometimes it takes a little bread. So one day I'm gonna get it to where I think that I really like it, and I think y'all deserve the best possible product. But we slowly moving, man. We didn't know we'd be able to do this. We didn't know we'd be able to get to 1,000 subscribers the way we did, and everything has happened. To me, it's happening quickly. So I thank you to everybody, and I appreciate the love and support. And I just want to go around real quick, get everybody's final words, and get up out of here. But before I do, one thing I do want to do is, oh man, come on, man. Thank you to Paris Duggar for the generous super chat, brother. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. You know what I'm gonna say. You don't have to do it, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I want to say that one of the things that gives me the most hope about this Knicks team and everything that we've watched and witnessed is the fact that now I'm a part of a community where we can talk about it. I ain't gonna lie to you, dude. There's nothing more, exciting for me than to be able to chop it up with other Knicks fans and be able to talk about the issues that bother me. And I never forget when we first started doing this, when I went on Tony Crow's show, and I was like, I didn't really know what it was about. He's like, yeah, this is called Knicks and Bruises. So give me your Knicks and give me your bruises. I was like, what? I can tell you what bothered me all these years. Oh, hell yeah. So So I'm just saying, like, all of this has been great. And I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to rock with you, and you keep tuning into the content. So thank you for supporting. And I speak for John and Jose when I say they agree. We're just happy and blessed to be here. So let me go around. Marvin, any final words, brother?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks again, Ron, for having me on. Back to Jay Boogie's take. I kind of chimed in with you early when you first started, man, and the growth is just tremendous, man, and you deserve every second of it, man. And to even get on here and speak with the brilliant minds that I get a chance to on Saturdays, it's just wonderful for me, and I know it's wonderful for everybody else. The takes that are made, man, they professional. You got guys on here that know their business, and it's all from you, Ron. You give us all the chance to have a word, and I really want to say thanks, and I really mean that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. The love is well respected and well appreciated. I was gonna joke, and I said, nah, I'm not even gonna do that. I was gonna joke today and like, come on, thank everybody for the 1,000 subscribers. Tell them this is my final show. I'm out of here. But now I'm not doing that. I'm just playing. But I thank you once again, man. I appreciate it. And let me tell you something. I'm gonna give Jay Boogie his flowers as well. Madison Square Garden should make Jay Boogie like the mayor of MSG, bro. For all the love he gives this Knicks team and the songs and the stuff he put out there, man. Come on, man. He should be played at every Knicks game. That Obi chant should be ringing off every time they get on that layup line. Obi's dunking. It should be Obi. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are they doing? Like, I hope we get to that point where he gets recognized for the stuff that he's been doing for this Knicks team and how he's championing these players, man. But, I'm going to get around. Let me get around, man. Rayology, any final words, brother?
Thank you so much for having me on. I know, I think this is actually my first time coming on, but it's been an absolute pleasure. I love talking to other Knicks fans, and I want to say this to every Knicks fan out there. Context matters. Like, I know we tend to get hyperbolic about the immediate, this happened. And I just want to remind you, as a fan, you're a theoretical GM. You are potentially right and you're potentially wrong. There is no one-sided truth to this thing. It's fluid. It's up and down. It changes. New information should always provoke new thought. new information should always change your opinion. So I say to my, fellow Knicks fans out there, please consider context with, the moves you make or don't make and whatnot, and always consider the other side of the coin. And to that, I just say salute to you guys, man. I'm such a huge fan.
Well, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for being here, Rheology. You're right. I was gonna. I didn't know if you knew that this is the first time you've been on rocking with us. So thank you, man. Thank you for being here. And being that you set that up, I'm gonna go straight to Nice because this is his first time rocking with us. So thank you for being here, Nice. Any final words, brother?
Hey, my final word is it's gonna be a handful, but I'm just gonna say quick. Before me saying my pardons and saying thank you for actually letting us in your humbly panel. I wanted to answer Rheology real quick about what do we actually know about Julius Randle actually producing. We could literally do the same thing that Jay Boogie just said. It could go both ways. It could go all the way. Like there's no specific player right now that we have that we for certain could say that he's going to be a star in the next year or two. But right now, as a Knicks fan, we are all divided in two scopes. It all depends on how you look at the glass. Is half full or is half empty? If we start looking at Obi, if we look at IQ, if we look at RJ, if we look at Grimes, if we look at Deuce, if we have a lot of great attributes. We cannot think that it's going to be worse next season. We got to start thinking that, but wait up, we know what IQ is doing wrong. We know what OB is doing wrong. We know what RJ is doing wrong. We know pretty much all these players that is rookies, what they doing wrong, but do they have potential? The answer is yes. And if they do have that potential, why not? Why it cannot be that next season they are actually going to be showing a glimpse of that potential? So instead of being very pessimistic, I want the Knicks organization, the Knicks fan base to be like a Golden State fan. Stop thinking about all the bad things that is going to happen and let's start embracing the good things that is actually happening. Julius Randle, like I'm going based on Julius Randle. You don't have most improved player. You don't have only a player that actually made it to the All-Star. So why he cannot become great? As much as a particular fan base want him traded, we cannot ignore everything he did last season. So on my books, he still has the benefit of the doubt. I still feel like the Knicks is only a glimpse or a player away of actually showing what we could be. And with that, I'm just going to keep it simple. Thank you, Ron, for letting us and letting me in your panel. And salute to everybody in the panel. I love each and one of you, and love everybody in the chat.
Let me get to my guy Andy, and then I'm gonna say a couple words real quick, and then get over to the closer Jay Boogie because that is his role, man. Andy,
where my organ at?
Yo, Ron, I was gonna say why I'm the closer today.
Because it ain't in your name, Andy. You gotta put it in your name. Put it on Twitter, Andy the closer.
I thought I gave you the flowers. I thought I was the first one that went.
Yo, I'm not gonna sugarcoat him. I'm not gonna sugarcoat him too much then. Well, listen, guys, I'm happy. Too bad that I had to join that late because it's Saturday here, so I have work, in the garden and stuff like that. Listen, guys, as Ron, listen, the subscribers didn't come from nowhere. Great job. I'm happy for Marvin and Jay Boogie, the vets of the show. I'm happy for the rookies in Rheology and Nice. Nice to be on with you guys on the panel to have a chat. Going back to the Knicks in one sentence, and Jay Boogie, you better get that pencil and paper to work, because if the Boston Celtics win a championship, we got the Celtics killer on our squad. So you gotta get that, in work, because we're gonna be like one step away to get the champs of the throne.
Yes.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Mr. Baguette.
Yeah. So let me say this real quick. Once again, thank you guys for everything. Thank you for supporting the channel. Appreciate y'all. If y'all are available and are considering it and want to, definitely think about being there for the NBK draft party on June 23rd at Atlantic City at the Flagship Resort and Hotel. It's going to be a fun time. There's going to be a bunch of faces that you see on these podcasts that you get to meet in person. And we're all cool guys, I think, man. I met, like I said, I went last year. I met a bunch of cool people, and it was a great time. So I'm looking forward to doing it again. And you know what? Let me hit that commercial real quick.
The second annual NBK draft party in Atlantic City. There'll be a live podcast, live DJ, live video shoot. $40 for a VIP ticket, $30 for draft night only. Get your tickets now.
Yeah, what he said.
Get your tickets now.
Yeah, Sim. Tell him. Anyway, thank you guys once again. And also, yeah, I'm that guy. I'm sorry. I can't change. I am who I am. You just got to deal with it. Shout out to Tricky Nicky. Thank you for being on the show today. I know we had some things we had to get through, but you know, there'll be other times, Tricky. Right now is not the moment for you. Thank you, though. Appreciate everybody who's joined. Don P, Marvin, Andy, Nice, Jay Boogie, Rayology, Danny Landis, Tricky Nicky. I think I got everybody, but if I did fail to mention you, understand it's my memory, man. I'm getting up there now. But I appreciate y'all. So that being said, Jay Boogie, man, take us up out of here, brother.
All right, man. I just saw him. First thing first, my brother, when you talk about the content, brother, we ain't watching you and following you because of your content. We watching and following you because you speak the real and you always give us the truth. You know what I'm saying? And then you break it down in a format. If somebody that doesn't understand, you give it to them in another direction, whereas, you know what I'm saying, what you're saying can be received. So that's why we love you, baby. It ain't got nothing to do with the content. We know you speak from the heart. You know what I'm saying? We know we getting the real amongst all the other people, you know what I'm saying, that rock on podcasts and the guys that come on too. You know what I'm saying? I just want to also say this to all the Knicks people in the world. Do not think that this pick that we're getting is going to come in and be the savior of this organization. They're here to be a part of the puzzle that we need to solve. The outside of the puzzle is what you always put together first, and then you put together your insides. The outsides are the ones that are already on this team right here, right now. You are the ones that have to get things turned around and going in the right direction. Everybody that was on this team last year, everybody that was on the coaching staff, everybody that's in the office, y'all are the ones that have to turn this around and don't put so much pressure on the player that's coming in. You know what I'm saying? Make it that much more easier so he can be more welcomed in and more appreciated than anything. You know what I'm saying? Last but not least, y'all know we got a lot of violence and stuff going on in the world today, and a lot of gun situations and everything. But I must say to the world that a gun don't do but one thing. It shoots. That's what it does. The results of the shot that's being let go brings a lot of bad results in situations. But the person that's using that gun, you're worse than the gun. You have the decision and the thoughts when you have that gun in your hand. Stop making these bad decisions and these thoughts with these guns and blaming it on the gun, knowing it's the people that are using them in the wrong situation, in the wrong forms, and they're taking away and harming lives. Stop making bad decisions with these firearms. Please, I promise you, the world will be much safer if you don't make bad decisions with something that can cause so much damage towards the world, man. Think about what you're doing. Don't react to what you're doing, and let's live accordingly. See everybody as equal people, be on the same side, no matter what color, race, city, state, know where you're from, know anything. You know what I'm saying? Treat your brother as if he's your brother, even if you don't know him. Treat your sister as if she's your sister, even if you don't know her. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying don't protect yourself, but make wise decisions. Don't go out there and doing what we've been doing in the past. God bless you all. I hope everybody continue on staying healthy and safe. Know that thing is still out there. Continue on masking up. I see they got a new ruling on 5 years and under for the little kids, you know what I'm saying, to be vaccinated. Something me and my wife, we thinking about, you know what I'm saying? But whatever it takes to make the world safer, please try to go along with that, because it's better to be in a situation where you know you're protected than to be out of that situation and know you should have been protected. Well, God bless you, Ron. Another great show, my brother.
Thank you, man. And thank you guys for being here. It's always a great show when I got y'all here to rock with me. So thank y'all. I'll see you guys on the next one, which it could drop tomorrow. I don't know. It could be our international draft series. Look out for it. You'll see it pop up. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Once again, appreciate y'all. I'll catch y'all.
No doubt.
Hey.